It's a hazy but warm day, day 9 of Paris 2024 Paralympic Games. It is the sport of road cycling we bring you. It is the men's and women's C4 to 5 category. Those athletes who will ride your traditional road cycling setup, those athletes with a lower degree of impairment. And it will be exciting racing, an eclectic mix of athletes from basically the United Nations. It is one of the most prestigious titles to win in the sport of paracycling, and we're not too far away from a start. Well, just looking at the weather conditions, 15 degrees, mercury will rise, but the big thing, the thing that will please the riders the most, there is no wind on the course. You can say there is one common denominator with all road cyclists, they all have an allergy to the wind. For our women today, well, it's 7 laps of a 14.2 kilometre course, making up, for the men I should say, it's 7 laps of 14.2 kilometres, making up a total distance of 99.4 kilometres, and for our women it is 5 laps, a total distance of 71 kilometres. So each lap 14.2 kilometres. It is a nice combination of some flat, some uphill and some quite technical downhill where bike handling skills will come to the fore. So riders from Slovakia, Austria, Ireland, Great Britain, Chile, the United Arab Emirates, Uzbekistan, Belgium, the Dominican Republic, Colombia, Romania, Spain, Brazil, Latvia, Switzerland and Indonesia. Just showing just how big paracycling is around the world. And that is the schedule here on day 9. The men's B road race, the women's B road race will follow these two races a little bit later on in the afternoon. They will of course have the benefit of them being able to talk to some of their fellow countrymen, fellow countrywomen who have raced this morning and try and gain a little bit of understanding of maybe conditions out on the course, anything they might need to be aware of. Two Australian representatives there, Alistair Donoghue and Corey Boddington. There'll be 3 French riders, Dorian Foulon, Gatien Reresu and Kevin Leconf, who won the gold medal in Tokyo back in 2020. So the eastern suburbs of Clichy-sous-Bois has played host over the last 3 days to the road cycling. It's been a high level of competition. Time trials were incredibly successful. This, however, is a very different dynamic. We might see some team tactics come into play, particularly from those countries that have more than one representative. France with 3 riders in the men's race, Australia with 2, the Netherlands with 2, Great Britain with 2. And that also gives them the advantage of potentially sending a rider up the road and forcing some of the other countries to chase. And I hope that they burn a little bit of energy in doing that. So Laura Moro Shaman of Brazil on the start line. So the men's race set to go at 9:30 local time. Women's race will go 5 minutes later. And will feature Dame Sarah Story. And that is that start list. An impressive start list too. Archie Atkinson, well, what a wonderful time he's had so far at these games. The man from Manchester, 3 gold medals so far.
I think it all starts with just not being afraid to treat.
Timothy Zemp there of Switzerland. Vargas Villanueva and Martins Ruiz representing Colombia. Such a rich history in the sport of road cycling. And then Dorian Foulon, Gatien Reresu and Kevin Leconf, the defending champion. Well, they represent the hopes of the host nation. They will have plenty of support, and they have power in numbers. Seven laps for the men early on. It'll be an opportunity to do a little bit of an environmental scan, map that mentally, and then use that to their advantage as this race progresses. So Corey Boddington, the Australian, Alistair Donoghue. Austrian rider is Franz Josef Laser, wearing number 75. Directly behind him, Timothy Zem of Switzerland, and the famous red and white cross. It's one of the common denominators with cyclists. You always look so relaxed before a race, always look pretty relaxed on the start line. Either very good at disguising the nerves, or they're just so well practiced in terms of knowing what is about to come. As we now go to the coup de bâton, which is a tradition that goes back to the 17th century.
Et mesdames et messieurs, merci d'applaudir et d'accueillir le pilote de cyclisme sur route et champion paralympique des Jeux de Tokyo 2020.
Please welcome road cycling pilot and Tokyo 2020 Paralympic champion,
Corentin Emono.
Basically means sit back, welcome, enjoy the spectacle. Just under 100 kilometres, 99.4 kilometres, 80 kilometres of hope and 20 kilometres of truth. And joining me in commentary, Commonwealth Games gold medalist in the road race and the women's race back in 2010 in Delhi, the great Rochelle Gilmore. Morning to you, Rochelle. Looking forward to this. These athletes with the lower degree of disability, the lower degree of impairment. Anytime you've got a bike race and anytime you've got athletes, more athletes, or more than just one athlete from one country, you've got team dynamics, you've got so many particular outcomes that potentially can play out.
Yeah, we've got some exciting racing today on our hands. We've really been looking forward to this. This is the closest we see to the Tour de France and the Pro World Tour peloton. We have some big names in here with big achievements, big capabilities, and as you say, Mark, team dynamics will come into play as well.
Well, the French have three riders, Dorian Foulon, Gatien Rousseau and Kevin Leconf. Australia have the two riders, the Netherlands have two. Are you expecting, Great Britain have two, are you expecting team dynamics here? Are you expecting maybe riders to sacrifice their race for the greater good?
Well, it's an interesting question you asked there, Mark, because it is the Paralympic Games. A lot is at stake here. However, yes, I think when you pull that national champ's jersey on, the national colours, and represent your country, that it is all about team dynamics with your nation, ensuring that your nation does obtain a medal.
And officially underway, day 9, Paris 2024 Paralympic Games, the men's C4 to C5 road race, 7 laps of 14.2 kilometres, just under 100 kilometres in total distance. Wonderful crowds expected around this 14.2 kilometre course, and the crowds across all venues at all events have been simply wonderful. Great example of it on that corner too. So fairly pedestrian at the moment. No one has decided to go off the front. Often early on in a bike race, you will see a number of riders look to try and attack and put the pressure on early. Just as I say that, little bit of pressure coming from the Dutch team. There'll be some riders too who will just want to set the tempo early at the front, dictate the pace rather than being dictated to. But you do just see that little stretch out there, 5 riders in one line, which generally is an indication that the pace is on. The further you get back into the peloton, the ease in which the riders will find it, and that is through the drafting.
We can hear already the crowds that are really into this is the Dutchman with the aerodynamic handlebars there, who's really put the pressure on to start lightening up this race.
Yeah, Martin van den Poel, his fellow countryman along with him, and that is Daniel Abraham Gebru.
One of the big favourites for today's men's C4 to 5 road race. Gebru, well, he has an amazing story we'll touch on later. But for now, it's riders just looking around, seeing what damage was done with that attack. Another attack now. It is.
Well, Smart 2 goes up the other side of the road here, so he's just trying to hit them early, just trying to take them off guard.
Yeah, he saw that opportunity, he looks behind, he sees he's got a gap, and he is very motivated, the rider from Hungary, to make his move. He's being chased directly down by the Dutchman.
Yeah, Zombor Vermasa out of Hungary, number 82. And it was 14th in Tokyo in the road race, so maybe looking to just take his chance here today. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. He doesn't necessarily come in as one of the pre-race favourites, and sometimes that can be to your advantage. The top riders tend to look at each other and sometimes underestimate other riders in the peloton. And always important to know what side of the roundabouts to take.
Yeah, there would have been a lot of study done, especially by the team staff, around each of the individual riders and the teams. Just going through team meetings last night, again this morning, day of the race, a team meeting, just to point out and highlight the obstacles out on the course, the wind directions, where the good places to make your moves are, where the danger points are, the cobbles.
And they will use the first couple of laps, won't they, to just map that from what they've seen in those first couple of laps, going, okay, there is a little bit of a headwind on this part of the course, there's a little bit of a crosswind here. Maybe in laps 5, 6 and 7, when it starts to get a bit more strategic, that's perhaps when I will make my move. That is a part of the course which I think plays into my strengths.
Yeah, absolutely.
It will be now the start of the women's race, the women's C4 to C5, and it features, well, arguably the greatest ever female Paralympic cyclist in the great Dame Sarah Story. Already 18 Paralympic gold medals to her name in the sport of cycling, looking to make it 19. She won the time trial. She's also picked up 5 gold medals in swimming previously. And then the strong contingent of Australian riders, Alana Forster, Meg Lamont and Emily Petricola.
Looking to the skies, at the moment clear skies, hoping there'll be no rain. They'll have tyre setups for dry weather.
2 Americans there too, and Samantha Bosco and Sean Morelli. And they get underway too, so they'll have 5 laps of 14.2 kilometres. Small but quality field. Also features the New Zealander Nicole Murray, Claudia Creti and Eleonora Meli of Italy, the 2 French riders, and wonderful riders they are, and Heidi Galgain, Marie Patoulet.
Heidi Galgain, that's the name of a rider that will be desperately looking for a gold medal here after 2 disappointing silver medals here in Paris.
So 2 riders looking to have gone clear. It is the Hungarian on the men's side. Big man too. And looking to really just try and get into that break early on. So the Hungarian rider, Zsombor Vermesa.
Martin van der Poel of the Netherlands together with him. A little bit of hesitation in the women's C4-5 road race at the start. Riders just looking around, really trying to get a feel for who's in what position, who's sitting where at this point of the race. As we've mentioned, it's a 71-kilometre race, a lot of time for them to settle in, but it is Martin van der Poel and Frenchman there just putting the pressure down, trying to get an early breakaway.
Yeah, and this is a good move here from the French. They do have, as I said, mentioned, they've got 3 riders
Kevin Lecomte
in this peloton.
Lerousseau.
And Dorian Foulon. Now, so the French don't have to chase this. It's up to the other countries to try and chase it. And then what often happens, Rochelle, for maybe those people who are not used to the sport of cycling, what often will happen is other countries will chase down the French rider and the Hungarian rider, only then for the next French rider to suddenly attack again. And at some point, everybody else in the peloton says, oh, I'm exhausted, I'm not going to go and chase that. And that's how the team dynamic starts to play out.
France being the host nation of the Paralympic Games here in 2024 have a huge benefit of having 3 riders in the peloton. They're 3 very, very strong riders, and they will be chasing every single move to take the pressure off themselves. So we see here that Van der Poel flicks his arm for some help, but he's not going to get it. Frenchman will just sit on, as you said.
Drop back in.
Wait
now
for a teammate to come across and counter-attack.
And this is Edwin Fabian Martins Ruiz, one of the Colombians. Normally very renowned for their climb. This is the first time they've come up the hill today, so automatically just a few riders just starting to pop. It was always going to come apart at the back. And so already we just start to see a little bit of carnage. We've got Mohamed Faidi Imamuddin in there, the man from Indonesia. But looking very, very comfortable at the moment on the front, sitting nice tempo, Martin van den Poel.
Yeah, and this first climb, there's 2 significant rises in each lap. And the first one comes very early in the lap, and that's why we're seeing riders that haven't done a really intense warm-up really struggle on that first climb.
Now, Alistair Donoghue, the Australian, now looking to try and bridge across too. One of 2 Australians in this race. The other being Corey Boddington. So he just pulls wide and says, look, come on, guys. We need to work together here. Let's try and shut this down. And so you've got that one big long line, which I affectionately like to refer to as the pain train. Maybe not so much on that first lap, but it certainly can be by the time you get to lap 6 and 7. So wonderful helicopter shots. Still early on, you are watching the men's C4 to C5 road race. So those athletes with the lowest degree of impairment or disability on the traditional road setup. And once again, another big attack here coming from Donoghue. The French immediately look to try and jump across onto his wheel. And don't underestimate, for non-cycling aficionados, just how much easier it is if you can get onto the back wheel of another rider and sit into their slipstream.
Well, you can see as every rider that makes an attack, there is a French rider on the wheel directly getting set up for a counter-attack.
Now, Archie Atkinson from Great Britain, one of 2 riders. The other is Blaine Hunt. And the young rider, Archie Atkinson, has had a wonderful games so far, having picked up 3 gold medals in the 1,000-metre kilo, or the time trial at the track, the individual pursuit, and also the time trial on the road. And now onto that difficult cobble section.
Yeah, certainly does vibrate and hurt the legs, that tiny little bit of cobble section. The riders will have relatively higher tyre pressures today in the dry. as we see in the women's C4 road race, the Australian women mean business here. They are on the attack.
Dame Sarah Story on the front, now looking to try and chase this down because she is very much the race favourite, and they'll want to try and put pressure on her. And again, the Australians really looking to go after her. It's a good job being done by Meg Lamont and Emily Petricola. Men's C4 to C5 road race. And look at that, beautifully set up on their bikes, doing a really nice job here, being done by the rider out of France and out of the Netherlands. That is Martin van den Poel of the Netherlands. It just gives you an example of just how much easier it is when you just sit on the back of a peloton. It's got two forces working, so the riders at the front will pull the riders behind push the riders at the front. So you've got these two forces that come together, which makes a peloton so incredibly dangerous or incredibly difficult to ride away from if they decide to put some pressure on.
Well, look at this, Mark. This is going to be an interesting race because Sarah Story is already asking for help from the other riders. However, they're going to be a little bit hesitant because they just really do want to put pressure on her. So she's trying to make the race and break the race, but there'll be hesitant riders there to give her too much of a hand, being one of the clear favourites, or the clear favourite of this women's C4 to 5 road race.
Keely Shaw there of Canada, number 161. Number 162 is Li Jiwei of the People's Republic of China.
And Meg Lamont at the back there as well. As we go to the front of the men's C4 to 5 road race, these are the two leaders. Lee Rousseau. Look at this aerodynamic position there of Van der Poel. He is certainly very, very ambitious about this early break. Wants to make real damage.
And they'll be looking very much at riding somewhere between 45, 50k an hour through here, probably up around 50k. Your number of favourites in the race, it is clearly a long time, well, 3 years since Tokyo 2020, but you've got to go back to Abraham Gebru, or Daniel Abraham Gebru. He won gold in the time trial in Tokyo and also in the road race back in 2016.
Yeah, I'd nearly go as far to say Gebru being one of the really, really big favourites, but there are so many riders in this race. Ronan Grimes, Dorian Fulor, Alistair Donohoe of Australia. We've got Dementiev in the women's race. Well, Sarah Story, she's the clear favourite. The race is splitting up.
Yeah, 171, Marie Poutulet of France, another one that will be really looking for the crowd to just give her that little bit of a lift. And boy, when you think of cycling, you think of France, don't you? You think of Italy, European powerhouses, and really nice form here on this climb. It's got a nice gear. It's only about a 5% gradient, so it's what we would describe as a power climb.
She's had a very successful campaign here in Paris already, winning the individual pursuit on the track, the 3,000 metres. So she's really got the form, but managing the celebration of that coming, knowing you've got more events, I mean, that could be the reason that she's struggling on this climb a little bit. So we just go through that peloton and back to the lead of the race. Yeah, opened up quite a bit of a gap. It's Sarah Dane Story. Oh, she's got 3 riders with her from Colombia, France and the USA. And you can see Sarah Story, she's the one really trying to split this race up early.
And if you're the other 3, at some point you're going to say, this is your race, Sarah, your gold medal's up the road, you go and chase this, and we're not going to do it. You're the athlete to beat. We ultimately want to try and beat you too. So but she'll know that. She'll know that she's got a big target on her back coming into this. So really good racing going on amongst our women, as there is great racing going on in the men's C4 to C5. Just still not quite as organised as I think they'd like. There still looks like a number of riders who are looking to try and bridge across here, try and leave this small peloton and see if that leading group of 2 can in fact become 3 or possibly 4.
We saw a move from Lasse of Austria there. He's trying to get the peloton moving, not necessarily break away and bridge across by himself, but wants some movement from the peloton just to ensure the 2 riders out in front don't gain too much of an advantage. And he is followed by Dementiev of the Ukraine.
It's an interesting point on the course here, isn't it, Rochelle, where it's quite technical. Now, later on, the riders on the front have to have a bit of a spill here.
I heard those barricades, and it is the big favourite there.
Well, it is the big favourite, so that is big news. Having taken a crash is one of the defending champions out of the Netherlands, so that is disaster at the moment.
He took down one of the Australians with him as well. Gebru of Netherlands, he was one of the big favourites. He's the one that came down.
Yeah, alongside of him too, it is Gatillon Le Rousseau of France, one of 3 French riders. Well, that little crash, that might just give him a real kick of adrenaline, but now some serious work to be done to try and get himself back into some sort of group. You can see the long lines here, which means the pace is on.
Well, when Abraham Gebru came down, I'm not sure exactly what happened, but he was the first to fall. He took Corey Boddington, the Australian, down. He came down pretty hard over the top. So we'll have to see what injuries he sustained and what condition his bike is in. But let's just hope we get some news that Abraham Gebru is back on his bike as the chase is still on for those 2 very dedicated leaders out in front.
Well, a lot of work now being done by Laura Cesar Moro Shaman of Brazil on the front, trying to get this bunch organised. Just sitting back there looking relaxed is Uluan Gardon of the United States. But it's once again the Australians who have been very aggressive, happy to do the work. We've got Corey Boddington in there, we've got Alistair Donohoe.
Well, Donohoe helping with the chase there as Boddington. He may not be aware that Boddington has come down, otherwise he might be just at the front trying to control the pace of the peloton, hoping that his crashed teammate Corey Boddington can make his way back to the peloton.
And not far away from completing this first 14.2 kilometre lap. Man, it has already strung out. A lot of riders have come off the back here. So that critical mass will start to become less and less in the main peloton. And this is a technical part of the course too, so more opportunity for those riders with good bike handling skills to make a move.
It's Le Rousseau of France. He is doing equal turns with Van der Poel of the Netherlands. The 2 riders leading this race, and they are dedicated to this breakaway, early breakaway. They usually just get out there to put pressure on the peloton, but they are serious about this.
Yeah, let's talk about numbers in a break. 2, 3, 4, what is the preferred in terms of the greatest degree of efficiency? I mean, you can get 6 or 7, then it can start to get a little bit disjointed.
Well, I think for a breakaway in this size peloton, perhaps 3 would be the ultimate number. 2 riders, perhaps not really enough firepower there against the strong peloton. However, they're doing a really fantastic job, and you can see there one of the most interesting things on the Dutch rider there of Van der Poel is his handlebars. He is using the absolute minimum regulation of 35 centimetres, and he's got them turned inwards for aerodynamics. This is an indication that he was going to break away. He wants to be as aerodynamic as possible and ride this road race like a time trial. Hesitation in the peloton.
And so the gap is 17 seconds to that peloton. Saw the Spanish rider in there, Damian Ramos Sanchez. And so just confirming the leaders for you at the moment. It is number 65, Gatillon Le Rousseau of France, Martin van den Poel of the Netherlands through 1 lap of 7, 14.2 kilometres per lap. You are watching the C4 to C5 men's road race and the women's C4 to C5 road race here on day 9 of the Paralympic Games. And there we go, Donoghue in that group, Gardon of the United States, and then just another 4 seconds back to the likes of Charman, Foulon, Klink of Belgium, And you can just see that little splinter. Boy, this is tough. You can see the hurt on the face of these riders. It is very much game on now. And a lot of these riders would have been hoping that perhaps the pace wouldn't be so brutal so early. That might have just stayed together, but that's not the case. Now it starts to look a little bit more like an individual or team's pursuit on the track.
Well, it's Dementiev back in the main peloton of Ukraine, who senses the danger of these two riders being out in front. As we now see Sarah Dame Story still leading the women's C4-5 road race, trying to apply pressure and dwindle down the size of the peloton. Kosovalova doing a great job from Colombia just to hold the wheel of Sarah Story.
And Bosco there of the United States as well. Samantha Bosco, 37 years of age, sitting there third wheel. A Colombian rider, Paula Andrea Osavalosa, another 32-year-old. And they'll be more than happy for Dame Sarah Story to sit out here and burn this many matches, having to do all the work. She'll flick the elbow, not necessarily they'll come through. These riders might get a bit of a heads up that perhaps the chase group is so splintered, so disorganised that they don't necessarily need to try and take any further time out, and therefore that means that Dame Sarah Story might just be forced to stay up front for as long as they wanted to stay out in front.
Well, here's the chase of the crashed rider. It was Abraham Gebru of the Netherlands. Now he's got a little bit of time to make up. He's by himself. It'll be to his advantage that the peloton's split, because he'll be able to get to group to group to group with knowing that he's got the strength to jump.
So we've seen the time trial, which is very much sort of controlled sort of speed and heart rate once you do get settled down. The thing with bike racing at this level is you can be in what we call an aerobic state one moment, where you can hold a conversation, then suddenly an attack goes, and before you know it, your heart rate is through the roof. You're literally breathing through your eyelids trying to get the oxygen in, and that's the hard part of it. And you've got to have that ability to be able to constantly change speed, constantly be on your game, concentration-wise, so important.
Very fractured and splintered, this men's C4-5 road race. And the big news of the day is that the gold medalist from the time trial in Paris, the men's C4-5, well, that was Abraham Gebru. He has come down and had a crash, and he is chasing from the back. This is the first chase group on the road, so we have 2 leaders and then 4 riders chasing.
Well, 2 French riders here in this group. Now, are they going to soft pedal? They've got a rider up in the break here, Rochelle, or are they just simply trying to act as policemen here and just disrupt the likes of Alistair Donoghue out of Australia, who are looking to try and maybe close those first 2 athletes of Martin van den Poel of the Netherlands and Gatien Larousseau of France?
They'll definitely be policing the front, trying to slow the pace when they can. Not too obviously, but that's why they have 2 riders up the front there. One will be trying to slow the pace, and the other one will be ready to follow an attack. So very strategic from the team of France.
And here are the 2 Alpha Sigmas up front, those 2 leaders. It seems to be the term these days amongst the youngsters, Alpha Sigma, in terms of those that are trying to lead, trying to dominate.
The chasing group there, they're trying to get themselves together to do some equal work. That's Archie Atkinson, who says, okay, I'm happy to take up some work and get across to this peloton, which is the first chasing group that we can see in the distance. 2 in front of them.
But Gatien Larousseau continues to come through, beautifully set up, nice deep carbon rim wheels. These bikes, well, just over 6 kilograms the weight. There is a weight limit put in by UCI so that you do get the engineering and the safety side of it right. Have they brought the weights? There was discussion about bringing the weights of the bike down because the engineering has become so advanced with carbon fibre.
Well, not officially yet. They still set the mark as 6.8 kilograms. That's the lightest a road bike can possibly be. And the bikes were weighed just before the start of the race without the water bottles and the computer, so the attachments are taken off. So they have to be over 6.8 kilos. And then when they come in for the finish, they'll be weighed again.
Really nice helicopter shot. These are our two race leaders, Martin van der Poel of the Netherlands and Gation Lursu. They've gone through one lap of 7, so almost not too far away from probably completing that second lap. Working nicely together, the two of them. The little flick of the elbows, just generally a sign in cycling to say, come through, take your turn. It's in their best interest to share the lead. So now we've seen Dame Sarah's story here, dropping back, starting to see the young French rider deciding that she's going to come to the front and do some work here too. And that is Heidi Galgain.
Yeah, very motivated Heidi Galgain to try and take a gold medal here in Paris.
Yeah, number 165 in that group is Samantha Bosco of the United States, the Colombian rider, Paula Andrea Osavalosa, the 32-year-old. So they are the 4 in this lead group. One from Colombia, one from the United States, one from Great Britain, and one from the host nation, France. And you just have a look at the, and again, I always say this, never look at the facial expressions of riders because some will have that poker face, but they will be hurting on the front. But it's when you start to see the form begin to go, shoulders begin to drop, a little bit more head movement, or you start to see riders starting to push a harder gear. That's generally a sign of fatigue. But what you'll see too, just how much easier it is for Dame Sarah Story now sitting third wheel to what we saw earlier when she was leading. So through that first lap, we'll put a time split on this between this group and the chase group. So Paula Osavalosa led through in a time of 22 minutes and 29 seconds. No sign in the background of that chase group, which includes the Australian contingent of Meg Lamont and Emily Petricola. I'm surprised that we haven't seen the Australians in this, get a rider up in this group. The Australians are generally very, very good strategically, very aggressive.
And they have 3 starters in the women's C45 road race, so it is they're the team that has the pressure on them to chase because they've missed this breakaway. As we see our Colombian rider there, just taking fluids on board early. That's Osavalosa.
Well, she was 4th in the road race in Tokyo. She is the Pan American champion. She won that road race in Santiago in Chile last year in 2023. Also 5th in the time trial. So she's a complete bike rider. Good time trial riders will always enjoy a good, honest, even tempo. This is that chase group now. And so they are 42 seconds back. So that is significant. And 2 Australians in the background there. So
struggling a little bit with the pace of the chasing group. Well, they're not really that organised. There's a lot of discussion going on saying, look, we need to get together. If we want to catch these 4 riders out in front, we have to get ourselves together.
So that group includes Alana Forster of Australia, Francisca Mettili Doreg of Switzerland, Eleonora Mili of Italy, Claudia Creti of Italy, and Marie Boutoule of France. So that is the second group on the road. That leading group is Paula Andrea Osavalosa, Samantha Bosco of the United States, Dame Sarah Story of Great Britain, Heidi Galgain of France. And this is that chase group now putting their hands up, basically asking for their team vehicles to come through to feed them. So provide them with some drink bottles, or what they affectionately call in cycling bins. And that is really key part, isn't it, throughout this 7 laps, is making sure you stay hydrated, making sure that you stay well fed. Always want to have the energy gauge sort of towards full, never want to wait too long.
You can see Dementiev there, who's really trying to get some communication with the vehicles. Whether he was after some bottles or time checks, I'm not quite sure. But at Olympic and Paralympic level, they are not allowed race radios, which means they cannot communicate with their follow vehicle or with each of their teammates. So it does change the dynamics significantly.
Well, real pressure now being put on again in this chase group.
Oh, full on. He knows he needs to be there as he's got one teammate on the front just controlling the pace.
Dorian Foulon, the French rider wearing number 80. Number 61 is Louis Klink of Belgium. Number 62, Jose Franco Rodriguez Hernandez out of the Dominican Republic. So good performance from him so far, but really starting to feel the pain as this peloton continues to get stretched. Ronan Grimes of Ireland just up in front of these three, doing a nice job too. Enjoying this very picturesque 14.2 kilometre race. This
Van der Poel and Le Russo, they mean business. They are out in front in their most aerodynamic position.
He's a beautiful bike rider, isn't he, Le Russo? He's got a nice pedal cadence, and don't underestimate too, professional bike riders or experienced bike riders have got a very circular motion with their pedals. A lot of amateur bike riders, well, they tend to almost, what they would describe as almost look like you're sort of duck walking. So there is some subtleties in terms of the technique that you can pick up between those elite cyclists and perhaps those age group cyclists, and that's a really good example of that circular motion right there.
Yeah, absolutely. For hours and hours out training, riders have to remind themselves circles, 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 because it's about trying to apply even pressure the entire revolution of a one pedal revolution, and it's not an easy task because most riders will get on a bike and use a lot of their pressure on the downward force, but it's across the bottom, it's pulling up across the top, and the complete circular motion that needs to have maximum power going through the pedals the entire time. And whilst these two riders are out in front in time trial mode, we have a peloton trying to get themselves together, get some organisation about them. There's a lot of looking around to see where everyone is. Well, Dementiev's made his way back in there. The two French riders just controlling when the pace gets high. But it's the rider of Austria, Lasser, who's doing a lot of the work. He's the rider that really wants to keep this peloton moving.
Eloin Gardon is the other athlete out of the United States in the white there. And joining him too, the very aggressive Alistair Donoghue of Australia with the long hair, or what they affectionately call down in that part of the world, the mullet. It's still disorganised, isn't it? And two can work very effectively together. And these guys, you know, at points they almost want to try and get rid of 3 or 4 riders and just get 4 of them working more effectively.
Well, every single second of hesitation in that group is going to go to the advantage of the two leading riders, because they will not be taking the pressure off the pedals, not even for a second. So every single time there is hesitation in this group, the two riders in front will move further and further away.
Absolutely idyllic conditions, so it'll be interesting to have a look there at that chain ring, big chain ring on the front. Almost looks like they're almost on their smallest cog at the back, maybe 2 to go, so there might be what we call running a 53-13 at the moment, so 53 teeth on the big chain ring on the front and maybe a 13 teeth on the back, possibly a 14. The smallest, well, what these days, they run an 11 or a 12?
Yeah, even down to a 10. On a course like this, though, we could see specifically there that riders are choosing to use just one big chain ring rather than 2. So people who have really put some effort into their bikes for this particular course, they'll only be running one chain ring on the front and more like a mountain bike cassette on the back. And the idea of that is to keep the chain straight for aerodynamical reasons. They use a waxed chain for less friction. And in the women's C4 to 5 road race, we still have 4 leaders, with the big favourite, Sarah Story, in second position.
Yeah, Dame Sarah Story wanting to try and win her 19th Paralympic gold medal. Already has won 18 in track cycling, road cycling, to go with the 5 she's won in swimming. That's a good group. Really nice and smooth pedalling too. Most of the bikes set up fairly similar with sort of moderate deep carbon rim wheels.
So you can see the adaptation on the left hand of Dame Sarah Story. That is her impairment.
Okay, our Swiss rider in the men's Cedar 4, C5 has looked to try, in fact the Austrian rider, I think Franz Josef Laser, has looked to try and go off the front of this chase group, trying to bridge up now, trying to make 2 riders 3. And so now just a little bit of pressure needing to be applied here from the Australian.
We've got 2 races out on course at the moment, both the men and women's C4 to 5 road race.
My apologies, this is in fact the women's road race. So
I think this is one of the men though, as you were discussing before.
yeah, so the two courses out on the road.
Yeah, this is one of the women trying to break away from Switzerland. So it is Matilda Doreg out chasing the 4 leaders. Well, putting a big effort in.
Yeah, it's a tough place. It's a lonely place, isn't it? You're almost in no man's land here. One trying to chase 4, bridge up to a breakaway. Not easy to do, but she probably feels that she just doesn't have the support behind her. She knows that she's going to have to make that decision at some point.
Yeah, a very bold move, because if they could have got that group working together, of course, if you have 5 to 10 riders trying to chase 4 riders, you should have a bit of an advantage, but the group were just not getting themselves together, and she may have felt, well, look, if we're not going to get ourselves organised here, I'm just going to have to go out and make my own effort and see if I can get across to the 4 leading riders. Now, that's a difficult task.
Beautiful countryside here in Clichy-sous-Bois, eastern suburb of Paris. But these two, well, just looking beautifully poised and balanced. Martin van den Poel in the orange of the Netherlands leading this men's C4 to C5, and Gatien Lerousseau, the hometown hero from France, sitting second wheel. This is that chase group desperately trying to bridge the gap. Maybe now just starting to look a little bit more organised. Good performance here from Lauro Cesar Moro Charman of Brazil.
Well, there'll have to be a bit of desperation in this peloton here. The first chasing group on the road. Well, they have 2 very strong, committed riders out in front.
Well, Charman, the Brazilian, sitting here, I mean, he was second in the road race in Rio, so he's got a pedigree, knows how to get himself on the podium. He's been a 2-time road racing world champion too, back in 2017 when the World Championships were in South Africa, and then in Portugal in 2021. So this group certainly has some firepower, certainly has some pedigree. And while they don't have team radios, they'll certainly be getting lap splits, sometimes from the motorbikes on the chalkboards, but also coaches around the course. And this is about to come in and finish the second lap, so almost completed 2 laps of 7, 14.2 kilometres per lap. This is the technical part of the course too. And so this requires good bike handling skills, making sure you get your gear changes right so you can come out of those corners and still apply the pressure with a nice high turnover. And so they will come down and we'll get that split for you. So they will lead through 2 laps. Martin van der Poel of the Netherlands, Gatien Lerousseau of France. At the end of the first lap, it was 17 seconds, so that clock starts now. They go through on a time of 39 minutes and 20 seconds. Wonderful support from the French. So they've already extended that gap. It's already up to 25 seconds yet to come through the start-finish line. So previously 17 seconds. Might be closer to 40 seconds after 2 laps. be about the minute. So almost a minute. And that's sometimes the danger of having too big a chase group. Just doesn't get organised. And great performance there by Alistair Donohoe of Australia. He's been incredibly aggressive. He deserves to probably, when it's all said and done, he'll be frustrated if he can't bridge the gap, because it certainly hasn't been through a lack of effort on his half. But the other French riders in the peloton, the likes of Dorian Foulon and Kevin Lecomte, who are in that chase group, they need to do nothing, and they're just acting as disruptors at the moment. They've got their man Martin van der Poel up the road. They don't need to chase.
Well, we can see now a little bit of movement, but I think this is just to prevent attacks happening in the chase group. Looks like Rousseau, he's doing well out front. He's got Lecomte. Oh, they're trying to make it hard for Blaine. He's been struggling from the start, just trying to regain himself. He'll be a big contender in this race once he gets himself back together. Well, there may be an issue out in front because it's now France that are looking to try and pick up the pace, but it might be a bit of a bluff as well.
I think it probably was more of a bluff, wasn't it? Often you see those big attacks and then it's so fierce, it's only for a short distance, and then no one else wants to roll through, and it actually, again, just creates that disruption. We're not getting that consistent, steady pace, are we? But good performance here coming from Ronan Grimes of Ireland.
Here goes Alistair Donohoe again. He really does want to get this peloton moving. He doesn't want it to be the end of the race already with these two amazing riders out in front that are 100% committed. A long way out, but they really do know what they're capable of, and if they just continue to do their thing while there's hesitation back in the peloton, they will have a great chance of making it to the finish in the gold and silver medal position. However, as we say, it's a relatively small gap with the distance left to travel. It's now the Austrian again, Lesser, that puts on the pressure. He doesn't want to jump across by himself. He wants to pull the peloton across. He's trying to get some help, but marked by the Frenchman again. Well, that's what they will be doing in the peloton.
He's a bit of a character, Franz Joseph Lesser, because he enjoys a bit of break dancing in his spare time. He loves a bit of sports commentary as well. And he's been 9th at the 2022 World Championships in Canada. So really trying to take that next step in his cycling career. And now another one of the French riders deciding to go to the front.
And I think you're right, Mark. He's trying to upset the pace of the peloton. So he ups the pace, he puts the hurt pain on, and when everybody's hurting, that means when he stops and finishes, no one rolls through. They take a rest. And the women's race, C4 to 5, it is Sarah Story applying the pressure on the front. Well, she wants a race of attrition, and she's dwindled it down to 4 riders at this point. And it's on the slight climbs where we see Sarah Dame Story go to the front and apply the pressure. And she wants to see who can match her. She's got a very, very motivated French woman there with her. Well, Heidi Gourgan, she is really, really motivated here.
And this is the chase group trying to chase down those 4. And they've got their work cut out. Is that a rider they can see in the distance, or is that potentially just somebody stuck in the middle of the 2 groups? Number 173, Claudia Creti of Italy. Number 171 is Maria Petoulet of France.
Petoulet, very strong, having won that gold medal in the individual pursuit on the track. Well, she looks like she's floating in that group.
Again, it's
Alistair Donohoe of Australia. He is doing the majority of the work with Lesser of Austria to try and pull back the 2 leaders.
Yeah, that gap though was a minute after 2 laps. And 3 riders, in fact, by the looks of it, have broken away there. Or are they?
Well, I'd say so, because they're strong riders. Dementiev, we've got, I think it's Foulon, one of the Frenchmen. And also, I think Lesser of Austria is there. Yes, so the 3 riders have broken away. Alistair Donohoe behind chasing, but those 3 riders are on the hunt now for the 2 leaders.
So interesting dynamic playing out. French rider on the front. I'm not sure that he's really wanting to chase another French rider. But at the moment, they certainly do have some momentum. We talked about the efficiency of having 3 riders in a break rather than 5, 6 or 7. This is a nice little number here. And these 3, Franz Josef Lasser of Austria sitting there on the back of this chase group, looking to try and chase down our 2 race leaders of Martin van den Poel and Gatu Lursu, number 86. And what a bike rider he is, Yehor Dementiev, because he won the road race, Dementiev, back in London in 2012, silver in the road race in Tokyo 2020, and he's already won a silver at these games in the 4,000 metre individual pursuit. So they have quality in the chase group. Back to the front, Van den Poel, Lursu, the Netherlands and France, 2 powerhouses of European cycling, sharing this lead. They understand what's at stake here.
Well, being a very tall rider, the Dutchman, Van der Poel, he's really using the regulations of the sock height. Material is faster than skin, so they like to use as much material to cover as much skin as possible. And the regulation from the UCI with the sock height.
Well, that gap does just look like it's coming down. It doesn't necessarily look like the minute that we saw through the first lap. Always sometimes hard with camera shots and distant angles, but now just starting to see the athlete out of Austria, Franz Josef Lasser, beginning to suffer, so he's dropped off. And so there's 2 riders looking to try and bridge the gap. Kevin Leconf, the defending champion, along with the rider from
Ukraine,
Ukraine it is, Yehor Dementiev.
Yeah, if these 2 riders get across, well, I think France will be happy to have 2 among 4. So it'll be a good position for France if Dementiev and Leconf, a very, very strong French rider. But
well, if France get into the break of 4 and it stays that way, the advantage is France take the gold medal at some point, surely. Pretty hard to, when you've got 2 riders from one country and a bunch of 4, they have the ability to have the 1-2 punch.
Yeah, and it is clear that France are racing for the gold medal. Sometimes they can get caught up trying to win a gold, silver and bronze or have multiple riders on the podium, but this is a dedicated effort for a gold medal for France, and they know they need to do that. So we're now back with the leaders, the 2 riders just starting to tire a little bit, and that's why we see Leconf of France coming across, because the 2 lead riders are starting to fatigue.
So Martin van den Poel still leading the race in the orange from the Netherlands. Gatien Lursu of France sitting there second wheel, but 2 is about to become 4 very shortly, with Kevin Leconf getting up alongside of Yehor Dementiev. And what a group of 4 it is. When you go back and you have a look at their credentials, it is simply a remarkable group of riders.
Well, look at this. The catch is going to be made. It looks, I mean, anything can happen, but as the 2 leaders now, they are sitting up and waiting. They're going to have a drink, and they're going to wait for these 2 chasing riders. They'll then have Leconf and Dementiev, and 2 riders from France, being Rousseau in front. He is there with Van der Poel of the Netherlands. Then we'll have Leconf and Dementiev join to make a quartet leading the men's C45 road race.
Well, Kevin
very soon to become 4.
Kevin Leconf, who's about to join, sitting currently 4th there, about to join these 2. He is the world road race champion from 2023, also the world time trial champion, those world championships staged in Glasgow in Scotland, but he's also the defending road race champion in this Paralympic event from Tokyo, also having won the time trial. So he is very much the form rider, very much the rider with the pedigree, and looking to try and defend the title that he won in Tokyo 2020, and 2 very shortly will become 4. And we can still see some riders there in the background just out of shot, so some other riders looking to try and come across too.
Yeah, real big effort and change in the men's C45 road race, whilst the women's quartet leading the women's C45 road race. They are working well together out in front.
Well, coming down to complete their second lap of 5, 71 kilometres in total on the front at the moment, we've got Samantha Bosco of the United States. We've got Dame Sarah Story sitting second wheel behind her. Then it is the Colombian. In fact, it is Heidi Galgain of France who goes across officially in third place, and then Paula Andrea Os-Velosa. Now, through the first lap, they had a lead of 42 seconds over the chase group. It'll be interesting to see whether they've extended that lead or not.
Well, I have a feeling Sarah Story's competition is really going to come from the French woman Galgain. She really, really wants a gold medal here from Paris.
It'll be interesting too, won't it, Rochelle? The further we get into this, everyone knows that Dame Sarah Story is the athlete to beat. Everybody wants to try and knock her off. That's just human nature. Do we see Heidi Galgain, Paula Andrea Os-Velosa, and the likes of Samantha Bosco maybe looking to try and do that as we see this chase group come through?
Oh, there's a Swiss rider there coming over in fifth position behind the 4 leaders, and this is the third group on the road. Called the first group of 4, then 1 rider, and now another 4 with Creti, Boutelet.
Yeah, 47 seconds. It was 42 previously, so they've taken another 5 seconds out over Matilde Doreg, Alana Forster, Eleonora Mallet, Maria Petule and Claudia Creti, 57 seconds back.
Well, they're a strong group of 4 riders as well, so it is looking, Mark, like that could come back together, as we have now seen the catch being made. These are the lead 4 riders of the men's C4 to 5 road race. 2 Frenchmen, 1 from the Netherlands, and the Ukrainian rider Dementiev. 4 very strong riders.
I always remember talking to New Zealand rider Greg Henderson, who won a stage in the Spain, was a lead-out rider for the great Andre Greipel. He said the roundabouts was the one area that they'd always go and do their research on. What side of the roundabout do we take, particularly leading in towards the finish line? And that is the little things that the teams will be aware of. That's where they do their homework. That's where they go out and do their due diligence. We've talked a lot about the bike technology, the socks, the clothing, all just adds up, but it's also about reconnaissance. So good to see the riders drinking and eating. They will all have something slightly different. It's not necessarily a right or wrong from a nutrition or hydration point of view. It just comes down to the individual. You've got to race on it though, you've got to train on it. But one of the hardest things to do is actually eat and drink under duress. When the heart rate is high, you're in that aero position. So very much a message for people out there that learn to eat and drink when you're doing your up-tempo training sessions, when you're in a little bit of hurt, so your body learns to absorb. And that is the 4 that lead this race: Van den Poel, Le Rousseau, Kumpf and Dementiev.
Yeah, 4 very strong riders, but we still have a very aggressive peloton with Alastair Donohoe and a few other riders very keen to come across to this group. Well, they have completed 2 laps of the 7 laps. Still early stages of the race, a lot of fluid and food being taken on board at this moment as the 4 riders just regroup and establish themselves. And the 4 riders in the women's C4 to 5 road race who are leading out on the road.
So Heidi Galgain coming to the front, looking to just take her turn. Sometimes too, you can be feeling, sometimes you can be sitting in the bunch, not maybe feeling that good, and just going to the front and bringing your heart rate up a little bit can sometimes just snap you out of that. Some riders just like to dictate terms and be in control and not be dictated to. The Dame Sarah Story getting a little bit of a free ride at the moment. I mentioned earlier, and I'm keen to get your thoughts on this one, Rochelle, could you see these 3 riders trying to work her over? Could we see these 3 countries together and potentially having a little bit of a relationship, saying, look, she comes with such a big reputation, anybody but her today?
Well, whether they have the experience or knowledge to do so is unknown. However, in the most of professional cycling, there would be discussion going on about how do we beat Sarah Story? What do we do together to ensure that that's one rider that won't take the gold medal today, which would be absolutely devastating for Dame Sarah Story. She's going for a massive record here in the road race. Marie Patolet, a little bit older and a little bit more nervous on the downhill high speeds.
So this is the chase group, chasing now 4 race leaders. This group includes Alana Forster of Australia, who's out there in front. It also includes the 2 Italians, Eleonora Mili, Maria Puccielli, who's the rider you can see here, and Claudia Creti. Now, we just emphasise that they were 57 seconds down, this group, on our leaders at the end of that second lap, 28.4 kilometres. Total distance today, 71 kilometres for our women. That is 5 laps in total.
A lot of work there being done by the Australian. These are the 4 leaders of the men's C4-5 road race. The 2 Frenchmen, the rider from Ukraine and one from the Netherlands. Well, what will be the tactics of France to win the gold medal? We can see the pain face on Dementiev of Ukraine in 3rd position there. And beautiful riding style, and just taking a little bit of a rest, the rider from the Netherlands, Van der Poel. He's done a lot of work, and now that there's 2 Frenchmen, the rider from Ukraine and the Netherlands will feel, okay guys, it's up to you to do the work. You've got the 2 riders, you've got the advantage here.
Yeah, Dementi, if you look at that, I'm not, as I said, I'm not a big one always for facial expressions, but certainly had that pain face on, didn't he? And you just want to make sure that he doesn't let those other riders know that he's in a bit of trouble, because they all look to try and drop him if he's not going to contribute. But this is the other group of riders behind. The 3rd of the French riders now looking to try and bridge up. And we've also taken Lauro Cesar Munro Charmin. So we've got Dorian Foulon now trying to bridge the gap as well, trying to make that lead group have 3 of the French riders in it.
There's Lassa of Austria still hanging on, and the rider from the USA.
That is, yeah, Elion Gardon of France. What a French-sounding name. A little flick of the elbow, come through. The Austrian is saying, I can't. I just simply don't have it at the moment. And based on their level of impairment too, Rochelle, some of the impairment that these athletes have will maybe allow some of them to be better climbers than others, but better climbers might not necessarily be as good, say, on the flatter parts of the course, might not necessarily have the power on the flatter parts of the course. So sometimes it all tends to sort of come out in the wash a little bit.
Yeah, absolutely. And we have 2 classifications, C4 and C5. So C5 being the least impaired, racing against C4 athletes with a little bit more severe impairment. However, only 1 gold, silver and bronze medal will be presented to this category, C4 to 5 men's road race.
And this is that lead group coming down very shortly to complete their 3rd lap. So it is Van den Poel of the Netherlands back on the front. Then we have the 2 French riders of Gatillon Lissou, Kevin Leconf, and of course we have the great man out of the Ukraine sitting in that group as well, and that is Yehor Dementiev.
Well, whilst these 4 riders are just trying to work out the strategy and how they're going to beat the 2 Frenchmen, there's been a little bit of hesitation, and we can see in the background there are riders chasing. I don't know if they are riders from the women's race, as they cross the line now for 4 laps to go.
And we'll get that time split. So they've come through 42.6 kilometres in a time of 59.11. So averaging, well, over 40 kilometres now, almost 42 kilometres now they are averaging. And we'll just see if we can get that split back to those other riders. 2 riders there certainly in the background.
Well, as you mentioned before, Mark, there is a Frenchman coming across to that group of 4 leading the men's race.
So we're on to the start of the 3rd lap, and we have Elion Gardon, who's just come across, along with Franz Joseph Lacer. They are a further 25 seconds back on our race leaders, Martin van den Poel of the Netherlands, Lauro Cesar Munro Charmin, and Dorian Foulon. In fact, Kevin Leconf, Gatillon Lerousseau, Yehor Dementiev and Martin van der Poel, our race leaders. And so number 164 in our women's race. Just starting to feel it. Sort of stuck in no man's land at the moment is Francisca Matilli-Dodig. She is trying to chase down that group of Samantha Bosco, Sarah Story, Heidi Galgan, Paula Andrea Osavalosa, who are our lead 4 riders. But it is a lonely place, isn't it, Rochelle? And you can just see her in that climbing gear.
Yeah, I think she's stuck between these 4 riders who are leading the race and the chasing group at the moment. But Sarah Story on the climbs moves to the front just to apply a little bit of pressure.
Yeah, looking comfortable too. And they will, don't underestimate the psychology being played out here too. I mean, you've sat in pelotons, some riders will try and chat to you, create the impression, hey, I'm doing it easy, just try and maybe get a bit of a read and a feel on how everybody else is feeling. But also too, I'd imagine every rider is going to go through some highs and lows.
Yeah, absolutely. We can see it, Gorgan, as I said, Heidi Gorgan of France, she will be the rider most motivated. However, seeing her do a lot of work on the front may backfire later in the race. These are the 4 leaders of the men's C4-5 road race. 2 Frenchmen.
Yeah, we've got Kevin Lecomte on the front, Gation Rousseau. And look, a little bit of a team chat going on here, bit of a discussion. The thing for me is Yehor Dementiev. How is he feeling? A road race champion from 2016. How is he feeling, the Ukrainian? Because he didn't look comfortable earlier. Have we seen him come through and take a turn? In fact, he's on the front now, so still believes he's got the legs.
He was silver in Tokyo, Dementiev of Ukraine. He's the rider in blue on the left side of our screen. Moving on to the back of the other 3 riders. He was silver in the road race in Tokyo, and he was also silver at the World Championships last year in Glasgow.
Chasing group of 2 riders looking to try and bridge the gap. Dorian Foulon, the 3rd of the French riders, currently 5th on the road, just ahead of him. Lauro Cesar Muro Schaman of Brazil. And Schaman, well, he was 2nd in the road race in Rio back in 2016. He's been a former 2-time world road racing champion back in 2017 in South Africa, Portugal 2021. And he was 4th in the road race in Tokyo. So he is a class quality bike rider, and he's got a very, very good compatriot there, or rider that he can work with in Dorian Foulon. And Foulon, well, he actually is the world record holder, Dorian Foulon, in the individual C5 or C4 to C5 individual pursuit, a time of 4 minutes 13.934, which is simply remarkable.
Well, Lecomte, he is the rider on the front now, in first position on the road of the men's C4-5 road race, putting the pressure down. And that's the Dutchman, Martin van der Poel, just trying to cover that move. He had to put a lot of work in after Lecomte made a little bit of an attack.
Rochelle, we've talked a lot about it throughout the cycling at Paris 2024 Paralympics, but you know, people that may have just been tuned in for the first time, and that is the tyre width and the less air pressure in the bikes these days. So historically it was narrow tyres, high air pressure. Now it's much wider tyres, a lot lower air pressure, and part of that is actually about less vibration going through the bike and therefore less energy being burnt. And the best way of probably explaining it is for people at home, if you rub your hands together, you'll feel warmth building up in your hands. Well, that is energy. And vibrations do a similar thing. They run through the body. They basically are making the muscles rub, and that is energy being burnt. So all of the science that's come in now.
Bit of a discussion going on between Patoulet and Creti, French and Italian riders. They are chasing the 4 leaders out in front. But for this woman of Switzerland, it is all business. She doesn't want to hang around. That's Samantha Bosco. She is putting down some big, big power.
Yeah, I think she'll be quietly pleased she's been joined by 3, because she was in no man's land there for a long period of time. And Maria Patoulet sitting in that group, 168 to Alana Forster of Australia. And that is that group. And Mille of Italy. So it's a good group of 4 riders. Very good group of 4 riders.
Yeah, if they could get themselves together, you see a little bit of a lull of pace here, but if they could really get themselves together and kind of team time trial, they would have a very good chance of catching the 4 leaders of the women's C4-5 road race, as we now go back to the 4 leaders of the men's C4-5 road race. They are getting themselves together. Now we'll see a helicopter view of how far they have on the 2 chasers from Brazil and France. So it's Charmin of Brazil on the front, and Dorian Foulon of France, and Charmin of Brazil just slipping into second position there. They are out doing the very, very committed chase now. They've decided they want to catch the 4 leaders. Having a bit of a discussion. We have to do it now. We have to put everything we've got in to catching the 4 riders out in front. It's now or never.
Well, it's whether or not the French rider's under team orders or not, because he doesn't really have to with 2 riders up the road. But I tell you what, if France could get 3 in a break of 6, well, potentially they could go gold, silver and bronze, but there's plenty of aggression still going on at the front of this men's C4 to C5 bike race. And on the front now, Yehio Dementiev, silver medal back in Tokyo 2020, and gold medal back in Rio 2016. And another little attack goes, and more hurt being applied by the French riders. And Kevin Lecomte, the defending champion, decides to put everybody in the hurt box.
Yeah, now when he gets word, he won't have word yet, but if he gets word that there's another French rider coming across, we may see the 2 French riders in the lead really back off a little bit and wait for the 2 riders to come across. But at the moment, they won't have that information, so they are racing for the medals, these 4 riders leading out in front.
About a 5% gradient, so not a really, just more of a power climb. 10% is considered to be pretty steep in any sort of cycling language, so 5% more of a power climb.
Oh, Lecomte now, well, he makes a breakaway because Dementiev, he doesn't want to go into the red, he doesn't have any more energy.
Well, this is gutsy because there's still an awful long way to go, still more than half this race to go, and so the defending champion Kevin Lecomte has decided to attack, and now the pressure goes straight back on Martin van den Poel of the Netherlands to try and bridge that gap. Doing a good job, the Dutchman.
Yeah, I'm not sure it was a specific effort to attack. He had a high speed, but we could see Dementiev of Ukraine, who just takes a bottle on the back there. He left a gap. And then he pulled aside, and it may have just been a tactical move from the Ukrainian.
And these are the 2 riders that are currently 5th and 6th on the road, trying to bridge that gap. So Laurio Cesar Morono Charmin of Brazil and Dorian Foulon of France. A little tack goes from the Frenchman, just to test the legs here of the Brazilian. Brazilian responds though.
Yeah, Dorian Foulon, he'd rather get across by himself rather than pull the Brazilian across to that front group of 4 riders. However, I don't think he'll achieve that.
Well, I mentioned it earlier. I mean, the Brazilian has been a 2-time road race champion in this division back in 2017, and South Africa and Portugal in 2021. He was 2nd in the road race in Rio, so he's got experience, he's got pedigree. Now Dementiev, after looking like in a bit of trouble on the hills, decided to come to the front. And look at him, this little replay there, just another little bit of an attack while the Frenchman was grabbing a drink. So there is Kevin Lecomte. What a bike rider, just so beautifully balanced. He was world champion in 2023 in Glasgow at the World Champs there, and also back in 2022 in Canada in the road race. Gold in the time trial, gold in the road race in Tokyo. So the form rider, the favourite coming in. But you do wonder here what Martin van den Poel will try and do as a disruptor. Back to the front of the women's C4 to C5 road race.
Yeah, and as I've said many times, it is Heidi Gauguin of France who's doing the majority of work. She's the most motivated after silver in the individual time trial in Paris and silver in the individual pursuit on the track in Paris. She wants a gold medal, however it could backfire that she's doing so much work. And Sarah Story, well, she's taking advantage of just having a little bit of a breather and a rest on the back. She'll make a big move at some stage, hoping that no one of the other 3 riders will be able to respond. Now this woman, Palais of France, she was the winner of the individual pursuit, 3,000 metres, and extremely relaxed here in the road race. She has a team rider, Gauguin, up the road, so she won't be doing any work. They have the 4 chasing riders. So we have 4 riders out in front.
Now, Lana Forster of Australia is the Australian on the front. One of 3 in this group. 164, Francesca Mettile-Doreg, who was in no man's land for a period of time, has been joined by these 4. Still just don't look quite as organised, do they? Because, as mentioned, we've got Maria Patoulet at the moment, who's acting just as a little bit of a policeman, a little bit of a sheriff. No real motivation for her to try and bridge the gap with her rider up the road, as you mentioned. And so this is part of the team dynamics. This could be potentially later in the race. On this downhill stretch before they start to complete each lap, it is quite technical, and that might just be an opportunity for one of these riders to hit a little later on. Everyone assumes that often the big attacks come on the climbs, but there is an opportunity to hit riders on the downhill as well.
Well, let's talk a little bit about Dame Sarah Storey in 3rd position of Great Britain. She is going for a huge record here at the Paralympic Games in Paris. She has won 19 medals, 14 gold medals in cycling and 5 gold medals in swimming. She wants to take it to 15 gold medals in cycling. And she's already known as the most decorated British paracyclist. The other day, which took the tally up when she won the time trial.
So Kevin Leconf. And look at the composure there. Very focused. And just have a look at the gear that they are pushing. So it might just have one more gear to go to, but they are all pushing their big chain rings, their small gears on the back. So in cycling terms, it's known as a gear ratio. Chain rings generally maybe have 53 teeth on the front. Smallest cog on the back might be a 10 or 11. So you'll say he's running a 53.10 or a 53.11. There's some cycling terminology for those not familiar with the sport. The disc brakes these days rather than the old traditional rubber ring brakes. So a lot of technology. And look at the heart in this man, Dementiev. He is as tough as they come. You've got to have a head like granite. You have to know how to hurt. A lot of bike riders will tell you, the athletes that win the races are those who are prepared to suffer the most. Who can stay in the hurt box, throw the key away. So, looking like a team's pursuit now. Really nice job being done here by the 2 French riders. They control this race, Kevin Leconf and Gatien Lerousseau. And the 3rd rider trying to bridge the gap, and Dorian Foulon of France.
Yes. We had a very specific medal tally on the Wikipedia this morning. So winning the individual
So coming back in to finish another lap. Has a wee look around. These 4 in control come back and come through their 3rd lap. And then they will just have 2 laps to go. So we'll get that time split for you. Samantha Bosco of the United States, there in the white. In the blue of Great Britain, it's Dame Sarah Storey. Sitting behind her, it is the Colombian Paula Andrea Osavalosa and then Heidi Galgan of France. And so they've come through 42.6 kilometres in a time of 1:09:38. Now the question is, how far back are the likes of Alana Forster, Maria Patoulet, Eleonora Meli, and the Austrian or Swiss rider Francesca Mettile-Doreg? So just taking that corner and enjoying the wonderful plaudits from this very vocal, very educated French public who love their cycling.
Sarah Storey just taking extra fluid on board there.
Let's just talk about the nutrition. I've said it. We'll just wait. In fact, we'll wait just for the second group to come through. So at the previous lap, the gap was 57 seconds to this main group. And so now it's already gone out to well over a minute. Just demonstrating how well that front four are working. And maybe just the lack of cohesion from these four trying to chase.
Well, as we said, there'll be no help from the French rider because she has a rider in the leading four. So Anna-Marie Poulet, she sits comfortably always on the back. There are three riders working.
So that gap now, a minute 32, so that is significant. And with just 2 laps remaining, just over 28 kilometres to go. Story, Galgain, Osavalosa and Bosco are well and truly clear. You're just going back to the nutritional side of it. I mean, every ride is going to be different. I mean, they're not going to necessarily be eating solid foods. They might have some sort of candy there, potentially high glycemic, but in terms of the makeup of what's in their drink bottles,
well, most riders will have a mix. They'll have 2 bottle cages. One will have a mix and one will have a water. Their soigneur, who does all the work, will know specifically what they want on the front of the bike, what mix they want, and what they want on the back bottle cage of the bike. So these riders are very familiar with their soigneurs. They have a lot of communication about their nutrition, on what lap, at what point they want to be handed what bottle or what food. And a gel going in on board for the Swiss rider.
Francesca Matilli-Doreg there. Yep, so you really don't want to be eating, particularly if the pace is on too, eating solid food. You can have your heart rate high, be chewing on some sort of high energy bar, and you feel like you go into a state of hypoxia.
Yeah, for a race of this distance, over 71 kilometres, the riders would have had a very good substantial breakfast 3 hours before the race start.
This is our chase group, so Alana Forster of Australia there, and then it is Francesca Matilli-Doreg of Switzerland. The Italian rider in the group is Eleonora Mili, and the French rider is Maria Patoulet.
Now Marie Patoulet, she won't do any work.
The men's C4 to C5 coming in to complete another lap for them, and this will be their 5th lap, and this will be the completion of the 4th lap. My apologies. So come through 56.8 kilometres. They'll then just have a further 3 laps to go. And again on the front, it is Yehor Dementiev of the Ukraine. The 2 French riders getting a great reception, Gatian Lusseau and Kevin Lecomte. And then maybe the dark horse, the man who maybe is just a coiled spring waiting to explode, in Martin van den Poel of the Netherlands. And so they come through on a time of 1:18.26. The gap last time to the chasing group was 12 seconds.
Well, it certainly looks like these 4 leaders have taken that gap out, and we'll get a time check as they go through the finish line.
And there you go, 1:18.26. So the first lap they did in a time of 19 minutes and 59 seconds. And then they've pretty much maintained that 20 minutes per lap. And so this is the 4th lap we're into of 7. In fact, they've completed 4 laps, so this is the 5th lap of 7. And our leaders are Yehor Dementiev, Kevin Lecomte, Martin van den Poel, Gatian Lusseau. These 2 riders are trying to join them, but that gap is now significant, and I wonder just at what point they might just recognise mentally, or mentally they start to wave the white flag a little bit, because you cannot see these 2 bridging up to that gap. It was just 12 seconds at the end of the 3rd lap. When they come down, well, it'll be well over a minute. So a minute 30 ticks over. And they're unofficially around about a minute 35. So riders 5th and 6th on the road. Loriot César Moreau Charmin and Dorian Foulon of France. Just coasting a little bit there, just trying to recover. Little left-hand turn. Not really hitting the corner with a lot of speed. And now, they are the soigneurs you talked about, those people out on the course that do the feeding.
Shaman of Brazil just takes a bottle. They're all using the official bottles of the Paralympic Games here in Paris 2024.
It's pretty casual now, isn't it?
Yeah.
You do just sense they've given up the chase here. There's no sort of tuck position. There's really high cadence here coming from the third of the French riders, Dorian Furlong, where you contrast here to our race lead, number 64, Kevin Lecomte. He's in that tuck position. You can see he's got the big gear on. His pedal revolutions are not quite as high, which means that he is just probably leaning on those slightly bigger gears. And also the fact that we also then just saw Martin van Poel also in the tuck position second wheel says that that pace is very much on up front. Women's C4 to C5 road race. Dame Sarah Storey now on the front. The great one. The athlete everybody wants to beat.
Well, they are the 4 leaders on the road with a significant time gap back to the chasers. As we now see again with the chase group just splintering, not working too well together. Francisca Matilda Dorig, she has the power and the strength, but she just doesn't know what to do with it because the other riders can't match it. The Australian Elena Forster moves to the front to apply some pressure to this chasing group. Back to the leaders, Sarah Dame Storey on the back, having a little bit of a rest inside the last couple of laps. Will she make a move on this lap or leave it to the last lap? That's the big question.
Well,
and who will be able to respond?
Yeah, as I said, they've been through 3 laps and they're on to their 4th lap of 5, and I think they know now this course well enough. They did it in the individual time trial, where they'll be now just starting to visualise in their head, when am I going to attack? What part of this course best suits me? They'll also now be just trying to get a little bit of a read on how everybody's feeling. There's the men's chase group, joined by the athlete out of the United States, and that is Elian Gardon. So he has bridged up to the other 2 riders, Lorio Cesar Moro Shaman of Brazil and Dorian Furlong of France. And I can't imagine, it might not be too far away actually before our leading men might catch up to our leading women. It was pretty close. The women went through that finish line and the men weren't that long after it. Of course, if they do come through, they can't jump on the men's wheels or anything like that. That is forbidden. So we could see the 2 races briefly come together. But now just starting to hurt a little bit, just starting to maybe struggle, just looking at the form here of Samantha Bosco, having to really work much higher cadence. You can see the head movement, that bungee cord just starting to stretch. Is she going to pop the American?
Well, look at Heidi Gauguin as she's on a mission to win a gold medal. She's had a silver medal to Sarah Storey in Paris in the individual time trial. She's had a silver medal to Marie Poulet of France in the individual pursuit. Sarah Storey now just trying to show what strength she has after the big effort from Heidi Gauguin. Well, I sensed that Sarah Storey was struggling a little bit with the pace of the French woman, Heidi Gauguin, on this climb.
Well, she looked back over her shoulder, Dame Sarah Storey, saw that Samantha Bosco was in trouble and then really just pressed on the pedals a little bit harder just to psych her out, just to say, hey, you're going to wave the white flag. I'm happy to reduce 4 down to 3. So it's very much game on up the front of the women's race, and this is this second chase group who are yet to start the climb.
A lot of work being done by the Australian Forster. No work at all being done by Poulet of France. She has no right, she has no obligation to do any work, having a very strong rider on the front now. As we see the leaders on the road, it is Heidi Gauguin of France. Dame Sarah Story, and also the Colombian.
Well, they're trying to definitely gap her. I think all three have realised that possibly she could just end up being a bit of a passenger, Samantha Bosco. So I think Paula Andrea Ossa Velosa of Colombia is also going to buy into these three. And the men's race, well, what an intriguing race that is. Two riders from France, one from the Netherlands and one from the Ukraine. And it is the Ukrainian just sitting back here in Yehor Dementiev. This will be a really interesting test up this climb. We might just start to get a little bit of a gauge of the fatigue levels of the riders. This is the one part on the course where real pressure can be put on. And if you are struggling a little bit, you might just feel it. Let's have a look here at Yehor Dementiev.
Yeah, he looks to be the one using, you know, most of his body to turn those pedal revolutions. However, he is a bit of a rider that knows how to bluff as well. Skip turns, sit on the back.
Really nice look at the gear there. Much higher or bigger cog at the back, which is the climbing gear, versus the smaller gear, which is the big power gear. And now really just dancing on the pedals is Kevin Lecomte, but comfortably sitting back there, second wheel, Martin van der Poel of the Netherlands. So this is your lead group in the men's C4 to 5 road race. These athletes with the lowest degree of impairment amongst the paracycling community.
Well, among these 4 leaders on the road, it seems quite apparent to me that Lecomte is doing the majority of the work for his teammate Rousseau, who established the early break. Lecomte came across, and now he's doing the majority of the work, allowing Rousseau just to recover and perhaps set him up for the gold medal winning position.
Second chase group on the road. Laura César Moreau-Charmin, Dorian Foulon of France, and Ilion Gardon of the United States. And again, a French rider there. Well, can decide to soft pedal, can decide to maybe go to the front and still soft pedal. What I mean by that is you go to the front, but you're not really putting the power on. You're just appearing that you're doing your work, but really it's not in your best interest. He's got 2 riders up the road. He'd be more than happy for this group to stay at 4.
Well, after a really big turn from Lecomte, he now takes some food, the gel on board. A very short turn from the Dutchman. However, he did need to go to the right side of the road for that bottle. So Rousseau now on the front for France.
Hazy day in the beautiful city of Paris. We're in the eastern suburbs of the Clichy-sous-Bois region. No wind on the course for the riders. There's one common denominator with bike riding. Every bike rider is allergic to the wind. And so have we still got the 4 riders, or are we just down to 3? Dame Sarah Story on the front, just driving the train in this women's C4 to C5. They are leading this race. They will finish this lap and have 1 more to go. Sitting second wheel, Paula Andrea Ossa Velosa of Colombia, Heidi Galgain of France. They are the 3. So the big story, Samantha Bosco, no longer part of this 4, really struggled on that climb. And I'm not sure when the bungee cord stretches, at some point, well, it just breaks. And you just say, you know what? It's not me today. It's not my day.
Well, we can see Heidi Galgain, France, on the back, just taking a gel on board. The nutrition is so important. As they are nearly halfway around their second last lap, so a lap and a half. Dame Sarah Story looking around just to see what's happening behind.
They should be very aware of Heidi Galgain, who put real pressure on her in the time trial. In fact, led her by 16 seconds through the first halfway time check. Heidi Galgain, the 2-time 3,000 metre individual pursuit world champion in Glasgow last year, Rio this year. So we know she brings the quality and the class.
There's her teammate who has been sitting on the back. Will there be a big move to try and get across? Well, not much she can do with such a big time gap. Just holding on to the back of these 3 working chasers.
Yeah, Franziska Matteli-Dodeg of Switzerland, who leads this chase group, currently is 5th on the road. She'll probably be a little bit disappointed that she didn't get into that early break. I think she's shown enough here to suggest that she would be strong enough. Little flick of the elbow, says, look, come through, do some work. But Eleonora Meli of Italy says, I can't. I'm not coming through. And that has been part of the problem. They just have not been able to get themselves organised. They just have not been able to put some sort of cohesive effort together where they're sharing the workload. It's a case of just one rider burning too many matches.
Yeah, I think we have established that the Swiss rider, Mathilde, she is the strongest. If we disregard the leaders here, Dame Sarah Story leading on the climbs. She chooses the right places to make it hurt. And the Colombian Osovalova, well, she was 3rd in Glasgow, last year's 2023 World Championships. She was 4th in the last Paralympics in Tokyo.
Pan American champion from the Pan American Games in Santiago too, so she might just be coming good at the right time. You often see it, don't you, with athletes, where you progress and then you sort of do quite well and then your sort of progress stops for a period, then you put layers and layers of training on and you suddenly just have that breakthrough season. And I just wonder whether Osovalova is that athlete. Are we just underestimating her? Everybody at the moment's talking Dame Sarah Story, Heidi Galgain. When it comes down to it, will it be those two contesting it? But I wouldn't underestimate the Colombian.
No, I wouldn't either, because Heidi Galgain has done the majority of the work. Dame Sarah Story is the strongest, purely due to power output, if we see in the individual time trial. In the men's C4 to 5 road race, we are with our leaders out on the road. There is 2 Frenchmen, a rider from Ukraine and from the Netherlands. What is the strategy here?
Yeah, interesting there. Nice high leg cadence being shown by our leader on the front, and that is Gatien Rousseau. So he, nice smooth that, much higher turnover than possibly what we've seen there from Yehio Dementiev, and that'll just come down to individual too. Some riders just naturally have a higher turnover and prefer to use maybe a slightly easier gear. Some riders, well, they prefer to press on a slightly harder gear. And over a shorter distance like this, probably doesn't make too much difference. When you're pushing a bigger gear over, say, a 200 kilometre type course, well, it does mean that you can burn a lot more energy in terms of glycogen.
Well, I think we'll see the bronze medal come from these 4 very committed riders in the lead at the moment, because with 2.5 laps to go, their lead is over 1 minute and 30 seconds. Dementiev just taking some fluid on board at the back. And we do have to ask what the tactic is, having 2 Frenchmen in this breakaway. Does one do more work than the other? In the women's road race, Dame Sarah Story looks over her shoulder with 1.5 laps to go.
Well, I wonder here, though, whether both Heidi Galgain and Paula Andrea Osovalova, they actually just now sort of say to Dame Sarah Story, nah, you do the work, you do the work. We know your reputation, we know how good you are. We're not going to come through here. We're comfortable. We're happy that even if this gets disjointed now, there's enough time between us and the chase group. We can still play around a little bit. So really interesting dynamics starting to play out in that women's race. Equally here, still, this is the chase group for this group. And Lana Forster, but that gap was significant. They were 1 minute 33 down at the end of the last lap. So I'm not sure that they're going to shut that down anytime soon, just looking at how disorganised they have been.
Oh, Palais, she's just been sitting off the back comfortably.
So men's C4 to C5. You are looking at our 4 race leaders. We have 2 French riders in that group, Kevin Lecomte, Gatien Rousseau, and in rider sitting back here, Martin van den Poel, who has been in the front group from the very start, and Yehio Dementiev, the Paralympic champion from 2016 and silver medal in Tokyo, is the Ukrainian rider.
those 4 leading riders in the men's race are coming around close to the finish line for 2 laps to go. They need to stay together and work together for a little bit longer.
Yeah, Van den Poel, he was second in the road race back in the Netherlands in 2019. It's been a little bit of a long time between drinks. I mean, picked up a silver medal in the individual pursuit in Glasgow last year at the Road Racing Championships in 2023. But his form has been somewhat up and down in between. Will it be his day-to-day? A lot of time to come right if you could win the road race in your own country in front of the home crowd. Now, this is the real test, I believe, here for Yehor Dmitriev on these little climbs. He's a, what's to say, he's not as smooth as bike rider as is the other 3. Now, that could be because of his impairment, but that doesn't necessarily say he doesn't have great economy.
It's difficult to say, isn't it? I mean, it does look like he's the weakest of the 4 riders, but it's a very difficult thing to really identify.
So they'll come through here, the leaders of our women's C4 to C5 road race. 1 lap to go. Dame Sarah Story on the front. This young athlete out of Colombia, Paula Andrea Osavalosa, and the even younger Heidi Galgain at just 19 years of age. It is game on. 14.2 kilometres will remain when they come through the start-finish line. Then we start to see the tactics. Settle back, folks. Here we go. Who fires the first shot? Time of 1:32.16. Will a 19-year-old who was inspired by Dame Sarah Story be the one that brings her remarkable winning streak to an end?
Well, the big ambitions of Dame Sarah Story at this Paris 2024 Paralympic Games was to win both the time trial and the road race. She now finds herself in the last lap, in the last 14 kilometres of the road race with another 2 riders.
Men's C4 to C5, our 4 leaders will come through the start-finish line. They will still have a further 3 laps to go, but we will have our 2 bunches come together. In fact, 2 laps to go for the men once they do come through here.
Time gap was 1:30 back to the 2 chasers on their last time through the finish, so it'll be interesting to see what the time gap is on this lap.
Well, you do sense now that the 3 medals will come from these 4. And just checking, 2 laps to go. 2 very intriguing races.
What's most intriguing to me now we see discussion between the 2 Frenchmen is that we've not yet seen a clear rider working for the other rider. So that might be what they're discussing now. How are we going to manage the final? What is our strategy going to be?
And there are the soigneurs, really important too now in this point of the race that you do get your drink into you, you do get your food into you. It just has to be habit. There it is, just confirming Martin van der Poel. He looks good though, Van den Poel, doesn't he? He's a big, tall, strong athlete. He'll be aware of the 2 Frenchmen. He'll be aware of the tactics they're going to play. I just wonder whether he looks to try and hit them first. Don't be dictated to, dictate to them. Put some pressure, see if he can drop one of the French riders.
Well, he has the right to sit on the back and say, look, you guys have 2 riders. You can do the majority of the work. Sit on now for quite some time and then a huge attack and see what he's got.
And he'll be aware of where he wants to attack on this course. He would have strategized it already. What point can I go? At what point can I then keep the pressure on? Do I do it on the downhill through the technical sessions? Do I hit them on the climb?
Well, when we see the time gap for the chase riders, that will determine whether the 4 riders in lead will just know the bronze medals. The gold, silver and bronze are between the 4 of them. As we now see the time gap between the 4 leaders and the 4 chasers in the women's race.
It will be significant. I mean, at the end of the day, they're now racing basically for 4th, 5th and 6th because, in fact, 5th, 6th and 7th because we still have the American who was in between And that was Samantha Bosco. Now, Bosco has crossed through the start-finish line. She's 38 seconds back. And this group then, including Nilana Foster, Francisca Matili-Dodeg, Eleonora Millet, we'll get that split for you. And so, yeah, officially, they are 3 minutes and 25 seconds back. This is the chase group looking to try and chase down our race leaders, Sarah Story, Paula Andrea Osavalosa and Heidi Galgan. On the front of this chase group is Francisca Matili-Dodeg of Switzerland. So 1 lap to go.
Yeah, as you said, Mark, it really does look like these chasers, being 3 minutes and 24 seconds down, they have 1 rider between themselves and the 3 leaders. So they'll need to catch the rider from USA, Bosco, if they want to be in contention for 4th place. But there are 3 riders contending the gold medal out in front. 1 rider between Bosco from the USA and then these 4 chasers.
Yeah, I think Samantha Bosco still has about a 2.5, 2 minute 40 lead going through there with 14.2 kilometres to go. She did win bronze in Rio. She's the Pan American road racing champion. I think she's probably got the class and pedigree, maybe with what probably would be around about 11 kilometres left for her to maybe just hang on for that 4th place finish. There she is. So that's actually not that far back, Bosco. That camera angle can be a little bit different, so the American still has just a little bit of hope. But now, some real hurt going on at the front of this race.
Oh yeah, we've finally seen some action at the front of the men's road race, and it is the rider from the Netherlands, Van der Poel, who puts down the pressure to see who can respond, and it is the rider from Ukraine. It is Dementiev. The 2 of them are putting pressure on the 2 French riders. Now, this was not expected. They are not in control for the first time during this race.
Well, we mentioned it too, that perhaps Martin van der Poel, it was his best interest. He needed to hit these French riders. He would have a strategy in his head of where to hit them. He's hit them hard now. Good chance the French riders will bridge back up again. Then at what point, though, does Van der Poel hit them again? It will come back together, but really, really good here from Van der Poel. He'll get a sense too that perhaps the French riders of Gatian Rousseau, Kevin Lecomte aren't perhaps as comfortable as perhaps they were showing earlier. Really, really good strategy here from the man from the Netherlands.
And it gives us an indication too that it's Lecomte from France who's doing the work for this man on the back. Number 65, Le Rousseau. He will be the expected one to win, but another attack, another pressure goes down from the Dutchman.
Just testing them out, not looking too panicked though, the French riders. Now, do the French look to try and hit Van der Poel? Do they look to go 1-2? Right, you can do it, we can do it. They've got this, in fact, there's 2 of them. And what we mean by that is that Gatian Rousseau, if he decides to attack and go up the road, it's up to Martin van der Poel. It is up to Yehe Dementiev to do the chasing. So they do chase, they do pull him back, then suddenly Kevin Lecomte attacks. Back again, Van der Poel has to do the chasing. Yamor Dementiev has to do the chasing. At some point, you just say, I can't.
Yeah. So in the women's race, C4 to 5 road race, it is Dame Sarah Story, the big favourite in the final lap. On the first climb, she applies the pressure.
Yeah, I'm surprised there's a men's peloton too, the leader reads, so we are going to probably see the men just come past the women. The women are on their last lap. The men still have the rest of this lap and 1 more to go. And now Dame Sarah Story, I am surprised that no one's looked to try and hit her yet. Are they going to bring it down to a sprint? If it's to come down to a sprint, Rochelle,
I think it's a dangerous situation for Sarah Story to let it come down to a sprint. She knows that on pure data from the time trial that she's significantly stronger than the other riders. This is the rider in between those 3 leaders. It is Bosco of the USA. Now she wants to hold on for 4th place and doesn't want to be caught from the riders behind. She doesn't have much chance of getting back to the leaders.
And that is that chase group. So that is Matili-Dodeg, Forster, Millet and Patoulet. Switzerland, Australia, Italy and France. So they at the moment are currently 5th, 6th, 7th and 8th on the road. but they were a good 3 minutes 28 behind that leading group.
Yeah, it's just a matter of
my
whether...
apologies, they were 3 minutes 25 back on that leading group of Story, Osavalosa, Galgan, with Bosco sort of stuck in the middle.
Well, if I was Petole here, knowing that, you know, she's got the strength, silver in the time trial to Sarah Story, she won the individual pursuit on the track, she needs to just attack, really. See what she can do.
Sorry, first attack now coming from the French riders. It's the young rider too. So the French have decided to hit, and it's come through Gatian-Rousseau. Immediately, here Dementiev of the Ukraine looks to try and jump on the wheel, and now we see Martin van der Poel in just a little bit of difficulty. How significant is this attack? You'll see here too, sitting on the back, Kevin Lecomte. He's just acting as a policeman. He's going to do nothing to help Martin van der Poel. They see the Dutchman as being the real danger to France going 1-2 here. So superb tactics being played out by the French.
A difficult position here for Van der Poel of the Netherlands, because it's all up to him to do the chasing. He won't get any help from Lecomte.
Just coming up past our race leaders in the women's race too. So the men have gone past our race leaders on the road. Of course, the women at the top of this climb. This is their last time up the climb for the men. They'll have one more time up this road. But now, what can Van der Poel do? Oh, that is a significant gap too. But look at the guts and the courage from Dementiev. Because we talked about it. We felt amongst the four riders, perhaps he was the one that is struggling.
Yeah, struggling or bluffing, that was the big question. Not looking so comfortable on the bike and skipping a lot of turns, spending a lot of time on the back. Perhaps just bluffing and sees now a medal chance. And this is where he is willing to contribute. He knows Rousseau's the chosen man for France. And look at the strength now from the Dutchman. He knows he needs to close this gap now.
Well, Van der Poel, at the start of this sixth lap, looked to try and hit the French two riders. He might have just paid for it a little bit here. He will come back. We know how strong he is on the flat. We've seen the big gear that he's been pushing. He's a beautiful sort of time trial type rider. But...
well, if I was Dementiev of the Ukraine, I'd just be sitting on, because they put themselves in a dangerous position here. Having Van der Poel of the Netherlands do the chase sets Lecomte up for a big attack. Dementiev doing the work on the front, he hurts himself as well. So here comes a big attack now from the Dutchman. No, he can't make his way through. A little bit of a bluff there. Well, Dementiev, he's not going to let any wind between himself and the leader. He wants to be in contention for a medal.
Well, Kevin Lecomte, we haven't really seen him fire his shot just yet, the defending champion. So he certainly still has his opportunity.
It looks to me that he's doing the work for Rousseau. Rousseau, he's been doing the chasing and the work on the front, controlling the peloton.
Real game of cat and mouse. Just look at the way they are just marking Martin van der Poel. They are putting a French rider on his wheel no matter what. Still underestimating, though, Yehor Dementiev. 2016 champion, silver 4 years ago, multiple world champion, the great Ukrainian.
Oh, some interesting dynamics playing out at the front of the men's C45 road race here in Paris, the Paralympic Games in 2024. We have an exciting race on our hands. 4 leaders, 4 riders fighting it out for the medals.
You do just sense the next time up the hill, one of those French riders will look to attack again. And it is just, as we expected, just a wonderful dynamic. It is just great theatre. It is just a game of chess. It's not always the best bike rider. Sometimes it's the smartest bike rider, but sometimes it's about having numbers in the peloton. You've got 4 leaders and 2 from one country. Generally, the odds are heavily in their favourite. Just having a look there at Yehor Dementiev. Now, women's C4 to C5. This is about to draw to a conclusion.
Yeah,
so we've got Heidi Galgain of France, Dame Sarah Story of Great Britain, and Ossa Velosa of Colombia. You do just sense now that this might just come down to a sprint finish as we go back to the men's race. Another big attack coming from Martin van der Poel. Not really sure. Just wants to look to maybe apply a little bit of pressure, just try and take the legs away from maybe some of these French riders for that last lap. Just put a bit of hurt in, fill your legs full of lactic acid. Just got to be careful he doesn't blow himself out on the process.
You can see Dementiev keeping an eye on Lecomte on the other side of the road.
Well, you already feel that these athletes feel like they've only got half a lap to go. They've still got another lap, but such is the cat and mouse game being played here.
Well, they can afford to with such a big advantage over their chasers. They know the medals will come from this group.
And now Dame Sarah Story looking to try and take control. Good even tempo going on. Galgain just sit there and poised. No point her taking any more to lead. Just conserve it. Hang Dame Sarah Story out there as long as she can. Big chain ring there on the front. Second or third smallest cog on the back. All of them, you notice a slightly higher cadence there from Veloso.
I'm just super surprised that Dame Sarah Story has left it so late in the race to be out in front by herself. This is the first chaser of those three leaders. It is the rider from USA, Bosco.
Well, three riders taking the right-hand side of the roundabout, the two French riders, and Van den Poel of the Netherlands. And Dementiev, well, he went down the other side and the pace goes back on. Van den Poel will look to try and just jump across here, bridge that gap. So it is Rousseau who again decides to go to the front, decides to put the hurt on the rest of them. I just still would not write off Lecomte here. While he has been doing an awful lot of work, he still looks very comfortable. Form looks good. Nothing seems to have phased him too much. I just wonder on that next climb, maybe it's his turn to attack. And I guess if you're the Dutch rider, Van den Poel, you've got to probably try and hit them before they hit you.
Yeah, well, you could see when he was sitting behind Lecomte that Lecomte purposely left a gap, making it hard for the Dutchman to chase and get himself back into contention. So a lot of strategy going on between the two Frenchmen. Lecomte at the back, Le Rousseau in second place behind Dementiev. As I said before, if I was the rider from Ukraine, Dementiev, I'd be leaving the front in the wind to the Frenchman.
Well, Rochelle Gilmore alongside of me has won the Commonwealth Games gold medal in road cycling in Delhi in 2010, professional bike rider for a long time, so bringing you all the expert analysis here of how potentially this could play out and some of the potential tactics.
Well, it's Le Rousseau of France leading at the men's C4 to 5 road race here. They will have one more lap to complete once they finish this lap. Dementiev on the front again. Interesting tactic. He's got two Frenchmen there. He should be taking the slipstream, conserving as much energy as possible, putting pressure on the Frenchman. Well, you're right, Mark. It is really a question mark as to who the lead rider for France is.
And now drawing to a conclusion, the women's C4 to C5 road race. Three superstars, the legend Dame Sarah Story, the up-and-coming superstar of the sport, and Heidi Galgain, just 19 years of age, and the current Pan American champion out of Colombia, the 32-year-old Paula Andrea Ossa Velosa. These three will get themselves on the podium. These three, unless there is a puncture or a crash, will be presented medals. It's just in regards to what order and what colour. Can they upset the great Dame Sarah Story, looking to try and win her 14th gold medal at the Paralympics?
3 kilometres to go in the women's C4 to 5 road race. We are coming to a close. Dame Sarah Story leads. As the road rises, she uses her strength and power to try and tire the athletes behind her.
One of the interesting things, just looking at Galgain here, just with that prosthetic, so Dame Sarah Story on the front, Paula Ossa Velosa, the silver medal, or second position. Heidi Gain there of France sitting in 3rd place. And now this downhill.
And they will have a rise up to the 1 kilometre flag to go. And I have a feeling that's where Sarah Story may try to make her move, because letting it come down to a pure sprint, I think, is always a dangerous thing for a rider who clearly has the power, speed and watts purely based off data. She wants to carefully get through those corners, and soon they'll start that final rise up to the 1 kilometre flag.
Just going to say the prosthetic there on the left arm of Gain, that is going to be, it's going to be hard to get out of the seat in a sprint finish and be able to drive the power. So much of sprinting is about just being able to lock the arms in. And we talked about different athletes with different impairments. Some impairments will probably impede certain parts of this bike course, whether it be climbing, whether it be on the flat. Others will benefit, maybe. But when it comes down to the sprint, it'll be interesting to see the sprinting technique and style of Heidi Gain at just 19 years of age. Men's race, well, it's suddenly become just a little bit pedestrian in the men's C4 to 5. But back on the front, the defending champion is Kevin Leconf of France. Sitting 2nd wheel is Yehio Dementiev. 3rd is Gatien Lerousseau of France. And 4th, Martin van den Poel of the Netherlands. Tell you what, they're going to come through. They're going to get the bell lap too. I often say it, 7 laps, well, 6 laps of hope and 1 lap of truth, and we're getting to that threshold, aren't we? Not just physical now. Now it becomes tactical. And now first attack here in the women's race as it come towards about the 2 kilometre mark, and Gain has decided to go. She's attacked Dame Sarah Story. Sarah Story now looking to try and get across. What I can say, I think possibly we've just seen Paula Andrea Osivalosa in a bit of trouble here on this final climb. What a gutsy move here coming from the French woman. Now Dame Sarah Story, can she respond? Can she get on that wheel? You can see the determination, but it's the young French rider who continues to put the pressure on. She dances on those pedals.
Oh, Gain, she was silver to Sarah Story under the 1 kilometre to go flag now. What can Heidi Gain of France do? Will this be a gold medal for the French woman? She's putting Sarah Story under pressure.
What a move from her. We did just sense that maybe if it came down to a sprint, based on her level of impairment, it might technically be a little bit harder for her. She's hit her on the final climb. She's got her cadence up. She's in the time trial position now. Has Dame Sarah Story, does she believe? What a performance. Look at the hurt.
Well, on paper, Dame Sarah Story has the power and speed and data to bring this back in the final kilometre, because she was the gold medalist in front of Heidi Gain in the individual time trial in Paris. Well, she's making her way back now to Heidi Gain.
Well, based on this too, it's now Dame Sarah Story. If she does get on the wheel, the advantage goes back her way. She has the ability to get out of the slipstream. They take this final turn. It's France versus Great Britain. Dame Sarah Story looking to try and yet win another race.
Well, both C5 athletes.
And Heidi Gain now 2nd wheel. Dame Sarah Story looking to try and take it to the line. Can the French rider ride over the top of her? I'm not sure she can. What a race, what a performance. It is the legend versus very much the apprentice. The apprentice looks to try and peel around the outside. Can she get the victory? It'll be Dame Sarah Story who wins the gold medal yet again. She wins her 13th, but she's had to do it. She was under fire from Heidi Gain, one of the great races, but once again, Dame Sarah Story, all of that experience, gets the job done. Paula Andrea Osivalosa will pick up the bronze medal.
Oh, she's a C4 athlete. She must be very, very proud, the Colombian, of that bronze medal in the women's C4 to 5 road race. It was 71 kilometres. The Colombian has taken bronze.
Well, it might be disappointment for Heidi Galgain, but she did everything right. I think tactically brilliant. I don't think she really felt she could leave it for a sprint. She took her chance. What a future she has, just 19 years of age.
Oh, disappointment. Silver in the individual time trial, silver in the road race here in Paris, also silver in the individual pursuit in Paris. 3 silver medals for the French woman, but it's all about Dame Sarah Storey. 2 gold medals in Paris. 2 boxes ticked.
Her 19th Paralympic gold.
14 gold medals in cycling. Dame Sarah Storey powers her way to the finish in front of Heidi Galgain of France, who just didn't have enough in the sprint. She left it all out on the road. Dame Sarah Storey, she takes a gold medal tally to 14 in cycling, 5 in swimming. What an incredible athlete. Well, 4th place will go to Samantha Bosco of the USA. She gives a wave to the crowd and enjoys her comfortable ride in for 4th place at the Paralympic Games here in Paris, trying to give one of her fans her bottle. A great ride.
Yeah, gutsy. She was part of that lead group for so much and just struggled with 2 laps to go on the climb. But she will keep off, she will stay away from that chasing group, which includes the likes of Alana Forster, Eleonora Mealy and Emily Petricola. Maria Patule also in that group. She had to work for that one. There would have been a little bit of doubt. Now back to the front of the men's race, the C4 to C5. And this is 4 riders, 1 lap to go. Martin van den Poel of the Netherlands looking to try and attack the 2 French riders of Kevin Lecomte, Gation Rousseau, and also stuck there in the blue is the great Ukrainian Yahya Dementiev. We said that it would now become incredibly tactical. We've still got the climb to go. There are not too many other opportunities on the course. France have 2 riders. The advantage is with them through this little technical part over the cobbles. Settle back, folks. It is game on. Here we go.
What an exciting finish we have on our hands here in the men's C4 to 5 road race with the 4 leaders out on the road. They are bound to take the gold, silver and bronze. In which order will they go? France having the advantage of 2 riders.
Well, both the French riders, particularly Kevin Lecomte, he looks still pretty comfortable. Still for me though, Yahya Dementiev, who doesn't have the form, or the technical form perhaps some of the other riders, and again that because can be due to his impairment. He has just been such a street fighter all day. He is just so damn tough. You cannot coach that. That is an inherent quality, that ability to suffer like that.
Oh, this is where we've asked ourselves before. Is it bluffing or is it absolute fatigue from the Ukrainian Dementiev? He slips in behind Van der Poel of the Netherlands.
You do just think, though, on the climb, one of these 4 riders is going to launch a blistering attack. And sitting back there, I wonder, Rochelle Gilmore, whether it's Gation Rousseau, who is the one that looks to take control of this race.
It does feel that way with Lecomte setting the pace on the front, that he's setting Le Rousseau up for a big move. As we say that, it comes up for some discussion.
Yeah, team tactics going on here. I think that Van den Poel's got the power. I'm not sure that necessarily that Yahya Dementiev has got the power to launch the attack. I think he's strong enough to get on a wheel. But it's very much the Dutch rider who is just that tall figure. We've already saw it in the previous lap where he did try and hit the 2 French riders at about this point on the course. And so The game of cat and mouse continues. Which one of these four athletes runs out of talent first?
And now it looks like Le Rousseau will do the work on this little climb, this rise. Lecomte in the wheel. Van der Poel in third. And Dementiev in fourth position on the road as we come into the final stages, the business end of this bike race.
Well, I think Martin van der Poel will be more than happy with where he's currently seated as we go back and have the sprints for those minor placings in the women's race. And crossing the line will be Maria Petule over Franziska Mettile-Dodig of Switzerland. And then it will be Alana Forster of Australia and Eleanor Mealy of Italy. So Mealy will finish 8th, Forster 7th, Franziska Mettile-Dodig will win 6th, and Maria Petule, the French rider, will finish 4th. She'll be pleased, though, that her fellow countrywoman Heidi Gaogan won the silver medal. And now we've got Lin Zhaohui of China, of the People's Republic of China. We've got the other Italian rider in there, Claudia Creti. And the second of our Australian riders, Emily Petricola, crossing the line as well. Petricola finishing in 11th, Creti in 10th, and Li Zhaohui in 9th. Now approaching this climb. It was two French riders on the front. They have now split it. They've got Van den Poel sitting second wheel. They are controlling the pace at the front of the race. It is Gatien Le Rousseau, Martin van den Poel, second wheel. Kevin Lecomte, the defending champion, sits there in third. And the man who just seems to continually have a pain face on, Yehor Dementiev, sitting in fourth. Who goes, who attacks? When does it come? Is it going to come now? Still stays together.
Well, Le Rousseau is the Frenchman setting the pace on the front. Lecomte's teammate in third position. Van der Poel of the Netherlands in second position, and Dementiev of Ukraine just on the back there, analysing the riders in front of him.
A little bit of cramp maybe there coming from 64, which is Kevin Lecomte, just gives the quadricep just a little bit of a rub. But again, is it Yehor Dementiev? We know what a quality bike rider is. 2016 Paralympic champion, silver in Tokyo.
Whilst Lecomte trying to rub that cramp out, Le Rousseau is asking for some help. However, it is up to the Frenchman with the advantage to be pushing the wind. Dementiev just taking advantage of sitting in the slipstream, as does want the Dutchman.
Well, Dementiev too picked up the gold medal at the London Paralympics, so he certainly has the depth of experience, but still Lecomte there, it still seems to be just struggling a little bit. So we're now up the climb, so it'll be interesting to see just at what points on this course, what opportunities do present themselves.
Well, yeah, we can't count out Dementiev because here in Paris he's in good form because he was silver in the individual pursuit, 3,000 metres on the track. So the form's there.
And just notice there that Le Rousseau is just absolutely tracking Van den Poel. There is a French rider pretty much glued to his wheel.
Van der Poel slips into second position there behind Le Rousseau of France, Lecomte in third, Dementiev in fourth. Well, this is coming down to exciting tactics and strategy here in the men's C45 road race.
Yeah, real game of cat and mouse now. And this is where Van den Poel does not want to be. He does not want to be on the front here, having to constantly look over his shoulder, knowing that there's two French riders who potentially could attack. He does not have eyes in the back of his head, so he is going to just set now maybe a good solid tempo here. And so the pace does go back on. Fascinating tactics. It's been these 4 riders for a large part of this race. Again, unfortunately, one of them is going to miss out on a medal. Now Van den Poel continues to just apply the pressure at the front. So bringing it back up to that 50 km/h pace, tucked into that time trial position. And Gautier Rousseau is this French rider, sitting there on the back. And he was 3rd in the individual pursuit, picked up a silver in the time trial. 4th in the road race back in Tokyo.
Well, the interesting thing about these 4 riders in the breakaway is that Dementiev and Van der Poel, the 2 non-Frenchmen, are C5 athletes. The 2 Frenchmen are C4 athletes. And they are racing in the 1 division here, 1 race for the gold, silver and bronze. And it's Van der Poel makes the attack on the climb.
Immediately though, the 2 French riders jump straight across onto his wheel, but just wanting to test them. Got to be careful, he does not want to be on the front for much longer. He do not want to have the French jump him. A good time to jump in is straight immediately off the back of one of those attacks. He looks to attack again here. And once again, Dementiev just having to play chaser, sitting on the back, the Ukrainian.
5 kilometres to go in this men's C4 to 5 road race, and we have an exciting race for the gold, silver and bronze on our hands between these 4 riders who have a clear lead out on the road, coming into final 5, inside the final 5 kilometres.
Well, Van den Poel's decided to take the other side of the roundabout and then look to try and hit them, so that was another tactic of him. French, though, aware of it, and Kevin Leconte gets struck back onto his wheel. And now another one of the French riders goes. Now we're about to see Gautier Rousseau go, and it's up to now Van den Poel. I wonder whether we're going to see the 1-2 French punch here. One rider goes, next then attacks. And Van den Poel in a bit of difficulty. Gets back on. Do the French hit him again? A little bit of a gap just starting to open up.
Well, if Leconte has it in his legs, now would be the time. We see a very, very happy Australian cross the line for 12th position, Meglemon. Oh, here are the tactics.
Oh, this is what we wanted to see, isn't it? Yehor Dementiev decide to go. We've been waiting for him. Don't know whether he's been bluffing all day or simply struggling, but he's nothing ventured, nothing gained. And now it is Gautier Rousseau, who attacked earlier, who's just having to work that little bit harder to get back on. And now we see Kevin Leconte. No, we don't. It's Van den Poel again. So just under 4 kilometres to go in this men's C4 to 5 road race. Fascinating duel.
Well, it certainly is an exciting race. Coming up to 3 kilometres to go, it's the Dutchman, Martin van der Poel. He is applying the pressure, putting the pressure and the sting in the legs of the other 3 riders. They can't come through at the moment. They need a breather. Well, they're looking behind to see how far the chasing group are.
I just wonder, Rousseau there, if another big attack comes, because he did look like he was in a little bit of difficulty here, but he's got enough time. Amazing how quickly you can recover once you get back onto the front wheel of another cyclist. Back to the finish of the women's C4 to C5 race. Won earlier today by Dame Sarah Story, Heidi Galgan of France picking up the silver, Paula Andrea Osavalosa the bronze, and we've just seen Marilia Delgado of Argentina finish, and now Sean Morali of the United States, Keely Shaw of Canada. We can tell you that while Nicole Murray of New Zealand was entered to start, she did not start, so that brings a conclusion to the women's C4 C5. The men's C4 C5 about to draw to a conclusion as well, with less than 4 kilometres remaining of this 99-kilometre race.
Well, after these corners, they're going to have a slight rise up to the 1 kilometre to go banner. First they'll descend. Will someone make a move on that rise? Well, I'm sure they will. It's Leconte on the front, Dementiev in second. Leaving a little bit of distance is the Dutchman, Van der Poel. And La Rousseau on the back for France. What an exciting finish we have coming up here in the men's C4-5 road race, the Paralympic Games in Paris 2024.
Well, there's not a lot of room here now, is there? So a couple of little tight technical turns, and then really that last climb where they've got that one opportunity to try and stretch. Otherwise, you sense it's going to come down to a sprint finish, and then you don't rule anybody out. It'll come down to who's positioned on what wheel. And you just feel here that Kevin Lecomte, he's looking over his shoulder. He's wondering when the attack from Martin van der Poel will come, or whether it possibly will be for Yehia Dementiev. Or do we see his fellow countryman, Gauthier Lerousseau, decide to attack? Two French riders, one out of the Ukraine, one out of the Netherlands. Just over 2 kilometres remaining.
What a focused face we see on the Dutchman, Martin van der Poel. He's all business, he's serious. Well, this is serious. It's the Paralympic Games road race. And Lecomte leads out.
Well, Lecomte is the world champion in 2023 in Glasgow, won the road race at the World Championships in Canada in 2022. He's the defending time trial champion from Tokyo 2020. He's also the defending road race champion from Tokyo. So looking to try and defend the title. He won at the last Paralympics. Can he do it? Will it be his fellow countryman, Gauthier Lerousseau, who's just 21 years of age? And now rider here, just trying to sit on the back of the bunch. He won't be welcomed, having been lapped. And now this is the final climb. And looking to try and ride off the front is Lecomte. Bit more urgency now coming from Dementiev. And Lecomte does attack. Dementiev jumps straight across. Van der Poel goes too. Sitting back there in fourth wheel, Gauthier Lerousseau. So, settle back. Looks like we will have a sprint finish. So the 1 kilometre marker. 4 riders, 3 medals up for grabs. 2 French riders. Can they go gold, silver? Or will they be upset by the Ukrainian and the Dutch rider? All of them have pedigree. All of them have class. France, who have the percentages in their favour with 2 riders in this bunch. Large crowd waits at the finish line. 2 local national heroes looking to, again, change the mood of a nation. Sitting back, you'd have to say, at the moment, Rousseau has the advantage, being fourth wheel.
Van der Poel strategically leaving a little bit of a gap between himself and Dementiev. Dementiev hard on the wheel of Lecomte while he's watching behind. Cat and mouse, this is a sprint.
So Lecomte decides to go. Kevin Lecomte from France has decided to lead it out. Yehia Dementiev sits on his wheel. Big Martin van der Poel of the Netherlands sitting in third. Rousseau of France in fourth. The big sprint finish to the line. Kevin Lecomte continues to keep it going. Can he hold on here? Dementiev of the Ukraine looking to try and upset, but it might be the defending champion. Still some distance to go. Dementiev, though, starts to put the pressure on the Ukrainian. Can he grab it? Can he do the unthinkable? It'll be the Ukrainian. Oh, what a performance. What a performance. Of all 4 riders, he was probably the least likely. The man who won it in 2:16, the man who won it in 2:12, now wins it in 2:24. What courage. Wow.
Unbelievable ride from Ukraine's Dementiev. He's taken the gold medal here. Silver goes to Lecomte for France. And bronze to the Netherlands, Martin van der Poel.
So, Yehia Dementiev, what a performance, wins the gold medal. Kevin Lecomte, the veteran from France, the defending champion, picks up the silver. Martin van der Poel of the Netherlands, the bronze. But the most uncanny, the most unlikely of the 4. He bluffed, he played the game, and he's done it. His 3rd gold medal at Paralympics. You do have to feel for Gatien Rousseau. Misses out on a medal in that initial break, the Frenchman, but just 21 years of age. What a big future he's got.
I feel the Frenchman didn't have a very clear strategy in the last final laps. And they had a clear break of 4 riders. And that's potentially what can happen at such an event as the Paralympic Games, when each rider wants to ride for themselves. Here's the celebration of the gold medalist. It's Yehor Dementiev of Ukraine.
Well, is it a case of disappointment for the French? 2 riders in a break of 4, and they come away with the silver medal. This man here, the bronze. Wonderful performance from him. Here he is, Martin van den Poel. Bronze medal for him.
Oh, that's what it means to win a bronze medal at the Paralympic Games. Mathieu van der Poel of the Netherlands celebrates a bronze medal here in Paris in the C4-5 men's road race. What an achievement for the Dutchman. Oh, we had an extraordinary race here in men's C4-5 road race. 4 riders broken away early in the race, extending their lead and working very, very well together over a few laps to ensure that they would be the 4 riders racing for the bronze medal. Unfortunately, we lost one of the really big favourites in Gabru early in the race to a crash, but when it came down to the 4 riders who had established a handy lead, it was all tactics and strategy. The French just not quite getting it right on the day, which would be so disappointing in front of a home crowd here in France. Well, they do win a silver medal. They can celebrate that. But it was Dementiev of Ukraine taking gold. Kevin Lecompte takes silver, and Martin van der Poel of the Netherlands takes bronze for an exciting men's road race.
What an emotional moment, though, for Yehor Dementiev. We talked throughout this race that were we underestimating him? Was he the dark horse in the pack here? He looked arguably form-wise, maybe not the smoothest bike rider, but as mentioned, that can often be a simple reason because of his particular impairment. Have a look at this, just takes the right line there. Kevin Lecompte, I mean, when you're sitting second wheel, you get the ability to launch out of that slipstream there.
Yeah, Kevin Lecompte started his sprint very, very early with Dementiev on the wheel, feeling comfortable in the slipstream, and just waited for the right time to come off the wheel and marginally pass the Frenchman Lecompte with excitement. What a thrilling finish for Dementiev of Ukraine. Well, that's what it means for him and his nation.
So more of our riders in the men's C4-5 road race coming down to finish. Number 78 out of Colombia. Just confirm those riders for you. And they do cross that line. Athlete out of the United Arab Emirates too. And that is Ahmed El Bedwayi. The Colombian rider is Edwin Fabian Martez Ruiz. Really nice to have riders from the United Arab Emirates, a country that really, when it's coming to cycling, these are the athletes who are, I guess, pioneering the sport. Those riders still have a lap to go. And now warming down, ever the professional Dementiev. Not just happy with the medal, but such established protocols. He now wants to recover.
It's a great thing about cycling. There's always another race to come, so the warm down is really, really important. It also just makes you feel better going to bed at night without too much lactic acid in the legs.
It must be incredibly difficult though, isn't it? You've just won this remarkable road race. You've got a large crowd here, share in the moment, but you've got such discipline. You just want to get back onto your rollers. And now this large group of riders, including the Australian who has been absolutely aggressive all day, and Alistair Donoghue, the third of the French riders too, looking to try and finish it off for the French public. And Daniel Abraham Gebru is also in that group out of the Netherlands. Athlete from the United States, and that is Julien Gardon, and we'll pick that up for you on the finish line. It will be Laura César Moreau-Charmin. Alistair Donoghue will finish in 6th. Julien Gardon will finish in 7th, and Dorian Foulon, the French rider, will finish in 8th place. Damien Ramos Sanchez of Spain in 9th, and they were around about 7 minutes behind the overall winner, which of course was Yehia Dementiev of the Ukraine. And yeah, disaster early on for Daniel Abraham Gebru, who finished in 9th after taking that initial crash. Was really much a favourite as, I guess, the post-mortem for these two begin.
What an aggressive sprint it was. The Australian was really hoping to win that sprint. Don't know how he had that Brazilian strength on the left of our screens. He took out that sprint for 5th place. Alistair Donoghue taking 6th. I don't know if USA takes 7th. Florian Florian, sorry, from France takes 8th. So 3 riders in the top 10 for France. On what they consider a disappointing day.
Oh, that's bike racing. It's the district of Clichy-sous-Bois, eastern suburb of Paris, which has been the venue, a nice eclectic mix of countryside and suburban housing. There's the magnificent city of Paris in the background as we just go back and again capture those images of what is an historic day for Ukraine, with Yehia Dementiev picking up the gold medal over the defending champion Kevin Lecomte of France, and the bronze medal there for Martin van den Poel of the Netherlands. And like we've seen it, all of these Paralympics across all the sports, particularly in the endurance-based sport, that look of pain and anguish pretty quickly replaced by a smile. And then the chase group, well, it's a mirror image again, isn't it? Got their pain faces on. Putting huge power through those pedals. And really good performance there from the Brazilian Laura César Moreau-Charmin, who ultimately would end up finishing 5th. Alistair Donoghue, who was so aggressive early on in this race. What a class act to finish in 6th place from him. The man out of Spain, Damien Ramos Sanchez, the 38-year-old.
Well, he comes in for top 10, 10th position at the Paralympic Games. As we now see a replay of the exciting sprint in the women's C4 to 5 road race. Dame Sarah Storey. She came here with 2 big ambitions to win gold in the individual time trial and road race, and today she has ticked both of those boxes.
What a performance though from Heidi Galgain, who really did just attack her on the final climb, less than 2 kilometres from the finish, and you are looking at the icon and Sarah Dame Storey, and I wonder whether we are just looking at the future here in Heidi Galgain. Dame Sarah Storey, 46 years of age, Heidi Galgain just 19. Paula Andrea Ossa Velosa, well, she was so much a part of this race. She wrote her own little chapter. And she will be delighted to get herself on the podium, the Pan-American road racing champion from 2023. Adds bronze to her already impressive CV.
Yeah, that'll be the biggest achievement for the Colombian. Ossa Velosa, well, she gets her congratulations from Dame Sarah Story.
Yeah, great camaraderie, isn't it?
Absolutely. Dame Sarah Story said some of these riders were not even born in 1992 when she started winning gold medals at the Paralympic Games. So there's a big age difference, and Dame Sarah Story being an inspiration to young riders.
It's an interesting point, because you make that, you know, part of your legacy is wanting to inspire athletes with a disability, inspire athletes to take up sport, and then those ones that you inspire are ultimately the ones that might end up being the ones that end up toppling you eventually. I think, you know, the great example, I think, is globally is probably Tiger Woods in golf. It's all the golfers that he inspired that are now winning the major championships. So it's a wonderful legacy that she has left.
Well, we're not sure if she's left, because she's very blasé about her will she retire. We're talking about Dame Sarah Story. She says, don't count me out for another Games, because I love to inspire the younger generation. And we may or may not see her continue.
So 3 more of our riders coming in. It will be the athlete Louis Klink of Belgium is certainly one of them. The Dominican Republic rider Jose Frank Rodriguez Hernandez. And then out of Austria, Franz Josef Laser, who was actually a big part of this race today. Did try and bridge the gap and then just completely blew to pieces. But was very much in the fight, and it will be Jose Frank Rodriguez Hernandez, the 46-year-old from the Dominican, who will look to try and lead his rival Louis Klink of Belgium across the line. So the Dominican Republic rider will end up finishing 11th. Klink of Belgium 12th. And Franz Josef Laser will end up finishing in 13th place. Next rider to come down and complete the men's C5 road race will be the Hungarian Zsombor Vermeza, 26 years of age. Gets a great reception from this very knowledgeable and passionate French crowd. I want to congratulate the people of Paris, the people of France, for the way they have really taken these Games, Paralympics to their hearts and got out there and supported it. A lot of the venues are sellouts. Certainly large numbers out on the streets today here in Clichy-sous-Bois over the 14 2.kilometre course. And so a really good experience there for Zsombor Vermeza of Hungary. Hazy day in Paris. Eiffel Tower there in the background. Magnificent structure. Just so many icons. So much history in this most magnificent of cities. Let's go back and have a look at the Hungarian rider, Zsombor Vermesa. He was 14th in the Tokyo road race, and he'll match that today with a 14th place finish here in Paris 2024 Paralympic Games. There will be the victory ceremonies for both the men's C4 to C5 and women's C4 to C5. As once again, we take back these what are and what will certainly become iconic images. Certainly in the Ukraine with Yehia Dementiev winning a gold medal for them. And I'd imagine it'll be mixed emotions for the two French riders, Kevin Lecomte, who finished second, Gatillon Rousseau, who ended up finishing fourth. Rousseau looked so incredibly strong for most of that race. Martin van den Poel, well, we know how happy he was. We saw the emotion knowing that he'd won a bronze medal. And then the next of our pain trains, as I affectionately like to call it, as you see the pain face on. Isn't it great just to see Brazil, Australia, United States, France and the Netherlands all just competing against each other. One common goal, one common interest, and that is the love of cycling. And it was Mauro Schamann of Brazil who won the battle within the race, that little battle within that race. And Dame Sarah Story winning her 14th gold medal in Paralympic cycling, her 19th in total because she won 5 in the sport of swimming. She yet again wins the double, the time trial and the road race, but she was tested, she was pushed. It was certainly not guaranteed because Heidi Galgain of France, the young apprentice at 19, really did take it to her in the final 2 kilometres and put some real doubt on her head. But there's a reason why she had won 13 previous paracycling gold medals prior to that. That's what we like to see. Great support coming now for the next of our finishers in the men's C4 to C5, and it is Timothy Zemp of Switzerland, one of the real characters. And that's a great thing, isn't it? He's had a busy schedule at these games. He's done the 1,000-metre time trial on the track, the 4,000-metre individual pursuit. He did the team sprint. He's done the time trial and now the road race. Well done to him. And just behind him, it'll be the Chilean rider of Hernan Moya Contreras, the 34-year-old. He was 4th at the Pan American Games in 2023 in Santiago in Chile. That's what it's all about. It's not always just about those athletes at the front of the peloton. A lot of these riders have gone through exactly the same emotions. They've gone through the same level and degree of hurt and anguish. Just haven't been able to quite close gaps at key times, but really nice to just embrace the public here and celebrate in the moment. It's been a lot of work put in by all of these athletes, a lot of highs and lows in training. Interesting that Moya Contreras, he was actually named Sportsperson of the Year in San Fernando in Chile, which is a region of the country. So great to see that para-athletes are being recognised within their own countries.
I'm here.
So just confirming the results, women's C4 to 5 road race. Dame Sarah Storey winning her 14th Paralympic cycling gold medal in a time of 1:54.24. The smallest of margins over Heidi Galgan of France. And then in third place, what a performance too. So just confirming those results once again. Dame Sarah Storey of Great Britain winning the gold medal. Heidi Galgan of France the silver medal. And the Colombian Paula Andrea Osavalosa picking up the bronze medal. And very shortly we will have the victory ceremony for the women's C4 to 5 road race. will then be followed by the men's C4 to 5 road race on what has been a remarkable day of racing.
Mesdames et messieurs, la cérémonie des vainqueurs de la course sur route femmes C4-5.
Ladies and gentlemen, the victory ceremony for the women's C4-5 road race.
Veuillez accueillir les médaillés.
Please welcome the medalists.
Victory ceremony for the women's C4 to 5 road race.
Les médailles seront remises par
The medals will be presented by
Monsieur Tony Sainsbury OBE, membre de l'ordre paralympique.
member of the Paralympic Order.
Accompagné par
Accompanied by
Monsieur Renato Di Rocco, vice-président honoraire de l'Union cycliste internationale.
UCI Honorary Vice President.
Médaille de bronze représentant la Colombie.
Bronze medalist representing Colombia, Paula Andrea Ossa.
Bronze medal for Paula Andrea Ossa. Fourth in the road race, Tokyo 2020. The current Pan American road racing champion. But perhaps this one means the most. What a performance from her. Paula Andrea Ossa is your bronze medalist.
Médaille d'argent représentant la France.
Silver medalist representing France,
Heidi Gauguin.
Heidi Gauguin, just 19 years of age, she won gold in the 3,000 metre individual pursuit, silver in the time trial, and she backs that up today with a silver medal in one of the most courageous performances we have seen in the history of para road racing. Silver medal to France's Heidi Gauguin.
Médaillée d'or et championne paralympique représentant la Grande-Bretagne.
gold medalist and Paralympic champion representing Great Britain, Sarah Story.
Well, Dame Sarah Story for the 14th time in her paracycling career. She stands on the highest step of the dais. Another gold medal goes around her neck. She once again wins the double. She wins the road race here in Paris. What an athlete, 46 years of age. Her 19th Paralympic gold medal overall, because she picked up 5 in the sport of swimming. Dame Sarah Storey is your gold medalist. An unbelievable record. And now the playing of the national anthem of Great Britain.
Ladies and gentlemen, please stand if you are able for the anthem of Great Britain.
Well, Dame Sarah Storey still as emotional now after 14 in the sport of cycling, after 19 in total. That still means that much to her. She had to work for it today. Heidi Gao gained the silver medal. Paula Andrea Osavalosa, the bronze medal. That's how it stands. History has been created once again. Women's C4 to 5 road race. Men's C4 to C5. Yahir Dmitriev of the Ukraine, the gold medal. Kevin Leconf of France, the silver. Martin van den Poel of the Netherlands, the bronze.
et messieurs, la cérémonie des vainqueurs de la course sur route homme C4-5.
Ladies and gentlemen, the victory ceremony for the men's C4-5 road race.
Veuillez accueillir les médaillés.
Please welcome the medalists.
Victory ceremony for the men's C4 to 5 road race.
Les médailles seront remises par
The medals will be presented by
Monsieur Tony Sansbury, OBI, membre de l'ordre paralympique.
member of the Paralympic Order.
Accompagné par
Accompanied by
Madame Anne Gripper, membre du comité directeur de l'Union cycliste internationale.
UCI Management Committee member.
Médaillé de bronze représentant les Pays-Bas.
Bronze medalist representing Netherlands.
Martin van der Poel.
So bronze medal to Martin van den Poel of the Netherlands. Second at the road race in the Netherlands at the World Championships back in 2019. Won a silver medal at the World Championships in Glasgow in 2023 in the individual pursuit. And he was absolutely delighted to cross the line knowing that he'd won a medal.
Médaillé d'argent représentant la France.
Silver medalist representing France.
Kevin Lequinf.
Well, the two-time World Road Racing Champion from 2023 and 2022. He was the defending Paralympic champion. He was part of just a remarkable race, but it's silver for him today. Kevin Lequinf of France is your silver medalist.
Médaillé d'or et champion paralympique représentant l'Ukraine.
Gold medalist and Paralympic champion representing Ukraine.
Yehor Dementiev.
Yehor Dementiev is your gold medal. What a performance it was from him. Guts, determination, no compromise. There was a silver for him in Tokyo. He won gold in London back in 2012. And now he will once again be forever Paralympic gold medalist and champion for 2024. Yehor Dementiev of Ukraine is your gold medalist.
Mesdames et messieurs, si vous le pouvez, veuillez vous lever pour l'hymne de l'Ukraine.
Ladies and gentlemen, please stand if you are able for the anthem of Ukraine.
A very emotional Yehor Dementiev of the Ukraine, your gold medalist.
Ladies and gentlemen,
He had to work for that. He's as tough as they
medalists.
come. And he has inspired his fellow countrymen and countrywomen. The tears flowed. Kevin Lecomte of France, the silver medal. Martin van der Poel of the Netherlands, bronze. What a rivalry. You sense these three will yet again write another chapter in 4 years' time. But Ukraine, Yehor Dementiev, Paralympic champion. Wonderful images in the suburb of Clichy-sous-Bois, day 9 of Paris 2024, the Paralympic Games. Remarkable racing. Yehor Dementiev of the Ukraine doing the unthinkable, getting ahead of Kevin Lecomte of France and Gatien Rousseau of France and Martin van der Poel. What a performance from him in terms of picking up the bronze medal. All the pressure in the women's race was on Dame Sarah Storey, looking to try and win her 14th Paralympic cycling gold medal to go with the 5 that she has won in swimming, and she managed to do it. But the future is bright with Heidi Galgain, and what a performance from Paula Andrea Osivalosa. Paralympic cycling very much the winner today.
Not there. Not there.
todas as bicicletas dessas H baixa tem uma barra de segurança atrás. O problema, não sei como que aconteceu, que a roda do cara da Suíça entrou entre a barra e a roda do belga. E daí, se você olhar, ele está tentando girar a bicicleta para o lado direito. E nisso, quando ele faz força para o lado direito, ele arrasta a frente da bicicleta do belga, vai para a esquerda. E daí não tinha controle. Na cerca, né? Foi um acidente, eu só não sei como que o pneu entrou, passou, porque a barra cobre. Foi a cagada. Aquela bicicleta ali do belga vale mais ou menos 150 mil reais. Cada roda daquela é em torno de 6, 7 mil reais. Quando fizeram as rodas, quebrou o como as mulheres, você acordou, meu Deus do céu. Eu estou aqui para largar agora da tarde. Mas foi bacana. E agora de tarde, só 124 horas. E hoje nós vamos But this, I think tomorrow the rain. Fry right there. Let's go for another one. What is that? Kept this for you. Hey, thank you.
9 minutes, I'm sure I have enough time to get on this bike.
Clichy-sous-Bois is bathed in sunshine on the third day of action in the paracycling road discipline at the Paris 2024 Paralympic Games. Near perfect conditions for 2 more medals to be decided among the 51 all told that were up for grabs in the paracycling disciplines across the track and the road. 44 have been decided so far. That's in the velodrome and on the roads around Clichy-sous-Bois in the time trial and the road races. 7 more before the games end, and 2 will be decided. Which nations' flags are going to be flying high? The temperature could not be better. 21 degrees, not much wind to talk about, and easterly around 9 kilometers an hour, which should not be of any real factor in this race. And the good news is there is no rain predicted today, so conditions near on perfect for the 2 B road races. And thus far, France enjoying a wonderful paracycling program. 9 golds, 11 silver, 4 bronze for a total of 24. 3 of those came in the velodrome. Netherlands have been outstanding on the roads around Clichy-sous-Bois. 7 gold medals of their 9 in total. Great Britain have 19 medals, 7 gold medals, of which 5 of those came indoors in the velodrome. So now, awaiting the start of the men's B road race. This is for athletes with visual impairments, and they ride a tandem bicycle with a sighted pilot. 5 minutes after the start of the men's B road race. In fact, it'll be 10 minutes after the start of the men's B road race. The women's B road race will head out onto the roads of Clichy-sous-Bois. Roads these cyclists are very familiar with, having tackled the time trial as the first event on the paracycling road disciplines. Italy have 2 cards to play in this race. Lorenzo Bernard and Federico Andrioli. The Netherlands, well, they have the outright favourites here. Tristan Bangma. Well, Tristan Bangma is looking for a 3rd gold medal at these games. He'll have his work cut out because the defending champion is his fellow countryman Vincent Schur, who took the bronze in the individual time trial when Bangma won the gold medal there. Maxi Gomez, at the age of 45, was going to retire ahead of these games, or after the last games, decided to give it one more go, and he's here on the start line. The start line of the paracycling road discipline. This is the men's B road race. And they will be racing 127.8 kilometers, 9 laps of the 14.2 kilometer circuit. 12 riders and plenty of contenders for the medals. The Netherlands with those 2 former medalists in Tristan Bangma, silver in Tokyo, and Vincent Schur, gold in Tokyo and Rio, looking for a triple here. But his stiffest competition may come from Tristan Bangma. And France, well, they are well equipped to get amongst the medals, because Alexander Roveras was the bronze medalist in Tokyo, and Elie de Cavallo was the silver medalist in the individual time trial. The field of riders to take to the start line in the men's B road race. 12 riders. Stephen Bate there of Great Britain, bronze in the road race in Rio de Janeiro, looking for one more medal here. He's got 5 Paralympic medals for Great Britain. Damien Vereka, the 41-year-old from 44-year-old, beg your pardon, from Ireland, one of the men looking to upset the favourites. And amongst the favourites, Well, Lorenzo Bernard, in his first Paralympics as a paracyclist, he is a para-rower, but decided that he had a better chance of medaling in this form of the sport. And he did just that in the velodrome. But he, Tristan Bangma, Vincent Descure, and young Karol Kopic of Poland is 17 years of age. He is a real contender as well. This is the one of the very few events in Paralympic sport where you can walk up to the course and stand within meters of the athletes as they fly past you at high speed around this course. That's the beauty of sports like the paracycling and those that take place outdoors and in public spaces. This route set in Clichy-sous-Bois, which is traditionally a fairly isolated suburb of Paris in this Seine-Saint-Denis department. But it's certainly now at the center of attention. And through the park of Bois de la Couronne. The furthest point of the course comes after the first climb of the race at Courtrai, at Saint-Marie department, and then they make a 180-degree turn and head back along the D129 road in towards the start-finish again. 9 laps, racing about to get underway. Well, the governing body of cycling is the controlling body of paracycling. That's the UCI. And the president, David Lepatien, is at the start line. Race commissaire giving them a countdown to 2 minutes to the start. Bathed in sunshine is Paris, ahead of 2 more medal races in the para road cycling discipline at Clichy-sous-Bois. And these races promise enthralling action in the men's B road race and the women's B road race for visually impaired athletes riding a tandem with a sighted pilot riding on the front and the stoker, the visually impaired athlete, on the back. One minute to the start of the men's B road race. Well, this race will come down to tactics. It'll come down to a few key moments, particularly on the climbs. And there are 2 climbs on this course. Each lap accounts for 140 meters of climbing. And as the laps tick over, those climbs will take a toll on the riders. Those who have protected themselves and given themselves an opportunity to attack late in the race will benefit most from it. But there's so much, over 127.8 kilometers, that can happen. The flag drops for the start of the men's B road race at Clichy-sous-Bois in Paris on day 3 of the para road cycling discipline at the Paris 2024 Paralympic Games. 12 athletes visually impaired are the stokers, with their sighted pilots riding on the front. Will set out on 9 laps of a 14.2 kilometer course around Clichy-sous-Bois, totaling 127.8 kilometers. Bright sunshine, dry roads, and windless conditions. They could not ask for better conditions which to decide one of the medals here. And the Netherlands have plenty of firepower in this race. Tristan Bangma and Patrick Boss, his pilot. And the two-time gold medalist Vincent Teschkur and his pilot Timo Fransen, very much favourites. And representing continent of Africa from Kenya, wonderful. We have Kennedy Ogada. And his pilot Oscar Dennis. So it'll be a rollout, and there'll be it's an attritional race over 127 kilometers as they assess which riders are taking strain, who's got something left in the tank, who's hiding, who's not working, who is working in the breakaway. If there is going to be a breakaway, which I'm pretty sure there will be at some stage, as we're seeing, in fact, a move from Damien Vereka of Ireland now, just going up the road on the left-hand side. So, just not an attack as much as just a little surge to the front, just to get the legs rolling over. Beautiful conditions and a race to savour and to look forward to here is the Netherlands. Just looking around, having an idea. These riders will know each other pretty well. They've been racing the World Cup circuit around 3 venues in Adelaide, Belgium and Italy this year. Adelaide in January, Belgium and Italy early and late May. So those were very important races leading into these Paralympic Games. And Tristan Bangma won the first World Cup in Adelaide. Admittedly, not many of these riders were down there. Only the Italian Lorenzo Bernard went down to Adelaide. He finished in 4th place there. So, Michelle Gilmore sitting alongside me here. This is one that's going to be a slow burner, but it promises some terrific tactical racing.
Oh, absolutely. I've been looking forward to this B men's road race over 127 kilometres. It's going to be very, very exciting. But as you say, slow burner, long race distance for these riders. Endurance comes into play, nutrition, keeping the hydration and fluids up.
Already starting to slip off the back here very early on, Kennedy Ogada from Kenya. And going off the front, France have decided to put someone in an early break. They've got 2 contenders in this race. France, Eli de Cavallo, the 29-year-old, and another young man, Alexander Loveras, bronze in Tokyo. So
2 very strong teams from France, 2 very strong teams from the Netherlands as well. They're the team chasing the rider. Haven't quite got their numbers yet, but one rider from France really putting the pressure down, taking through these corners extremely fast. And onto that cobble section that really does take it a little bit out of the legs.
Yeah, it's lovely just to have that little bit of it is so short, but it is just a nod to the cobbles that so many riders in Europe ride all over Western and Central Europe.
Yeah, they'll certainly feel it after 9 laps, but they just come out of a fast corner, so perhaps they just let the pressure off the pedals a little bit across the cobbles. But certainly a strong rider, Dutchman there, chasing hard.
Maybe trying to lure someone out to join them in the break here. And Damien Vereka of Ireland swings across, and real intent there. It's Maxi Gomez of Argentina and his pilot Sebastian Jose Tolosa. So lost contact with that main group for Gomez, and it's going to be a long, hard afternoon, but he's come here to finish this road race and finish it as best he possibly can. That 10 kilometers refers to what's left in the lap. So they've basically covered 4.2 kilometers. Well, there's an injection of pace here as they hit the first climb up the Courtrai climb, and the Netherlands, Italy and the Netherlands, Just putting a little bit of urgency into the move.
It certainly takes a lot of burning and sting in the legs this first climb, because if they're not warmed up really well, it comes up very quickly. You can just see the pace has just dropped off a little bit on the climb.
Cavallo is, I think he was the rider in the early break for France. He's come back. Both of the French riders are in this group now. Italians, Federico Andreoli, he won the World Cup race in Italy, much no doubt to his and his home fans' delight. Beat Cavallo in a sprint finish there, so Tristan Bangma in fact finished third in that race. It suggests that it's not going to be a pushover, not that these races ever are, but Tristan Bangma has been so dominant in the races he has won so far, and he's going to have to work, I fancy, a little bit harder here as you get an idea of the elevation as they climb this first ascent. Total over the entire race of 127.8 kilometers will be 1,260 meters of climbing.
It's quite significant for these riders, and we have to also take into consideration how heavy these bikes with two very strong men are. So when they on these rises, really takes it out of them. And 9 laps around this 14.2 kilometer course to make up their 127.8 kilometre men's B road race. Well, already early in the race, they look around at each other and they just try to see what kind of form each of the riders are in.
One team I don't see in there, Stephen Bate. The start of the women's B road race in Clichy-sous-Bois. And the women's B road race is really packed with talent here. Katie George Dunleavy of Ireland is looking for another gold medal here. She has 7 Paralympic medals. On the individual time trial, silver in the velodrome in the individual pursuit. Eleven teams, 11 riders on the start line with a minute to go ahead of the women's B road race at Clichy-sous-Bois. The women will be riding 99.4 kilometers, 7 laps, and well, Katie George Dunleavy, there she is with her pilot Linda Kelly. She's got 5 sisters, Katie George Dunleavy. She says they're all very strong. She's a Dunleavy woman and very powerful. She's had a tough year. We'll elaborate on that as this race unfolds. But she is on the start line here and bidding for another gold. David Lapatière, the president of cycling's governing body and paracycling, drops the flag, and away go the 11 riders in the women's B road race. Looks a little bit of a problem on the start line for one of the 2 Irish combinations. I think that may have been Dunleavy and Kelly. But early start. Ochirobon Bunmalat of Thailand on the front, and that's not a good sign.
No, it looks like it might be a snap chain with the power that was exerted off the start line for the Polish rider, Patricia Kuta. Well, not much you can do about that. Take a little bit of time to reattach a chain and chase back. this group of riders.
Well, there was the problem, and that's obviously why.
Chain.
Yep.
Well, they are leaning towards thinner and thinner chains and chain rings cassettes for allowing more cogs and sprockets on the rear, but also for aerodynamical reasons as well.
So what would have led to the chain snapping there? Just the intense power?
Yeah, normally ahead of a big event like the Paralympics, they would put a brand new chain on. There's a new technology where they wax the chains. They let them boil in wax for quite some time. Whether that's had some effect on the chain or not, because if they do that, they degrease all the original grease off the chain first. Whether that procedure's been taken and not been done correctly, or perhaps the new chain has just not been connected properly. So whether it has a joining link or not, that's a pure disappointment for the Polish rider.
Oh, desperate, desperate times. Not even 10 meters from the start line. And Katarzyna Konasiewicz and her stoker Patricia Kuta, devastating time for them. No further progress for the Polish pair in the women's B road race. That is cruel, cruel luck.
Unfortunately, we can see the Irish rider coming back now to the peloton after their unfortunate start. They've done well to get back into the peloton, but they'll very soon hit a slight rise, which will no doubt do some damage. You can see the men now really applying the pressure on the climb.
Just to fill you in on the men's B road race with 5 kilometers to go to the conclusion of the first lap, is that Stephen Bate of Great Britain is a non-starter. He was down to start, but he has appeared on our results service as a DNS, did not start. So that is disappointing for Great Britain, because he was the only option for Great Britain. Stephen Bate, the gold medalist in Rio in the individual time trial, bronze in Rio, and 5 Paralympic cycling medals to Stephen Bates' name, so he's not in the field, reducing it to 11 riders here. Bate and his pilot Chris Latham. So who've we got in this? Both French teams. Damien Verrecke, the Italians, are there as well, and the Dutch teams. Verrecke of Ireland.
Well, Verrecke, a very aggressive start to this race, really wants to apply the pressure. He's been at the front.
Mitch McLaughlin is Damien Verrecke's sighted pilot. They were 7th in the individual time trial. They've had a busy program. Not all of these riders rode in the velodrome, but Verrecke is one of a handful who did both the 1 kilometer time trial and his more suited event, the individual pursuit over 4 kilometers. That is Eli De Cavallo. He has got his Paralympic career off to a good start. Silver medal in the individual time trial. And Tristan Bangma. And just ahead of him is the 17-year-old Karol Kopic from Poland. Well, he's not to know that Poland have had such a devastating start to the women's race with the retirement of Patricia Kuta before the race really started. So young Karol Kopic will try and give the nation of Poland something to cling to today in this men's B road race. 3 kilometers to the end of the first lap of 9.
It certainly does change the dynamics of these road races at the Paralympics and the Olympics, where they are unable to use race radios, which makes it difficult to communicate certain things just like that between the rider and the director following. We have a problem here for the women's British team. It is Elizabeth Jordan.
Yeah, this is not good news. Lizzie Jordan, 3-time track world champion, and now she and Danny Kahn look as though they may have had a chain issue as well. Desperate times for Great Britain here. They've got 3 teams in this women's B road race, and Well, they are in trouble. There, they pull up on the left-hand side. That's when it all happened. The chain is off. I don't know if it's broken, but it is certainly off. So going straight to the front and slowing things down. And the other two British teams just saying, well, we will ride it at a pace where if they get back on, they can come and join us. They have Laura Fakir, Corinne Hall and Sophie Unwin and Jenny Hall in this, as well as Lizzie Jordan and her pilot Danny Kahn.
Yeah, the rest of the peloton may be oblivious to what has happened, but certainly the teammates of Great Britain would have seen a technical issue there, and they have done exactly as you said, Gerald. They've gone to the front and just controlling the pace.
It's one of the benefits of having more than one team in the race, and then you can at least assist one of your teams to get back if that's the case, as it is here with Lizzie Jordan. Well, other teams may want to take it on, and they are. The men's B road race, we're on the last climb of the lap in towards the start finish. And this is a climb they're going to be very familiar with as this race unfolds. They'll do it 9 times, and it'll take a toll every time they come up it. So they really have to manage their efforts every single time. French teams on the front was Elie de Cavallo, and he's just moved aside, and Damien Vareka for Ireland. Yeah, he's been very prominent at the sharp end. Lorenzo Bernard of Italy, both Italian combinations. He and Federico Andreoli staying very close to one another. One kilometre to go to the end of the first lap. And going hard at the front there. It looks like Bernard might be just putting in a bit of a move at the end of this first lap, and everyone behind is having to react a little bit here.
Well, yeah, another strong rider, Bernard, from Italy, the 27-year-old who represented Italy in rowing in Tokyo at the Paralympics. A lot of strong cyclists coming across from rowing.
Yeah, he was 4th at the World Championships in the Cox Fours, so fancied his chances in the on the bike, and so many, as you say, so many ex-rowers and speed skaters we see coming across to cycling.
Vincent Deschure now taking up the pace on the front of the men's B road race. Well, it's a conservative pace, isn't it? And I think because it's such a long race of 127.8 kilometres, we're seeing a relatively comfortable start where all the riders are just assessing one another, looking around their competitors.
Yeah, it's they'll cross the line now at the end of the first lap. 8 to go, and that first lap took them 19.5 minutes, and they're in thereabouts, so to give them an idea. It will get slower, no question. The fatigue, the attrition will start playing a role, and they will circulate a little bit slower. But the ultimate winners, the gold medalists, you will see perhaps getting stronger. And once they put a surge in, that'll come later in this race. You feel long way to go. They'll go past the tech zone now. The feed zone team members handing bottles out. Nicely done by Elie de Cavallo and his pilot who picked up the bottle there, Michael Bouchard. So Vincent Descure on the front. Shadowing him is Federico Andreoli. The women's B road race on the front from Sweden. It is Louise Jannering and Katrin Nilsson, her pilot.
Yeah, bronze medalist from Tokyo in this event, Louise Jennering.
Really good, just catching an eye there of Eve McChrystal reaching across and picking up a bottle for her stoker, Josephine Hellion of Ireland. Eve McChrystal, so experienced, ridden and won so much with Katie George Dunleavy. And Levy last year deciding to ride with Linda Kelly. And they have formed a formidable unit, although they've had a very tough year. A couple of crashes. Kelly's had a concussion, and in May in Italy, Dunleavy and Kelly crashed, at least McChrystal crashed, and in fact, it was in Belgium where they crashed at the second of the World Cups, and Dunleavy broke her collarbone, shattered it, had to have surgery. So her build-up to these games has not been ideal. You wouldn't think so with the results she's produced here. Silver on the track and gold in the individual time trial. Back to the men's B road race, and Damien Verreka of Ireland has been a protagonist on the front for much of the first 17 kilometers, and he continues to be so. At some stage, there's going to be the trigger will be pulled, and a team is going to go.
Well, you can see Italy is doing it tough, really, right from the start here. It is Lorenzo Bernard just trying to keep in contact with the peloton as the speed really increases.
And it's fast down. These are the fastest bikes you'll see at the Para Road Cycling, and they fly down this course. They've had experience on it, of course, in the individual time trials, so they'll know every bump and every corner and every drain along the route, and that little short section of pavé that they've got. But as the race unfolds, fatigue can play a funny game.
Well, it's a very tactical and strategic event, the B road race, with the pilot and stoker needing to communicate through body language. It's very hard to hear out there with the crowds on the roadside, so they do have their specific little body taps. It might be a tap of the head on the back, or just a tap of the finger on the back of the leg, indicating we're coming into a left-hand corner. And it's still Vincent Deschroux powering on the front, trying to break up this peloton.
Combinations, many of them have been riding together for many years. Deschroux and Timo Franzen since 2014. So that sort of communication experience obviously helps. So they build up that understanding, and they intuitively know each other's movements and understand them.
Now they specifically need to have that indication of when corners are approaching for the stoker visually impaired on the back.
Forest of Bondy, they are deep inside here. It's a beautiful course, this, in and out of the quiet suburb of Clichy-sous-Bois, and then into the Bois, if you like, the Forest of Bondy. In the far distance, you'll be able to see the Eiffel Tower, the Tour Eiffel there, in the center of Paris. That is how far we are away from the heart of the city, but right now this is the heart of para road cycling. So just to reiterate, one rider did not start in the initial group here, Stephen Bate from Great Britain. We will bring you news of that as soon as we have an idea why he didn't start, but disappointing for Great Britain. It was their only hope of a medal here. And he and Chris Latham not on the start line.
Well, 10 starters in the men's B race with that one withdrawal. We will bring you information in time in regards to why Stephen Bate did not take to the start line. He would have been one of the aggressors and medal contention riders in this race, as there are so many.
It's quite narrow at times, and these riders just mindful all the while of every obstacle that could cause difficulties for them. Vincent Descoeur now just easing off, and they're just ticking over.
Well, the tandem bikes, they are really a very, very special type of bike. If you've tried to ride one, you'll know that it's definitely not easy to be a stoker or the rider on the back, putting all your faith into the stoker. But just to explain a little bit about the tandem racing, these tandem bikes, they have two chain rings that are relatively the same size, around 38 to 42 teeth, which will make sure the riders have the same pedal revolution and cadence, so they will be connected to those two same chain rings. And then the bikes will have a large chain ring that is connected to the rear cassette. Now, as we've seen in individual road racing, on this circuit, some bikes have decided to use just one chainring on the front rather than a large and a small chainring.
After the opening lap, it was 8 riders and their pilots going through the start-finish together. With only Maxi Gomez of Argentina and Sebastian Tolosa just under 2 minutes off the back, and Kennedy Ogada and Oscar Dennis 4 minutes and 56 seconds off the pace. The pace being set at the sharp end by Tristan Bangma and Patrick Boss. Yeah, so Rochelle, just giving the background on how these bikes are set up.
Yeah, and they're extremely heavy as well, because they have to take the weight of two very strong men. So the weight's between 15 and 18 kilograms for a tandem, which is more than double to normal bicycles, really. They're reinforced at every section of the bike for the amount of power. Over 3,000 watts is being put out by the two riders through these magnificent machines. They're now developing into being made by carbon fibre, in the past aluminium, but we've seen a lot of developments with 3D printed handlebars, wider tyres. There's been loads and loads of development over the last 4 years with the tandem cycles. They're using, most of these bikes, they'll be using wireless gearing or electronic gearing, as we just see the Dutchman there.
Feed zone, yeah.
Yeah, he took a bottle there. So the specific feed zone sections on this course. Now, the women's B road race is starting to break up a little bit. The peloton is no longer a very large peloton. There are 4 riders with just one team off the back, coming up now to make a group of 5. And moving to the front there, it is the team of Great Britain. Well, they've got two teams left after that mechanical at the start.
I'm not sure that maybe they might still have Lizzie Jordan back in the group. I'm not sure yet. She's not in this group, I don't think. Laura Faki, I think, is on the front here.
Yeah, that's Laura Faki on the front, and that is Sophie
Unwin.
Unwin. And the other British team is just chasing this group. They might be coming back.
The number 18 of Ireland is the defending champion, Katie George Dunleavy, and her pilot, Linda Kelly. Well, they are hunting another medal here.
Huge favourites for this race, Dunleavy.
They are, but Sophie Unwin has been in such incredible form here at these Paralympic Games and elsewhere. She's won 2 World Cups, both World Cups in Belgium and in Italy this year. Ahead of Laura Faki in Italy and Lizzie Jordan in Belgium. And of course, she's picked up medals on the track and three medals at these games already.
And Sophie Santos, she'll also be a huge contender here. The pressure is being applied now by one of the Irish teams, and the rider from Ireland.
Now, this is an injection of pace by Linda Kelly and Katie George Dunleavy. Men's B road race is on its way as well.
Yeah, Toscure still pushing the pace at the front. Tristan Bangma's a little further back, trying to, well, on the wheel of Toscure is the Italian. Looks like it could be Lorenzo Bernard in the second position on the road.
Well, with France with two teams, with the women's B road race around this left hand, it'll take them into the finish area. Ireland have two teams here. Great Britain have two teams. And France, and then just off the back, that is the combination of Louise Jannering and pilot Catherine Nelson. End of the opening lap in the women's B road race. And Katie George Dunleavy, the defending champion, leads a group of 6 riders through. After 22 minutes of riding on this first lap, Sophie Unwin of Great Britain is there, Anne-Sophie Santis of France, Laura Faki, also Great Britain, Josephine Hellion of Ireland, and Louise Jannering. No sight yet of Lizzie Jordan, who had the mechanical issue for Great Britain. She had to stop and have assistance on the road. We'll wait and see what the gap is back to Lizzie Jordan.
Well, that's Jannering on the back there. Louise Jannering of Sweden, just putting all power and effort possible to make contact with this group. Stay in contact. Just take some water on board. So narrowing the slipstream, which can take a little bit of pressure off the pedals.
And there's certainly a degree of intent on the front here from Ireland's Katie George Dunleavy. After one lap, 6 riders all together going through the 14.2 kilometre mark, led by the defending champion, Ireland's Katie George Dunleavy. Sophie Unwin, well, she will be in pursuit. She's the silver medalist from the World Championships and in Tokyo. Sophie Santis, Laura Faki, Josephine Hillion, and Louise Jannering completing that group of 6. And then 42 seconds behind that group, Nur Azlia Siefinas Zais of Malaysia, and Lizzie Jordan has gone through. 1 minute and 33 seconds down.
Well, that'll be a big effort to pull that one back.
And perhaps that's the intent now from the Irish team, to try and make it that much harder for Jordan to come back, because Ireland have 2 teams in this group, so do Great Britain. But if Great Britain bring another, if they're able to get Lizzie Jordan back in this group, that'll put Ireland a little bit on the back foot, not quite as much on the back foot as perhaps the French rider Anne-Sophie Santis will be, or Louise Jannering, because they are the solitary riders, no teammates. So Santis, beautiful, smooth motion.
Yeah, I can see the body angle there. It's between 20 and 25%. Very, very important for aerodynamics that they do get that angle. Well, increase. They can't decrease power, so they need to compromise a little bit. But it is a very important part of tandem riding.
Ireland have both their riders, Josephine Hillion and Dunleavy, on the front of this group, determined to anyway, for now, set the tempo, although just making her way up there is Laura Faki. Laura Faki, 2 bronze medals already at the Games, and a prodigious medalist, 6 all told in Paralympic sport.
Well, there's moves being made in the men's B road race, and it is France and the Netherlands trying to make a little bit of a breakaway from the bunch. The Italians chasing across.
Yeah, there's a bit of a split here. So France, the Netherlands are looking to do something here. For France, this is Cavallo, and his pilot Michael Gouchard. And they're being very well marked, and coming back are Italy, and then the second of the French teams, the Netherlands, and Saint-Descure also in there. As they're getting to the top of the second climb, and they're heading towards the finish now. Damien Vereka, early aggressor for Ireland. He's in a bit of spot of bother. And also the spot of bother is Federico Andreoli here.
Aspetta, that means wait.
No waiting up front here, is there, for these riders? France, 2 riders. Ah, there we go. That's why they're waiting. Here's the problem for Federico Andreoli. A puncture, front wheel puncture. Neutral service car is there to effect the repairs and replace the front wheel. Meanwhile, it is France, the Netherlands, well, the second of the Italian teams. I'm sure they'll be aware that their teammates have a problem. Won't want to go all in here, that's for sure.
Well, they may be able to communicate with each other to ask, let's wait a little bit, but there are other teams with missions out here that won't feel like hanging around. As we see, it is the French rider Cavallo really pushing the pace. Now the Dutch. Well, they are big favourites as well. Both the Dutch teams, riders.
Well, Vereka and Kopic, Ireland and Poland, having to work to try and drag themselves back onto the lead group here. So they go through with Bangma, De Cavallo, Bernard, Loveras and Descure all together, not far behind them. In fact, just 8 seconds back, Damien Vereka and Karol Kopic. While the next riders now be desperately trying to claw their way back onto this this group. News touch of this now after 2 laps, and things might get a little bit out of shape. So less than 100 kilometers to go now, 127.8 when they started, and they've now gone through 28.4 kilometers. Tristan Bangma. He's made it very publicly clear that he is after 3 gold medals at these Paralympic Games. There's a wonderful belief and confidence about that type of approach, but it does come weighted with a degree of expectation and pressure.
We can see here's the rider 5th on the road there, just trying to close that gap. And now in the slipstream, we have 2 riders chasing from Poland and Ireland.
Yeah, and Bangma had a program in the velodrome as well, as did, as I said earlier, quite a few of these teams. So that does take a toll in a very packed schedule, such as here at the paracycling disciplines in Paris. You don't get a lot of time to recover, because not only are you involved in the velodrome, as a lot of these riders were, but you also have to come and do a rec.
Well, the pilot there just explaining, we really need to put the effort in right now because we are so close to getting into that slipstream and getting a bit of a break. There he says, look, there we go. It's just a short little effort and we are back into the main group. The front riders on the road in the men's B road race. Well, Bangma moves to the front.
After 2 laps in the men's B road race, slowly but surely shedding riders because Vereka has dropped a little bit off the pace. Kopic as well after those 2 laps. But that is how they went through after those 2 laps. So 38 minutes, 38.43.
This is actually Descure. So we've seen that Vincent Descure, he is the one that's been applying most of the pressure on the front of the men's B road race.
So in the women's race on the climb, it is as you were. There was a bit of pressure applied by Ireland early on in this lap, their second lap. But they have backed off now. On the back here, number 18 is Katie George-Dunleavy and her pilot Linda Kelly, and just ahead of her Josephine Hillion, and Hillion's pilot is Eve McChrystal, who for so many years was pilot for Dunleavy, deciding to make the switch, and it's proved to be successful. Not that it wasn't with Eve McChrystal either, because they have Katie George-Dunleavy. Now out of the saddle goes Katie George-Dunleavy, deciding to attack now on the climb. A move for Ireland. The defending champion applies the pressure in the women's B road race on lap 2.
Oh, this will not only test their legs, but they'll be testing the legs of their competition. The 2 teams from Great Britain are responding with poker faces at the moment, but France, they're in that aero position, just trying really hard to hang on. Well, Louise Jannering of Sweden, she's unable to hold the pace.
Jannering, the big loser of that little move from McChrystal on this climb. It's about 850 meters and a maximum gradient of about 4.8%. But it is enough as the laps tick by to take a heavy toll on these riders as they go through. And a little attack like that on the climb, it's an old trick of all riders, but Katie George-Dunleavy loves that sort of thing, and she's put them under pressure immediately.
Yeah, even her teammate there, Helion, is really suffering to try and hang on to the pace of Katie George-Dunleavy. Well, they all remain together over the top of that climb. We've got 6 riders in the front peloton. Helion misses the bottle. Pilot misses the bottle for Helion. There's Eve McChrystal there.
Critical moments, though, as they can be. Obviously, have another opportunity as they go through after the end of the lap. Back with the men's B race, and it's all coming down to Netherlands, Italy, France. 2 teams in there, and Poland have made their way back here. So Italy have only got 1 team there, and Karol Kopic, together with Damien Vereka of Ireland, have regained contact with that lead group. Big effort from Vereka. We heard him encouraging, or being encouraged by Mitch McLaughlin.
Yeah, it's really important that that communication's there, because sometimes the vision impaired rider on the back may not want to put pressure on the pedals at that moment, but it's up to the pilot to communicate. Man, we really need to do it now. We're so close, just for another 20 or 30 meters, and then we're back in the peloton.
Yeah, it's an attritional race. You don't want to lose touch, as already Lorenzo Bernard has lost touch with Davide. No, I think he's still in here, actually. I think he is still in here. He is, but his teammate has lost contact here. The other Italian in this race, Federico Andrioli, he's no longer in this group, and that's a problem. Maxi Gomez, Andrioli are off the back.
Yeah, they had that puncher, that front puncher, so they'll have a big job to try and come back to this front group in the men's B road race. Very unfortunate for Federico Andrioli with the front wheel puncher. But still Tescure putting the pressure on the front.
Well, a short while ago in the women's B road race, Louise Jannering was off the back, and now the Swedish rider has gone on the attack. Bronze medalist at Tokyo and in the World Championships a couple of years ago, so they are trying to make a move here. Well, the rest of the nations behind them quite content to let them go.
Was quite interesting, and yeah, as you say, look, they worked very hard here, left some lengths, went to the right side of the road and moved past the peloton with quite significantly higher speed, and then puts the gap between themselves and the peloton. As you say, Gerald, a little bit of hesitation from the peloton, thinking, well, they have been dropped, perhaps we can let them go up the road just a little bit and concentrate on our main rivals in the peloton. And this is where riders like the rider from Sweden, Jannering, can take advantage of the situation of the favourites in the peloton and make an opportunity for herself. So we now call this main peloton the chasing group, because there is a Swedish rider, Jannering, out in front.
This is chase group Helion, Faki, Sentis, Unwin and Dunleavy. So no real intent. They appear quite happy to let the Swedish rider go up the road. It's still very early on in this women's race. They do 99.4 kilometers. They're on their second lap of 7.
Yeah. It's about 5.5 laps left for these riders, and you can see Jannering and her pilot, they are putting in such a humongous effort to try and get a gap on the peloton, take them by surprise, get out of sight, get into rhythm, and see if they can hold on for victory. It's a long race though, a long way to go, and a lot of the big favourites and power are back in this peloton. 20 seconds lead for Louise Jannering of Sweden. She is out leading the women's B road race.
Kelly and McChrystal on the front here, at least Katie George Dunleavy.
Well, this is the thing about coming in as a really big favourite as well. The peloton do look at you to do the majority of the work.
The men's B road race, and it's being pace has been dictated for long phases now by the Dutch team. Though two combinations they have, Vincent Descure and Tristan Bangma.
Yeah, Descure being the rider that's done the majority of the work on the front. We've seen Bangma very protected within the peloton, always trying to stay out of the wind. To wonder if team tactics come into play at all in this race, but Bangma has been very conservative in the first part of this race. Well, let's hope the French don't have a puncher, because they are looking at their back wheel.
Mr. Cavallo. There's some communication going on there for sure at the moment. You sense his pilot Mikhail Gouchard just leading over to have a word. So we'll wait and see what evolves in that little issue. So this is the leading group in the men's race.
And look at that aerodynamic position of Descure and his pilot Timo Frantzen. Well, they are experienced. They've ridden a lot together, and my word, they have a very aerodynamic, comfortable position.
For Sweden, it is Louise Jannering and Katrin Nilsson who have gone on the attack in the women's B road race. And this is their second lap. They'll have a very fast downhill, and then in a short while they'll begin the last climb of the lap, the 14.2 kilometer lap. There are two distinct elevations, and that's at 5 kilometers, and then one that comes in the last 3 kilometers of the lap.
Well, it'll be quite telling, won't it, when they come onto this rise to see what kind of form these two are in, because they've had to put in a massive, massive effort to establish that gap. The leaders on the road, it's 34 seconds back to the main peloton. And we'll see now on this rise if they're able to increase their lead or come into the finish line with a little less lead.
An interesting move early on in the race. A bit of a gamble.
Well, I feel that they felt they were a little bit struggling towards the very, very start and thought, well, we need to take a chance here. This is the Polish rider.
Patricia Kuta.
We thought was out of the race, but they've been able to put a new chain on. Will they be able to finish within the time limit? They're a long, long way back with the new chain.
Well, our official, or no, not the official, but our scoring system, timing system has them as DNF at the moment, but that may well be corrected and they'll be back in the race. Well, the women's B race starting to take an interesting shape here. A little word there for the Great Britain rider Sophie Unwin. Still not any sight of Lizzie Jordan, who was 93 seconds behind the lead group going through the first lap after their initial problems. So here is Katie George-Dunleavy. She's putting the pedal strokes in again as they hit the climb.
Well, I feel that injection of pace is really going to bring the time back for the leader, Jannering of Sweden. She's labouring a little bit. Huge effort to establish that gap.
It is Louise Jannering, the stoker, the visually impaired cyclist, sitting behind her pilot, Catherine Nilsson, on the climb. They're working really, really hard here.
They're putting everything they've got. Well, the peloton have decided they don't want Jannering to get any more distance, but whilst the injection of pace happens up the front, we have struggling riders at the back. Well, Laura Fucky, we would not have expected that. It's been a demanding program with combining track and road, but Fucky will get into a rhythm and try to chase back the peloton. Sometimes an experienced rider like Fucky will just say, well, let's not go into the red. Let's just keep our own rhythm and our own pace, and there's the catch. So that injection of pace has caught Jannering of Sweden, and Sheena Collett will struggle now, I think, to hold the pace if it doesn't ease off too much. Well, Katie George-Dunleavy has really done some damage on that climb.
Well, she did the same on the first lap. As soon as the road went uphill at that second climb of the lap, she puts the pressure on, and well, she closed that gap. It was 30 seconds to Jannering. Moments before the Irishwoman attacked, and it was shut down by the top of the climb. Amazing power and strength from Katie George-Dunleavy. So coming to the end of the second lap in the women's B road race. A lap ago there were 6 teams together, and as they head towards the start-finish line, there are 4 here, but they're easing up, so they may well be reconnected by connected to the other teams getting across. Santis and Faki were those left just in their shadows. So 45 minutes. And going through are Dunleavy, Unwin, Hellion and Jannering all together. 7 seconds behind them. Laura Faki on Sophie Santis. Well, 4 other riders out there on the route. From Malaysia, Nur Zayes. From Great Britain, Lizzie Jordan, who had the early mechanical issues. And Watarabon Boonmalert from Thailand. And we did see footage of Patricia Kuta starting from Poland. Ooh. Another problem it looked like there for Eve McChrystal picking up a bottle. Men's B road race is also starting to take a little bit of shape here, and as a result, Karol Kopic of Poland has been spat out the back of that group, having been with it going into the climb. France, the Netherlands, Italy, and another of the French teams. Big effort in this climb. This is going to be a big factor throughout this day's racing. 1,200 meters of accumulated climbing throughout the race, and this is the third time the men are going up here. And again, the powerhouse on the front of Tristan Bangma putting the pressure on.
Yeah, Bangma and boss now. So before it was Vincent Deschure, and now it's Bangma at the front. Well, he's putting the two French teams under a lot of pressure. Those two French riders, Cavallo and Lovares.
This is good work by Karol Kopic, the 17-year-old behind here, just managing to get connected with Vereke here. He's young, he's 17, believe it or not. And this is such an experience for Karol Kopic, and he'll learn an immense amount about racing at this level. A real invaluable opportunity for him to race at this level. He has raced a couple of World Cups this year in Belgium. He was 7th at the World Cup in Belgium in May, and then 4th in Italy behind Andreoni, Cavallo and Bangma. Lap number 3 in the men's B road race, and they are swinging around that left-hander. France will get a huge ovation as both their riders here, Eli de Cavallo and Alexandro Lovares, sandwiching Tristan Bangma between them.
Lovares on the front there, Bangma, and then it is Cavallo. France, the three riders are leading men's B road race.
So 3 laps done of 9. Now going at express pace here, 43 kilometers an hour, the average speed. 58 minutes of racing at high speed and intensity. Well, Vincent Descure and Lorenzo Bernard trying desperately to reconnect with this group. They were 5 seconds down going through the timing mat at the start-finish. Damien Vereke and Karol Kopic 22 seconds down. The Irishman and the pole. Big effort from Lorenzo Bernard here, the big Italian, and they'll go past Boonmalert in the women's race at the back of the women's field. Andreoli is the other Italian rider in this men's race, and he has gone through after 3 laps 1 minute and 9 seconds down. So remember, he had the puncture. It's going to be a long day for Andreoli. The French trying to put the Dutch teams under pressure here.
Yeah, 2 French riders, 2 Dutch riders, and 1 Italian, which is Paolo Toto. No, it's Lorenzo Bernard from Italy.
After 3 laps of 9 in the men's B road race, Lovares, Cavallo and Bangma went through with a 5-second advantage over Descure, the second of the Dutch combinations, and Lorenzo Bernard of Italy. 22 seconds backward, Damien Vereke of Ireland and Karol Kopic for Poland.
I think we can see now they are back together. that was only 5 seconds. However,
problem here, puncture.
Rear wheel puncture.
For
This
Descoeur.
is not good for Vincent Descoeur. 180 could be referring to the rear disc.
Well, it's such a desperate time for the riders and the teams. Now this could impact the way the French approach this race, because they were in this group just about to make contact in this lead group, and Noveras, de Cavallo now have superiority in numbers with Tristan Bangma, the only Dutch rider in this lead group. So they are on to their fourth lap here, the team, and the neutral service car, which follows the teams, will carry the spares for its neutral. In other words, it can service all the teams at any stage they need it. But there are 2 feed zones along the way, and that tech zone.
Yeah, there will be a responsibility of the team staff to make sure that the correct wheels with the correct cassettes, the correct discs, the correct tyres, whether it's Shimano or Campagnolo, that the correct wheels are in the neutral vehicle that will be closest to these riders out on the course, always staying behind the leaders.
Yes, in a lot of road races, most road races, you'll have teams with their own cars, and that specific car will pull up and assist their own riders, but that's not possible in this scenario. So the neutral service car will carry the spares required for these teams, as we've seen them in use already. The Italians have needed them in the men's race, and so have the Dutch now, Descoeur.
Well, Cavallo and Bangma, they have a little bit of a gap, but it looks like Loveris and Bernard, they've all come back together. The 4 teams, 4 riders now are leading the men's B road race.
The women's B road race. Well, we've seen attacks from Sweden that was neutralized by Katie George-Dunleavy. And she's gone to the back here because on the front is Josephine Hellion in the colours of Ireland. 2 teams there. They're playing a really good game here. Hellion does the work on the flatter sections. The moment it goes uphill, Katie George-Dunleavy applies the pressure. And back in there is Laura Faki and Sophie Unwin of Great Britain.
Well, in the men's B road race, the French riders are putting the hammer down. They have numbers. 2 French riders, 1 Dutch and 1 Italian. Loveras and Cavallo of France.
This is going to be interesting to see what Vincent Descoeur can do, having had that puncture. The Dutch rider, he was in this group, and he had to drop back and change the wheel. So France will want to keep the tempo quite high, not allow Descoeur to get back to this group, or at least make it really, really hard for him to get back in here.
Yeah, and I can't imagine Bangma doing too much work with his pilot boss. They will just sit in there. And the Italians, Lorenzo Bernard with the pilot, Davide Balboni, well, they'll just sit in there as well.
Damien Vereka and Karel Kopic. Vereka with Mitch McLaughlin, his pilot on the front for Ireland. And Karel Kopic with his pilot doing a steady job here, the 17-year-old, just hanging on to the back of this group.
They're working well together, but they do have quite a significant gap to make up on these really, really strong riders. It does change the dynamics of the lead group now that the team of Netherlands, the rider of Netherlands, Bangma, with his pilot boss, is putting the pressure on France. While they can take a free ride, knowing that their teammate Descoeur has got a front wheel puncher, a rear wheel puncher it was, actually for Descoeur. And Italy, they kind of have the same excuse to sit on because they have a teammate with a puncher trying to get back as well.
Yes, they saw Federico Andreoli having to have a puncture, and that is Lorenzo Bernard at the back here. Lorenzo Bernard acquired his visual impairment when he and some friends came upon an old World War II mine in a village in Italy, and it exploded, and Bernard lost his eyesight. He's very active in an association called Civilian Victims of War, so really taking it very seriously. And he's a rower and now a paracyclist, trying to give himself a chance of a medal here. The second run at these games. Staying in the sharp end, Cavallo and Loveras, the other French team rider, goes to the front now.
Well, they're looking for help, but they're just not going to get it. These riders have learnt some experience of the disaster for the French in the last race. We will let the French do the work here.
Angma has to go across and latch onto the back of the French rider.
Yeah. The French rider there was just using a tactic to drop off the wheel to force Bangma and Boss to go around, chase, use a bit of energy to get back on.
And now the French go to the front again as a team, if you like. It's going to be a fascinating tactical battle if the race stays in this sort of form.
Well, I'm not too sure that it will, because if we think about the strategy here, we've got two teams that have a reason why they can just sit on and not do any work. I mean, the French could attack and make the other teams work, but just working on the front is playing into the hands of the Netherlands and Italy, as we're now seeing the chasers.
Frustration there for Damien Verrecke and his pilot, Mitch McLaughlin. He missed the bottle twice there, and you could see the frustration and hear it as well. To the women's B road race, we are looking at the team of Laura Faki, I think, on the front of this race with Corinne Hall. Ireland are in here, Great Britain, and very shortly they're going to be passed by the leading 4 riders in the men's race.
Yeah, they'll stay out of the way on the left side of the road, the women, while the men fly past, and then at their support vehicles as well to come past. So Faki of Great Britain leads. Ireland, it's Hellion in second position, followed by Jannering, who's done very well from Sweden after that huge effort. Representatives of France in there as well. And Sophie Unwin second from the back. And Katie George Dunleavy just sitting on the back there, watching her competitors. Getting her pilot there to watch the competitors, as she is visually impaired.
And she will make her move when the hills come, and that's been the sort of strategy from this Irish team. Just a news of Lizzie Jordan. She went through after 2 laps, 2 minutes and 33 seconds down on the lead group.
Oh, that's a significant margin, unfortunately.
Clichy-sous-Bois, suburb in the Seine-Saint-Denis department of Paris, and it is through this Courtry Bois, the forest, that the men are racing in the men's B road race in the paracycling discipline here at the Paris 2024 Paralympic Games. And this is how things are now. 38 seconds The lead group, 2 French riders, an Italian and 1 from the Netherlands. And at the moment in the chase group, 1 from Ireland and 1 from Poland. And they are 38 seconds back. The news that Vincent Descure, double gold medalist in the B road race, picked up a puncture. The Dutchman, one of 2 strong Dutch combinations in this race, is off the back at the moment. And this is Tristan Bangma, the other Dutch rider, number 10 on his back. And his pilot, Patrick Bos, sitting on in this group.
Yeah, they'll be very comfortable there, just sitting on, whilst they've got a teammate chasing with a puncher.
Yeah, now Kopic and Dvoreka and their respective pilots sharing the work here in the chase group. I think just managing the gap more than chasing too hard, just to make sure they get through and make sure that perhaps they don't lose more time than they really should.
Oh, Jannering, she is not giving up because she is applying the pressure again to the women's peloton in the B road race. It is Louise Jannering of Sweden.
Well, in the previous lap, lap number 2, Louise Jannering at around about this phase of the lap did just this, put in an attack, and the rest of the field let her go for a little bit until the last climb, just before the end of the lap, and a fearsome attack by Katie George-Dunleavy reeled them back in very, very easily, in fact. And that climb is approaching here as Jannering and Katrin Nilsson put their heads down to try and open up a significant gap here.
Given they struggled on the first climb, it may be a tactic to just get a little bit of an advantage over the peloton before those climbs approach, because as we saw, just going over the top of the last climb, the bunch caught and they were able to slip back into the slipstream and get back into the group. In the men's B road race, there is 4 riders applying pressure out in front. 38 seconds back to 2 chasers out on the road.
Frans Hold is here, but Bangma will be quite content to just sit in on this group. The Dutch favourite for the title, Tristan Bangma. He did win the silver medal in Tokyo behind his teammate Vincent Descure. He's shown such good form, Bangma, winning the individual time trial and the gold medal in the individual pursuit in the velodrome. He's made no secret of the fact that he's chasing 3 gold medals at these games. It's massive pressure to put on yourself, but he's a young man with belief and confidence, and clearly the ability as well.
Well, there is Louise Jannering and her pilot, Katrin Nilsson. They are cresting the climb with a little bit of a lead. The bunch is out of sight. They are out of sight at this point. Here is the chasing bunch. Dunleavy, Unwin, Helion, Faki and Sentis. They are chasing Jannering.
This is the lead group in the men's B road race. Noveras and De Cavallo. Bangma, and there's a shake of the head. Well, it's a bit of frustration for the Dutch of Patrick Bos and Tristan Bangma, making their thoughts clear to Lorenza Bernard, who they're not going to work here, and they're sort of trying to persuade them to work, and they're pointing at the French riders up ahead and saying they've got the advantage here.
Yeah, they have the advantage, and you can see Bangma and Bos there. They want to wait and see if their teammate can make it back to the front of the race to be in contention for the medals and to have some teamwork assistance. So all the pressure on Loveras and the other French team, Cavallo being the visually impaired stoker. For the crowd, they certainly love to see the 2 Frenchmen on the front.
Oh, it's wonderful. It looks like there's a school there, and the young children get an opportunity to get right up close on the barriers and see these athletes fly past. Very, very inspiring for the young riders, for the young students. 1 kilometer to go in this lap for the men's B road race. And this is the chase group, Karol Kopic and Damien Vereka on the right-hand side, passing the leaders in the women's B road race. Jannering has been swatted up, and Ireland again sweeping past. Another big surge on the front. Kelly and Dunleavy applying pressure on the climb once again, as they did the previous lap.
Well, it's only one team being able to respond. The team from Great Britain. Looks like it could be Laura Faki. Men's B road race. The French are taking control of the 4 lead riders.
Lap number 4 for the men's B road race. They'll come to the start-finish line once again. And France hold all the aces here. 2 riders in the lead group, with the race favourite Tristan Bangma and Italy's Lorenzo Bernard. They are being tried, the Bangma and his pilot Patrick Boss, trying to enlist the help of the Italians in working in this group.
They're also looking for information from someone to find out how far their teammate is behind in that chase.
Here goes Bangma on the front just for the moment. They'll swing past the teams now, and maybe they'll get some information. So they pick up the bottles. At the front of the women's race, it is Anne-Sophie Santis swinging through to go through the start-finish at the end of their 3rd lap of 7. And again, pressure from Ireland. Laura Faki under pressure. Here come the women, the leading women in the women's B road race. They go through the finish line, and it is Unwin and Josephine Hellion with Anne-Sophie Santis and Katie George Dunleavy and Laura Faki 5 seconds down. So they're pretty much all together there. Again, the pressure up the climb from Ireland.
Yeah, Katie George Dunleavy, she's really putting the pressure down on the climbs. The fatigue will be building, that's for sure.
Well, Ireland are really riding a clever race here in the women's B road race.
You can see Laura Faki in trouble, fighting to get back on. Katie George Dunleavy, she'll be taking a lot of confidence as her pilot, Corinne Hall, looks behind and sees the pain faces that their power is creating. They look very relaxed, don't they? Katie George Dunleavy and her pilot, Corinne Hall. Linda Kelly, the pilot, sorry.
Yeah, they are looking in control here. They've really had a tough year. So after 3 laps, it is Katie George Dunleavy, the defending champion, together with Sophie Unwin and Josephine Hellion, who went through just a couple of seconds ahead of France's Anne-Sophie Santis, and Laura Faki holding on, Great Britain's Laura Faki. So they are going through here. This is a 99-kilometer race. They've done 42, now 44 kilometers. So just about halfway for the women's B road race. They have been very consistent in their laps, 37 kilometers an hour, pretty much for every lap, average speed, so solidly done. The men's B road race after 56 of 127 kilometers, and this is how they went through the finish line. Two French combinations, Elie de Cavallo and Alexander Loveras, and in between them Tristan Bangma and Lorenzo Bernard, Netherlands and Italy. Minute and 4 seconds back. Tristan, at least Descure. So Vincent Descure, he had the puncture, and he's with Federico Andrioli, also with a puncture. It's unfolding now, this men's race, with these 4 riders up front. Descure, minute and 4 back. That's a big ask.
Yeah, it's a huge advantage for these 4 riders, and it is the 2 French riders having to do all of the work. We must explain in a tandem that the stoker, the visually impaired rider on the back, well, the pilot can only do what is capable of the stoker, the impaired vision rider on the back. So the pilot is there purely to guide the bike, and all the power and data, everything is produced from the stoker, and the pilot adapts to that and concentrates on the communication and the cornering, etc. Well, now we have the men's B road race. 4 leaders, 2 Frenchmen, a Dutchman and a Italian rider. They make up the leaders. In the women's B, well, we have a little bit of unfortunate here.
I think this could be Andrioli again. Yes, it is. Federico Andrioli of Italy in trouble, and his pilot Paolo Toto have to stop roadside. Doesn't look like a puncture. There's a mechanical issue with their chain.
Yeah, really unfortunate for the Italian Federico Andrioli and his pilot Paolo Toto. They've had a second mechanical, this time a jam chain.
Just caught a glimpse of the other Italian team here. Davide Lebani, the pilot, just looking over his shoulder, wondering when they were coming back. He wouldn't have known, I don't think, that they've got that issue. So it's going to be a bit of a waiting game for them. Vincent Descure, the Dutchman who had set so much of the pace over the first couple of laps, picked up that mechanic of the puncture. He was a minute and 4 down. So Tristan Bangma, the other Dutch rider in this group here, won't be doing any work. Yeah, it's all up to the French combinations up front there. Loveras and his fellow Frenchman, Elie de Cavallo.
The French crowd's very excited to see the 2 French riders dominating at the front of this race. Well, it could backfire because, as we have explained, the Dutch rider and Italian rider, well, they have reason to sit on in the slipstream and not work because they have teammates that have mechanicals and punches behind. So a lot of pressure on the 2 French riders in that lead group of the men's B road race. Well, Descure, he's on the chase.
Vincent Descure has a minute to try and make up. The women's B road race, they are setting a cracking pace. Ireland, Great Britain have 2 riders each in here, and France 1 rider. Sweden off the back again, yo-yoing from the front to the back, from the front to the back, and Jannering struggling to make contact again.
Well, it's still Katie Georgetown-Levy doing the majority of the work on the front. They're either extremely confident in their energy levels, taking very much control of this race.
Well, George Dunleavy had a virus just before the game started that had her in bed for a couple of days. Well, probably not putting her participation in doubt, because she is a very, very determined woman, and she was determined to take part in the games, and obviously fit and healthy, because she won a gold medal in the silver medal in the velodrome, and then a gold medal in the individual time trial.
Well, now we can see the French riders getting very, very frustrated that they're not getting any assistance from the Dutch and Italians. So they drop off and create a gap, which makes it harder for the other riders to close the gap. That's a tactic from the French. There's not much else they can do. They could attack 1-2, which would hurt the other riders, but we haven't seen any of that 1-2 attacking happening just yet.
Yeah, they are through the halfway mark of the men's race, and maybe still a little bit left. Well, now Bangma right to the back of this group, and he's quite happy to sit there, and Mark Di Cavallo at the front, Loveras, and then Bernard working hard. He had to work hard to get back in the group, and now working hard just to try and regain the wheel of Loveras.
I think the men's B road race really playing into the hands of Bangma and his pilot boss at the moment, just past the halfway mark. In the women's B road race, we have the Swedish rider Jannering, who has done a lot of attacking, now in serious trouble on this climb.
Well, they've managed to come back time and time again when they've been dropped, but this might not be the case because there's more pressure up front from Katie George Dunleavy. Anne-Sophie Santis is sitting at the back here now. Josephine Elion, the other Irish rider, just ahead of them. And it's Great Britain with Laura Faki and Sophie Unwin, who are trying to latch onto the back of Katie George Dunleavy's wheel as they go hard up the climb again. Well, this is a huge attack again. Katie George Dunleavy and Linda Kelly putting the whole race to the sword here. Just Unwin managing to hang with them.
Well, Unwin looked like she was in trouble earlier on in the race, but now she's the only rider to respond to Katie George Dunleavy.
Well, in tatters behind, Ireland's Josephine Hellion and Santis for France. That is a massive attack from Dunleavy. She's got such power and such strength going up the climbs. Very confident in her ability, and her pilot as well, Linda Kelly. Speaking about that, she just said she has full trust and confidence in everything that Linda Kelly does on the bike here, and you can see that.
Yeah, so important, isn't it, for Katie George Dunleavy to just have full confidence in her pilot. They're communicating that.
Men's B road race, and still France 2x2 on the front of this race, and it's Alexandre Loveras, bronze in Tokyo, and his pilot Johan Pelot, and just behind him Elie Di Cavallo and his pilot Michael Gouchard. And then it's the Netherlands race favourite Tristan Bangma and Patrick Boss, and the team right at the back here, number 7, Italy's Lorenzo Bernard and Davide Plebani. On the chase back, well, they're making a bit of time back here, 46 seconds. Vincent Descure, 2-time gold medalist in this event, and he is putting in a huge effort to try and regain contact with that group. If he does, we're in for something very interesting.
Yeah, absolutely, and this has been a huge effort from these two riders. They've had to chase down and pass a lot of riders out on the road to get themselves into this first chase rider out on the course. 4 leaders, of course. This is an exciting women's B road race. Katie George Dunleavy communicating with her pilot.
Wheeler dealing on the road here. What's going on there, Rochelle?
That was a very interesting conversation there from Great Britain's team. It was Jenny Hull doing the speaking for Sophie Unwin, just saying, look, we're not going to come through and do turns if you're going to smash us and attack on the climbs like that. We'll be happy to do turns if we keep it even, but if you're going to apply the pressure and attack on the climbs like that, we're just going to sit on. So interesting discussion between those two lead riders out on the course in the women's speed road race.
It was interesting, Jenny. At least Jenny Hall was having a chat with Katie George Dunleavy, who had a broad smile on her face, and said, "Oh, all right then. Well, we'll wait and see anyway. I think let's see what happens with that race." But she is so strong up those climbs and puts everyone under such pressure. The men's B road race. Well, this is a race that is at the moment a bit of a stalemate, because the Netherlands at the back here are the race favourites. They're not going to do any work in this lead group because France have two riders in this group, Elie de Cavallo and Alex Loveras, and Italy have the big strong Lorenzo Bernard. And France, well, they're on the front and using up precious energy and effort as they set the tempo.
Yeah, it's a questionable tactic, I must say, Gerald, with the French, because what they are doing is setting a pace that allows the Italian rider and the Dutch rider to just sit there comfortably in the slipstream, getting a free ride. We're watching De Schuur here of the Netherlands, first chase rider out on the course, and he's doing a brilliant job.
The joker in the pack in a way, because he was dropped, he had a puncture, only dropped because he had a puncture. Has to ride his way back in here. Minute down after 3 laps. He's now working hard to pull himself back into contention here. As France now have a little bit of a move up the road.
Yeah, a more interesting and I think respectable tactic for the French to go on the attack and put the other teams under pressure rather than just riding at tempo. Oh, we'll have to see something from the Dutch very soon, because they will not want that French team to get too much of an advantage.
De Cavallo, I think it is, who's gone up the road. Yeah, one of the two, Loveras is the other. And there we go. There's a reaction from Tristan Bangma and his pilot Patrick Boss hunting down up the road Elie de Cavallo, who's gone on the attack. And that'll mean that the French will now have to put in an effort. And look at Lorenzo Bernard digging deep here for Italy.
A really good tactic from the French, but also not too concerning for Bangma, because they've been sitting on, they're fresh legs, and they're just saying, hey guys, you can try all the attacking you like, but we are here.
What a vibe on that particular corner. It really is fantastic, and I'm sure these French riders will be absolutely loving the cheering from the spectators. Lots of them young spectators, which has been a hallmark of these Paralympic Games in Paris. So many young spectators getting, some of them perhaps, a first exposure to the wonders of para sport. 1 kilometer to go to the end of this lap. The 5th lap for the men's B road race. And 3 teams now. And 3 riders, with Bernard digging and trying to get back onto terms. He's been the one rider that not quite been in the same level as the French riders and the Dutch rider.
Now they've been there in the slipstream. That they are able to do. Responding to the attacks, well, that's a different story.
5 laps. This is the conclusion of that 5th lap of 9 in the men's B road race.
Cavallo leads them through. Bangma in 2nd position. And Lavaris in 3rd, just looking behind to see the Italians make contact again. And that is Lorenzo Bernard.
So the end of the 5th lap of the men's B road race, 71 kilometres of 127.8 done. And taking them over the line was Alexander Lavaras of France, followed by Tristan Bangma of the Netherlands, Elie de Cavallo, second of the French riders, and Lorenzo Bernard of Italy just latching on as they got to the line there. All together, 4 riders here as we are heading towards the business end of this race. And these 4 teams have been like this for 2.5 laps.
It'll be interesting to see what the time gap is back to De Schuur of the Netherlands chasing out on the road.
And there might have been word to the French rider that De Schuur has brought the gap down to under a minute. Now it was last we saw 46 seconds. And now it's 49 seconds. He's just gone over the line. So that little injection of pace from France has just pushed that gap out a bit, because the French do not want De Schuur back here.
Yeah, that would really change the dynamics of this race if we had 2 Dutch riders and 2 French riders. At the moment, it is 2 riders from France, 1 from the Netherlands and another from Italy.
Here we go again. Once more, it is Ireland's Katie George Dunleavy on the 4th lap in the women's B road race, applying the pressure. And dropping off the pace is Laura Faki and Corinne Hall, her pilot, once again. Very, very telling blows being struck by Katie George Dunleavy up front. And it puts a champion, a 6-time medalist at the Paralympic Games, Laura Faki. Well, such pain. She's really digging so deep here. A couple of bronze medals already at the Games. 1 on the track and 1 on the road, but she's hanging in here. Well, look over the shoulder, and Sophie Unwin of Great Britain is a rider to be feared by the defending champion Katie George Dunleavy. The men's race done 5 laps of 9, so the back end of the race is approaching here. Lavaras and De Cavallo from France, Bangma and Bernard of Italy. The big question is, can Vincent De Schuur of the Netherlands regain contact with that group? The leading riders in the women's B road race in the paracycling discipline here in Clichy-sous-Bois at the Paris 2024 Paralympic Games, heading to the finish line one more time. 56.8 kilometers done after 4 laps in the women's B road race. 2 teams roll over the line in the front of the race. Katie George Dunleavy of Ireland, the defending champion, and Sophie Unwin of Great Britain, who is certainly going to challenge here because she was second in Tokyo. And these are the 2 riders at the front of the field once again. Put the pressure on up the climbs, and it has split the field dramatically. The team at the back there, Federico Andrioli, the Italian rider, trying to regain contact with the men's group.
Oh, Laura Faki just digging deep now, chasing out on the road.
Well, Great Britain had high hopes in this road race. They had 3 teams. Sophie Unwin, the 3 riders, Sophie Unwin, Lizzie Jordan and Laura Faki. Jordan had the grave misfortune of picking up a puncture on the very first lap and lost 90 seconds on that first lap. And as hard as she's worked, she just hasn't been able to make an impact here. It's hot.
Yeah.
And that was a great example of communication on the bike here. Laura Faki picked up the sponge, she squeezed it over her neck, and the communication so clear. Corinne Hall, just throw it away to your right as she did it, and all done clinically and efficiently. A combination that know each other so well. So after 71 kilometers in the men's B road race of 127, and they've gone through 5 laps, this is how it stands. 4 riders, Lovera, Spang, Cavallo and Bernard, and their respective pilots are 49 seconds ahead of Vincent Tescure of the Netherlands, a 2-time champion here. Not here, but in the Paralympic Games. Karel Kopic, the young Pole, is hanging with Damien Verreca of Ireland, 2 minutes and 41 seconds down. Andreoli of Italy, well, he's been had his days. He had an early mechanical, then another, and he is struggling a little bit further back by 3 minutes and 25 seconds. The women's B road race at 56.8 kilometers after 99, and Katie George Dunleavy dictating the pace up the climbs has Sophie Unwin with her. Cannot get rid of her, but she's managed to shed Laura Faki, and Anne-Sophie Santis and Josephine Hellion are 1 minute and 6 seconds further back. Louise Jannering, well, early aggression has come back to haunt the Swede, and she's now 2 minutes and 11 seconds down. Graphic illustrations of the effort and pain and effort being put in by these riders in the women's B road race. And this is Laura Faki and Corinne Hall trying to get themselves back with that group. They've got 25 seconds to make up after the end of that lap. They are in the bronze medal, the virtual bronze medal position at the moment.
I certainly wouldn't count them out because they do not give up. We've seen that with Sophie Unwin. She is Laura Faki. She is a real fighter. So whilst Sophie Unwin is able to hold the wheel of Katie George Dunleavy, Laura Faki is in bronze medal position but will not give up the fight.
Digging so deep here. This is Lizzie Jordan, I think. No, beg your pardon. This is Sophie Unwin at the sharp end here. They've gone on the attack. So Great Britain have gone on the attack here. Sophie Unwin. And, well, wouldn't she love to upset the defending champion? She's finished second to at the World Championships. It's finished second to at the Paralympic Games. Too many silver medals, you feel, for Sophie Unwin. She did win a gold medal, though, in the individual pursuit and a bronze in the time trial in the velodrome. She won the individual pursuit ahead of Katie George-Dunleavy. So there's a nice competition going on between these two athletes.
Yes, very interesting between the two leaders of the women's speed road race out in front. Katie George-Dunleavy completely in control until this moment when Sophie Unwin threw out a big attack, and now the roles have reversed and Katie George-Dunleavy is sitting on. As I said, Laura Faki, she does not give up. She is now making contact again to put two British. Go, Laura Faki, keep going. Wow, that was a great move and communication, because that puts pressure on Katie George-Dunleavy to chase.
Interesting move now. The race is evolving very, very smartly for Great Britain. Laura Faki having put in that huge effort to shut down the gap. They were 25 seconds down at the start of this lap, and a big effort has given her the boost to rejoin this group. Three of them together, and they want to say now Great Britain hold the cards here.
Well, it's a little bit up to Sophie Unwin now to attack. She asked that of Laura Faki. She could do the same thing and put Katie George-Dunleavy under pressure.
They know the power of Katie George-Dunleavy up those the climbs, so it wouldn't be a bad idea to try and do a double hit here.
This is not a great position right here, because we have Laura Faki doing the work for Katie George-Dunleavy. They need to swing off and put some pressure on Katie George-Dunleavy.
Well, in the men's speed road race, it is as you were with Alex Laveras and Ellie Di Cavallo at the front and the back of this little group of four riders. Lorenzo Bernard of Italy and Tristan Bangma of the Netherlands.
While the two French riders are frustrated from not getting too much help, well, they could change the cards by counter-attacking and putting pressure on the other two teams. You're going to see a very short turn by the Italian there, Bernard.
You almost look, as Bernard went to the front there, I might have caught an expression on the face of Patrick Boss there, the pilot for Tristan Bang, as if to say, what are you doing?
Well, Bangma's doing the same thing right here.
Yeah.
He's rolling through, but not with putting energy in. Just roll, okay, if we like this situation, so if that's all we have to do, just roll over and swing off. We're happy with you guys doing the majority of the work.
What about this? This is Vincent Scheur of the Netherlands, a two-time gold medalist, and he is showing exactly why he is such a threat, because he has pulled himself back to this lead group in the men's B road race. And we are about to see a development here in the men's B road race at the business end of the race. They're on lap number 6, and it is going to be fascinating to see how this unfolds now. What an effort. And well, he's obviously put in a huge effort, and it is a matter of how much that has taken out of him as to what impact he'll be able to have on this group when it gets down to the business end of the race deciding moves.
Well, I'll tell you what, if Scheur, he does make contact here and then dedicates himself to Bangma, that would be a huge camaraderie between the two Dutch riders. What an incredible effort they've had to put in to bring back these four strong leaders.
That's really is the ride of the day. I mean, there's obviously someone's going to win the gold medal and they're going to be medalists, but this performance, regardless of where they finish, you can see the back wheel, they had issues, so they are back with that group. Wow.
And that's what they're going to do. Straight past, put pressure on the French.
Rocketing to the front of the men's B road race, having made up a minute and 5 seconds after 4 laps. This is Vincent Scheur of the Netherlands. Having had a puncture, he's joined the lead group, which includes his teammate Tristan Bangma and 2 French riders and an Italian rider, and has gone straight to the front to put the pressure on.
It's Di Cavallo who's doing the work and popped out the back there. it is Laveras. He couldn't hold the pace.
Well, Tristan Bangma will be smiling now and saying, well, this is what happens. You see, when you attack, you do lose some riders, and it just so happens that France have lost a rider now, and Bangma will now put the hammer down for the Netherlands to try and further put the riders in this group in the hurt box, and it is Bernard who looks as though he's struggling. Short little burst from Tristan Bangma.
Yeah,
doesn't want to get too far ahead of Descure as well. He's put in that huge effort to make contact.
They'd love to make it hard enough to keep Laveras off the back. Oh, look at this. This is unbelievable. This is the ride of Descure going to the front again after that massive, massive chase, putting pressure on the French. This is unbelievable. Vincent Descure.
Amazing ride by Descure. He is so experienced. Second to Bangma in the World Championships in 2023. Twice before that a silver medalist, but did win gold in Tokyo, did win gold in Rio. So not just that he could be of great assistance to Bangma, he could very much be in the hunt for the medal here. Now they'll fly down this, and then they will begin that climb. It'll take them to the finish line once again. And Laveras, the Frenchman, under pressure.
You can just hear the clicking of the gears there into a bigger gear to pick up the pace. Not carefully navigate this corner. A little chicane. Well, look, Bangma's in trouble now. He should have been right on the wheel of the Frenchman.
Descure is going to be joined by Cavallo. Bangma just off the saddle there, trying to drag themselves back up there. Likewise, Lorenzo Bernard, the Italian.
Oh, Bangma and his pilot boss, they do have fresh legs, so that little chase to get back on, not too difficult. I think they'll still be feeling quite comfortable there. They've got two Dutch riders, one French.
Fresher legs.
Fresher. Yes, they're coming into a very...
They haven't done much work, yeah.
Yeah. Just under halfway of the 127.8 kilometre road race for the men's B road race. And wow, we've got a race on our hands.
The women's B road race, well, it's yo-yoing back and forth here. Ireland again putting in a little bit of a surge here, which has put Laura Faki under pressure again. Faki did regain contact with this lead group. But now this is the third chase group behind Laura Faki. Santis and Helion, Ireland's second rider. Roaring the riders on one more time in this fascinating men's B road race. Vincent Descure, Elie de Cavallo, and Tristan Bangma in that group of three up ahead. Then it's Laveras just about 20 meters ahead of Lorenzo Bernard of Italy. 1 kilometer to go to the end of this next lap.
Well, it's still Descure of the Netherlands putting down the pace, with Bangma in second position, and it is Cavallo of France in third. Well, Cavallo won't be doing any work because they'll want Laveras to come back, and you can just see in the distance that he is working very hard to get back to this group.
Well, the dynamic has changed dramatically in this men's B road race, with Vincent Descure riding his heart out to reconnect with the lead group. The men's leaders in the men's B road race swing round that left-hander and head to the finish line. One more time. Boss and Bangma on the front. And the French fighting to stay in contact. 6 laps, 85.2 kilometers done. 3 to go in the men's B road race. And we've got a race on our hands here. The Dutch rider Tristan Bangma and Vincent Descoeur, his fellow countryman, and Elie de Cavallo go through 4 seconds clear of the other French rider in this mix here, Alexander Loveras, and Lorenzo Bernard hanging on 11 seconds further back. 3 laps remaining. France will at a high risk of losing a rider to in Loveras here.
You can see Descoeur is suffering a little bit now. He's picking up the pace because he wants to make it hard for the French. He's in time trial mode again. He does not want Loveras, this man on screen, to get back. They want to keep a double Dutch combination out there. It's 1 Frenchman rather than 2. Bernard of Italy. Oh, he's the 3rd chaser.
In the women's B road race, well, it is Ireland, and in fact 3 riders here. So Laura Fakki's again done a huge effort to regain contact here, and I'm sure that Sophie Anman's played a bit of a role there as her teammate in this race, just to not do any work on the front here and leave it up to Katie George Dunleavy. Men's B road race, 3 riders in it. Bangma and Descoeur of the Netherlands. Squeezed in between them, Elie de Cavallo. Bangma on the front. Descoeur, well, he did a huge effort to regain contact with this group after an early puncture. He was over a minute behind halfway through the race, and now he's reconnected. Trying to reconnect, and showing they might just do it is Alexander Loveras.
Well, there's every chance that they will, because there's a little bit of hesitation at the front there. Obviously, to Descoeur, he has to have massive amounts of fatigue in his legs. If Bangma puts all of his efforts into pushing the wind, it's playing into the hands of the Frenchman Cavallo, so it does look like Loveras is going to make contact again, which will mean for the first time we have in the lead 2 Dutch riders and 2 French riders fighting it out for the gold, silver and bronze. And will the Italian Bernard make his way back? That's the big question as well.
And well, you also must take into account how much of an effect the effort to get back on is going to have on these riders. What's left? They are ticking over the laps. 3 to go. This is lap number 7 of 9.
It was quite interesting as Loveras, the Frenchman, was just trying to make contact, that it was the other Frenchman, Cavallo, who really picked up the pace on the front.
Which is perhaps not quite what you would expect.
Not exactly.
Yeah.
But at the same time, he has put pressure on Descoeur and Bangma, 2 Dutch riders.
So after 6 laps in the men's B road race, 85.2 kilometers of 127.8. It is a fascinating race unfolding. Bangma and Descoeur, the Netherlands, and de Cavallo of France, 4 seconds ahead of Loveras, who's now just about rejoining, and Lorenzo Bernard of Italy hanging in and trying to have a say in the destiny of the medals. Women's B road race, Well, Ireland again hammering it away up the climb through Katie George-Dunleavy, the defending champion, and the silver medalist from Tokyo. On her wheel is Sophie Unwin. And Unwin has done absolutely everything right here. She's hardly put her nose in the wind at any stage in this race. Katie George-Dunleavy's used every time they've come up this climb to apply the pressure.
Well, there was some conversation, but the outcome of that was Ireland's Katie George-Dunleavy backed herself to drop them on the climb. Hasn't been able to do so far. And the men's B road race, it is 4 riders in the lead, 2 Frenchmen, 2 Dutchmen. Bangma, Cavallo, Teixeira and Loveras, they are the 4 leaders in the men's B road race, fighting it out for 3 medals.
Heading towards the finish line. Not quite at the race yet, but it is getting close. This is the leading 2 riders in the women's B road race. Gold and silver from Tokyo. And they are back in that position right now after 5 laps. They have 2 to go. 71 of 99.4. And it's Katie George-Dunleavy with her pilot Linda Kelly and Sophie Unwin and her pilot Jenny Hall who go across the line. 1 hour 52 for that 71 kilometers. And not far behind, showing incredible tenacity and determination. A 6-time Paralympic medalist in Laura Faki, 4th in Rio, 5th in Tokyo, and wanting to have a say in a medal here and another bronze medal. She is 28 seconds back. She will be concerned because this is the group behind her who might come into the picture in fighting for that bronze medal. Anne-Sophie Santis of France and her pilot Elise Delzen, and Josephine Ilion and pilot Eve McChrystal of Ireland, who will do nothing in this scenario because they have Dunleavy up ahead, setting the pace and hunting the gold medal. They're not going to help anyone to try and regain contact.
Well, Gerald, you spoke of Sophie Unwin being concerned about these chasers. I think at 28 seconds behind the 2 leaders, she'll still be thinking about the fight to get back into contention for a gold medal rather than worrying about her chasers at this point. Still 2 laps to complete for the women. 2 laps of 14. 14.2 kilometre laps, 2 laps to go. That'll total a race of 99.4 kilometres for the women's B road race.
Finish line ahead one more time on lap 5 in the women's B road race. It is the French favourite Anne-Sophie Santis, and just behind her, the Irish rider Josephine Elion, and they'll cross the line 2 minutes and 10 back. Yeah, it's unlikely that they'll make contact with Laura Faki, who's putting in a huge effort to rejoin the lead group. The men's B road race. Well, it's France against the Netherlands right here, right now. And they want to be a little bit careful as well. They don't want to play too many games because they could draw the Italian Lorenzo Bernard, who was only 11 seconds back at the end of the last lap.
Certainly a very big chance of the Italian making contact. Whilst there's hesitation among these 4 riders, 2 from France and 2 from the Netherlands, makes for the strategy very, very difficult. What will be interesting to see is if one of the nations choose to sacrifice one rider for another. If that happens, it's going to really play into the advantage, and I think the Netherlands are more famous for doing that to ensure a gold medal for their nation.
It's a tough ask, isn't it, when you come to games like this, and your career, it can be a life-changing moment, walking away with a gold medal or a medal of some description from the Paralympic Games. And do you throw your lot in and work for a teammate who might get the gold medal and you end up with nothing? But that's the sort of sacrifice that sometimes is required.
Yeah, it's a very huge ask at the absolute pinnacle of the sport here at the Paralympic Games. However, I just have this feeling that the Netherlands are very famous for doing that.
Well, I mean, we just saw how Vincent Escure emptied himself to get, well, he clearly didn't, because he's hanging with this group quite comfortably, but he put in a huge effort to make up the lost time from a puncture. He's with this group. He's sitting at the back of it for the time being, but he's done his fair share of work already.
Well, I have seen Escure shaking his legs, so he may have a little bit of crampage going on, which wouldn't be surprising.
Well, this is the lead of the women's B road race. Katie George Dunleavy and Sophie Unwin. Great Britain's Unwin has not left Katie George Dunleavy alone throughout this race. Every move that the Irish woman has made, she's been with her.
They've been able to respond. They've been in good position now. That's all they want to do. They had the discussion about, would you like us to work together until the finish? Katie George Dunleavy backing her strength and power against Sophie Unwin of Great Britain, saying no deal. Race on. So it is Katie George Dunleavy putting down the pressure, just trying to fatigue the legs of Sophie Unwin, who is in the slipstream, looking quite comfortable, I must say.
Well, she's had a superb games, has Sophie Unwin. Arrived here in peak condition, won the World Cup in Belgium in early May, then again backed that up with a win in Italy, beating Lizzie Jordan in Belgium in May, and Faki in Italy. Dunleavy, well, she managed to get up to 4th in Italy despite a crash, and she'd crashed in the previous round in Belgium when well, she's had a really tough year, to be fair. Broken collarbone, operation, and a virus before the Games. Now, this is Laura Faki, again having to dig so deep and show that characteristic tenacity and drive and determination to get back on par here. Became a mother in October 2022, and she is now hunting another medal here to take home to son Fraser and husband Neil, who's not riding the road races. 71 kilometers in the women's B road race. Katie George Dunleavy and Sophie Unwin are dueling it out at the moment, with Laura Faki giving her all to get in amongst the silver and gold medal fight.
Yeah, still sitting in bronze medal contention at the moment. Oh, this is Katie George Dunleavy with Sophie Unwin just in the slipstream there. They are the leaders on the road, just passing through the finish line. And then we have the other British team, Laura Faki in 3rd position. She will not give up. She is on the chase, trying to regain with these two leaders. Katie George Dunleavy and Sophie Unwin. Chasing behind is Laura Faki, trying to hold on to that bronze medal contention or move her way back into gold medal contention. Well, the strategy here for Sophie Unwin is to just sit on the wheel of Dunleavy.
Men's B road race. France go to the front as they fight on 2 fronts against a pair of Dutch riders, Tristan Bangma and Vincent Escure, Alex Silveras and Elie Di Cavallo for France. How is this going to unfold? Is someone going to sacrifice, one of these riders going to sacrifice themselves in the cause of a potential gold medal?
Of the two French riders, it has been Cavallo doing the majority of the work. We see Lavaris on the front now after that big chase. Short turn. Now we see Bangma with his pilot boss come through to the front, followed by the other team of the Netherlands. It's Vincent Teixeira. And his pilot, Tino Franzen.
They're so experienced, those two. Really have been at the top of the sport since before the Rio 2016 Paralympic Games. They won the gold medal.
Well, something very interesting I've seen between the two Dutch riders is that Bangma, who is leading at the moment with his pilot boss, versus Teixeira with his pilot Franzen, that it is Teixeira and Franzen that have the aerodynamic helmets on, meaning that they were going to go out on the chase and be the riders that put French and the other riders, competitors, under pressure and leave Bangma for this potential sprint at the finish. Well, there's a lot you can tell about the equipment and the setups and the aerodynamics of the riders.
How it all changes due to that mechanical issue, and the strategies then change. Up the saddle, up the climb, Bangma to Skewer.
Well, if Teixeira has anything left in the tank, we might see an attack. Bangma just setting the pace on the climb.
Spectators up and close getting selfies as the riders go past them in the men's B Road race. Sitting on the back here of this group is Lavaris. Tempo being set by Tristan Bangma. He and Patrick Boss in unison, up and out of the saddle.
Just over 3 laps of 14.2 kilometres to go for these 4 riders out in front of the men's B Road race.
And the average speed from the start of this race has gradually increased. First 42 kilometres at 43 kilometres an hour, and then they've got up to just over 40 now, averaging 40.1, so an indication that it's winding up now. The strength is coming to the fore.
Was Bangma doing the work on the climb, although he is staying very, very controlled. When we see Teixeira come through, he puts down the hammer and the pressure. He makes it hard for the French. When we see Bangma go to the front, it's just a controlled pace.
The climb is done, and they are 1 kilometre away from the finish line one more time in the men's B Road race. Well, 127.8 kilometres is a long way to go. Attrition and tactics play a role, but so far these 4 riders have been rock solid here. They've seen off the others: Lorenzo Bernard, Damien Ferreira, Karol Kopic, Federico Andreoli, Maxi Gomez, all way back now.
It'll be interesting to see the time checks when these 4 riders have gone through the start-finish line, and we see where Bernard is sitting behind the Italian, who was originally with them but not able to hold the pace.
Big crowds at the finish as they witness the top riders heading towards the finish line one more time in the men's B road race. 2 French riders, 2 Dutch riders. Big conversation going on between the Dutch riders here. Two laps remaining in this race, and it is all to play for. France and the Netherlands are in charge of proceedings here. 3 medals, 4 riders, and they've got 2 laps to work them out. It's going to be fascinating how this all unfolds.
Well, at the moment it looks like they're just sharing the turns amongst themselves, and we will no doubt, with 2 laps to go, see some explosions and attacks happen. Let's see how far Bernard is behind the 4 leaders. He's losing time.
He is. He's going to be a little too far off your feel after nearly 100 kilometers to really regain contact with what is looking like a very, very strong quartet up front. So 47 seconds. Well, who knows? Women's B road race. Jenny Hall looks over her shoulder to see if there's a sight of Laura Faki trying to regain her back wheel here. She is sitting on the wheel of Katie George Dunleavy as Jenny Hall and Sophie Unwin.
Well, the tactic of Katie George Dunleavy is to apply all the pressure on the climb and try to drop Sophie Unwin. That's the goal of Katie George Dunleavy. Sophie Unwin looking very comfortable in the slipstream.
Dunleavy already has 7 Paralympic medals, one of the most successful Paralympians for Ireland, and she has them. Her mother keeps them for her, but does Katie George Dunleavy every now and again take them out and go to schools and shows them off. She's not precious about them, wants people to get the feel, to be inspired by the touch of a medal, and that's a wonderful attribute. She's so keen to spread the paracycling word. Laura Faki, well, she is digging so deep. Once again, 49 seconds here.
Yeah, they're losing time to those 2 leaders. That must be difficult for their mentality, knowing they're losing time to the leaders. Then it becomes a fight to hold on for the bronze medal.
Men's B road race, penultimate lap, and Laveiras and De Cavallo of France against the Dutch pair, Vincent Descour at the back here and Tristan Bangma up ahead, just ahead of him.
Well, I feel, Gerald, that we might see some fireworks on this lap, or will they leave it to the final lap?
What do you think? I'm not going to hold you to it.
Yeah, I'm thinking Bangma's idea would be to leave it to the last lap. If I was from France, I think I would start counter-attacking.
The Cavallo, Laveiras, Bangma and Descour lead by 47 seconds with just under 100 kilometers of 127 done in the men's B road race. Well, perhaps we'll see France trying to play a card or two on this penultimate lap. They haven't done it yet. They haven't attacked the Dutch, even when it was Laveiras and De Cavallo with just Bangma. They didn't attack him.
Well, as I anticipated, it would be the French that start doing the attacking.
De Cavallo is doing it on the front there, and Laveiras sitting a little bit off the back here.
Well, that's the danger I guess, of the stronger French rider. Laveras very much in trouble. Seeing him yo-yoing a little bit off and on.
Bangma's right up onto the back of De Cavallo, and he's joined by Tescure now.
It's a difficult position for the French in regards to strategy and tactics in the final 2 laps of this men's B road race. It is getting very exciting as to sure what an unbelievable ride. Rider of the day, man of the match.
Well, you know, you don't know where the medals are going to go, but you feel that the effort that Vincent Tescure has put in here after the troubles he had early in the race to get back into this group and now be on the front setting the pace and doing work here is phenomenal and deserves some reward. Maybe that reward comes in the shape of a big thank you from Tristan Bangma as he helps him to the gold medal, and Tescure finishes in 4th place, and he'll be happy with that reward. You think he might finish 3rd?
Very big possibility. These are the 3 riders. Obviously, Laveras is yo-yoing on and off the back. The idea of the Dutch rider Tescure is to keep that pace high enough on the front to keep Laveras off the back, giving the Dutch an advantage of 2 riders versus 1.
Now the role there of Johan Pelot is to keep Alexander Laveras informed of the gap and keep him motivated to keep driving on and making sure that he knows they're going to make contact, they're going to catch them. Not far off.
I think this is a great demonstration by the Dutch of team camaraderie, because Vincent Tescure is laying it all on the line to set things up for Bangma.
Bangma moves to one side, and you sense he's getting ready to perhaps unleash here, and the French rider De Cavallo is aware.
Well, Bangma has a couple of options here. He can either attack really hard this early, or he could go to the front and give his teammate just a little bit more of a rest to get one more big job out of him.
Second last lap in the men's B road race. It's building up to a fascinating finish. 127.8 kilometers, 9 laps of the 14, and after they cross the finish line one more time, it'll be the final throw of the dice. Tescure doing an enormous job again. Towards the finish line comes the women's B road race, and they are heading to take the bell. At the front, the defending champion Katie George Dunleavy of Ireland and her pilot Linda Kelly, and behind them, where they have been virtually the entire race, it is Sophie Unwin and her pilot Jenny Holt. What a race and what a final lap this is promising to be. The bell for the women's B road race, 85.2 kilometers done, another 14.2, and we'll be crowning a gold medalist here at Paris 2024 Paralympic Games. The defending champion Katie George Dunleavy ahead of the silver medalist Sophie Unwin. Those two first and second in Tokyo. And Laura Faki, well, she is not out of the equation just yet. 5th in Tokyo. She's in the mix right now for a bronze medal. And if well, they keep going like this, maybe they'll have a say in the destiny of the gold medal.
Well, I wouldn't count it out. Like I said, Faki, she is a rider that never gives up.
So Faki in third place here. Here's the bell. Great Britain's Laura Faki and her pilot Corinne Hall take the bell, and they are 56 seconds behind the second placed rider. Well, in fact, the first two, Katie George-Dunleavy and Sophie Unwin.
So with less than 14 kilometres to go in this women's B road race, it looks like a huge ask for Laura Faki to make contact with the two leaders. However, she will be fighting on for that bronze medal.
Men's B road race, and everyone's looking at everyone else here. The Netherlands and France. They're waiting for a move, expecting a move here. Someone is going to make a move, perhaps. Bangma on the left-hand side for the Netherlands, number 10 on his back. And his teammate is Vincent Descure, number 11. And for France, well, on the front there, number 2, Ellie de Cavallo. Alex Loveras, number 3, is back in the frame here. He was off the back a little bit about 3-4 kilometers ago, but he's managed to put himself on the back of the group here. So this is a real game of poker, game of cat and mouse going on here.
Absolutely, the dynamics change so much when Loveras makes contact now, again putting 2 Dutch riders and 2 French riders in the mix. Oh, they'll be fighting it out. The 4 riders for 3 medals.
The final lap of the women's B road race, and these are the riders in the gold and silver medal positions right now, and this is the rider in the bronze medal position, Laura Faki, at the back here with her pilot Jenny Hall. And in 4th place it is Anne-Sophie Santis, and sitting on her wheel as she has done for the last 2 laps, Josephine Ilion of Ireland. They will be quite well off Laura Faki, who was 56 seconds behind the leading pair going through the finish line. And it doesn't look like the French pair, and it'll be up to them to try and regain contact. They're not going to get any help from the Irish rider. So 3 minutes and 34 seconds. Fairly safe to say, if there's no incident on this final lap, that Anne-Sophie Santis is not going to be in the medals here. And Josephine Hellion and her partner Eva Crystal quite happy to just play policeman here and not do any work. They're into their final lap, 4th and 5th in the women's B road race. There's an art to collecting the bottle.
Absolutely, a lot of training before a rider starts in that professional peloton, learning how to take a bottle from the side of the road. It is not an easy task, not for the soigneur, the person handing the bottle, nor for the rider. There is a real art in taking a bottle from the side of the road at high speeds.
1 lap to go. This is the standings in the women's B road race. Bit of a move in the men's B road race, because Vincent Descure has gone up the road for the Netherlands. He has launched the attack. 4 kilometers to go in the second last lap in the men's road race. This is the approach to the climb.
This is an unbelievable team effort from the Netherlands. Vincent Descure of the Netherlands, the rider of the day. What an unbelievable performance. Perhaps the strongest legs in the race. And he is willing to lay it all on the line for his teammate. It could work out. He takes the gold medal himself, but the idea is to set things up for Tristan Bangma. And wow, isn't he doing a fabulous job?
He's been amazing, Vincent Descure. Bangma looking for a 3rd gold medal at these games alone, and that's the sort of quality of the rider. Silver in Tokyo. Tristan Bangma didn't finish in Rio at the Rio 2016 Paralympic Games. But he is the current world champion, Tristan Bangma. Well, he might be thinking, well, you know what, the work that Vincent Descure has done here, if he rides off to gold, well, hats off to him because he deserves it, and only but happy for him.
Absolutely, 100%. The amount of work that we have seen done by Descure of the Netherlands has been unbelievable. A big chase from the French with Bangma on the wheel in the slipstream.
They've only been able to do this, the Netherlands, because of that wonderful ride from Descure to get back into this group. Veras, he has been the one of the two French riders who's just been a little bit off the fearsome pace in this race. Every time there's been a little bit of a surge up the climbs, on an injection of pace, it's Veras who's slipped off the back. Beautiful cornering at high speed. These riders are exceptionally skilled.
Oh, the amount of faith the stoker on the back with vision impaired rider needs to have so much faith in their pilot. It's unbelievable as they're now approaching the final lap. They have 2 kilometers to go until the final lap.
Bangma having to do a bit of work here with his pilot Patrick Boss to get onto the back wheel because De Cavallo's done well.
Yeah, De Cavallo, he certainly will be a little bit nervous about having 2 Dutchmen surrounding him, but he looks comfortable. Big effort there, both having been done by De Cavallo of France and Tristan Bangma of the Netherlands. Due to the hard work of Vincent Descure of the Netherlands, well, here goes a counter-attack. Can Bangma respond? He knows he has to. That's his job. That's his repayment to all the hard work done by Vincent Descure.
Well, De Cavallo tries to go. It's not really enough to put Bangma under serious pressure. He's having to work as they reach near the top of the climb on this second last lap of the men's B road race, and Descure just winches himself back onto the wheel of his teammate Bangma.
We obviously get a lot of frontal shots from the camera of the pilot that always looks comfortable, but he can only do as much work as his stoker is capable of. So generally we see the pilot quite comfortable, whereas the stoker might be putting every single ounce of energy that he has into a move. Well, Vincent Descure, he hasn't given up yet. On the attack again, putting France under pressure. Cavallo has to respond again.
They've squeezed the French rider into the middle of the sandwich here.
Oh, Alia De Cavallo of France, he is doing an absolute superb job, I must say, to this point of the race. He will be quite nervous about being surrounded by 2 Dutchmen, but he is doing an absolutely superb job.
And rolling in towards the finish line for the second last time. The next time they get here, it will be to decide the medals. Which of these riders is going to be at the sharp end? Well, they've got 14.2 kilometers to work that one out. So Vincent Descure, who had all manner of issues in this race, has managed to put himself at the sharp end of the race. And Vincent Descure will take them through the bell lap. 1 lap to go in the men's B road race, and it is 2 from the Netherlands. Vincent Descure on the front and Tristan Bangma behind him, and Elia De Cavallo from France, the other team in that mix. The second of the French combinations of French riders, Alex Veras, 17 seconds back may still have a say in the destiny of the medals, because we've got 14.2 kilometers for that to be worked out. So the men's B road race, those for the visually impaired riders, who are the riders on the back of the tandem bikes with a sighted pilot on the front. And these are the road races for men and women in the B classification. Concern from Bangma and Bosset because they fear that Loveros might be coming back into the mix here.
Well, look how close it is. Loveros is putting a big effort into coming back on the final lap to those three leading riders. A lot of pressure being put on to Stuart of the Netherlands to hold that speed high enough to keep Loveros off the back.
Around 5 kilometers on this lap is the first of two climbs. And this is the last lap. So is there going to be a move on that first climb, or are they going to leave it till the last? Well, at the way they're riding now, Loveros is going to be back with them, I think, fairly shortly.
Well, I think Tristan Bangma's gone through to the front there, hoping to give his teammate a little bit of a rest on the other side of the road. Well, Stuart will get on the back, but Loveros, he's not far off. Well, this trio of riders out front is now about to become 4, which means 3 medals between 4 riders. Oh, to Stuart, he goes to the front again, picks up the pace.
Yeah, Loveros is going to make contact with this lead group in the men's B road race, and there's this tension building here all the time. The expectation that one of these riders, and you feel that it's Tristan Bangma, is going to be the man to explode off the front at some stage and rip this race apart. But it's building all the time. Loveros, another good job. He's back on the virtual podium, so to speak, the fight for it anyway. The women's B road race is on its final lap, and at the moment there is nothing to separate the front two teams. Setting the pace on the front for the last 3 laps has been Katie George Dunleavy and her sighted pilot Linda Kelly, and behind her the hugely impressive Sophie Unwin of Great Britain and Jenny Hall in the bronze medal position right now, riding on their own and doing a huge effort to try and keep it that way, or even just make contact with the group, is Laura Faki and her pilot Corinne Hall.
Well, you can see the pain face on Laura Faki, but that is a common face that we see. Laura Faki never giving in. Well, action up the front in the men's race. Well, this could be the big winning move.
Well, it's Bangma who takes it to the front there. Loveros again left at the back, swinging around.
Yes, it is. Tristan Bangma with that big move. Well, Cavallo, what an amazing job he has done to respond. He moves through the front to say, hey, I've got energy left in the tank as well. We have got a really big race on our hands here inside the final lap of the men's B road race.
Well, Loveros again, he just made contact, and the Dutch, you almost feel they got there. Here's the move now from Vincent Descure, and the response from the French rider de Cavallo. Half out the saddle, in back in. Bangma will sit on his wheel as Descure applies pressure on the French rider.
This is an amazing demonstration of teamwork, as I've noticed throughout this race. It's Teixeira of the Netherlands putting it all on the line.
Bangma goes now. It's a 1-2 from the Netherlands. First Teixeira, then Bangma, and it is putting this French rider, Elita Cavallo, under real pressure. Having to keep an eye on the rider in front and know that behind him Teixeira is likely to apply another attack. He's right on the wheel.
Well, hasn't Cavallo of France done an amazing job to respond to those counterattacks from the two Dutchmen? They look behind to see where Laveras is. Well, even if he does make contact again, last time I had a feeling he made contact that he should have just gone straight past with everything he had left to make it a little bit hard for the Dutch riders. However, it seems when he makes contact, he just doesn't have anything left to contribute. Laveras, he's the fourth man out on the road.
Yeah, he's spent a lot of the last 3 or 4 laps trying to regain, close into this lead group, yo-yoing off the back of it as the power's been laid down by predominantly Teixeira and to a lesser degree Bangma, who is on the front now for the Netherlands. Right now, those are the 3 riders who will determine the medals. In what order? Well, we'll wait and see. It's boiling up beautifully.
Inside the final lap, it is so exciting to see what is going to happen.
Laveras will want to make contact again here on this climb. Well, it's going to be a huge effort by him. Car moves out the way, so he is close.
Well, it's Bangma having to do the work on the climb if he wants to keep Laveras off the back. He also wants to give Teixeira a little bit of a rest so he can do another big job, putting pressure on Cavallo.
And Cavallo has done, you make the point about them doing a great job, and they really have. Once Teixeira joined this group, it was going to be tough, and he's managed to manage himself and his efforts very impressively to remain in the race here for a gold medal and remain calm and composed, respond to the attacks, but make sure he's got something left. Oh, Laveras is looking as though he may join them again.
Oh, these cyclists are doing an absolute phenomenal job. They are putting on an amazing show for us, Gerald. They're inside the final lap, and have we seen some diverse changes along the way throughout this, well, 127-kilometre men's B road race. There has been some interesting tactics, and at the end of the day, in the final lap, it looks like it's coming down to brute power.
Well, a classic matchup here. France on their home roads against the Netherlands, who've been the powerhouse on the paracycling road disciplines over the last few days in this Vichy-sur-Bois region. And they are up against one another here for the glory in the men's B road race for visually impaired riders riding as stokers with a sighted pilot on the front of the tandem bikes. Well, now Tristan Bangma is sitting off and looks over with his pilot Patrick Boss. Oh, they're all just easing up here. They know it's going to come down to the final climb. The women's B road race is on the final climb as they make their way towards the finish. This is the last lap, and the defending champion, Katie George-Dunleavy of Ireland, and her pilot, Linda Kelly, have used this ramp to put pressure on everyone, and they've shed everyone except for Sophie Unwin and her pilot, Jenny Hall, who've looked implacable. They've looked totally unperturbed by every time Katie George Dunleavy applies the pressure. Look at the ease with which Unwin is going up this climb. Dunleavy is working so hard.
Well, absolutely. Dunleavy would want on this final lap to be able to drop Sophie Unwin. The big question is, can she do it? Will it come down to a sprint? Will Sophie Unwin, who's been sitting in the slipstream, be able to win the sprint? Here's Laura Farke, bronze medalist on the road at the moment. Coming into 2 kilometres to go for these two riders. And it is Katie George Dunleavy of Ireland putting everything in, everything she's got. They can see the 1 kilometre to go banner.
Stalemate in the men's race for the time being. They're stoking the fires. The 1 kilometre kite in the women's B road race at the Paris 2024 Paralympic Games. They've been riding for 98 kilometres and it's come down to this. Katie George Dunleavy of Ireland, the defending champion and the silver medalist in Tokyo, is Sophie Unwin, who sat second wheel for the last 4 laps behind the Irish powerhouse, and now they will dice it out for the right to be called Paralympic champions at the end of this race. Which of these two combinations and riders is going to be crowned gold medalist? Well, Dunleavy, she loves the road race. She says this is her favourite race. She's a 7-time Paralympic medalist here, and she is hoping that she can win another back-to-back road race gold here, having won the individual time trial. It's going to come down to the last 100 metres or so. Katie George Dunleavy of Ireland. Her pilot, Linda Kelly, lead into the final corner. Sophie Unwin and Jenny Hall draw up alongside them. It's going to be a sprint now. Unwin and Hall are on the way. They are going to upset the defending champions here. It is going to be a win for Great Britain in the women's B road race. Katie George Dunleavy has nothing left. She cannot respond now. It is a race to glory for Sophie Unwin. Another gold medal at the Paris Paralympic Games for the Great Britain rider and her partner Jenny Hall. Too much firepower over the last 100 metres. A glorious ride to hold off Katie George Dunleavy and consign the Irish rider to an 8th medal, but it's a silver medal.
Oh, here comes Laura Farke. She'll be wanting to win the bronze medal. Well, gold and bronze for Great Britain as it looks.
So it is a brilliant ride by Sophie Unwin and her dynamic driving pilot up front, Jenny Hall. Laura Farke, well, Laura Farke has put in a massive effort. She was distanced early on and then fought her way back into the lead group, but just couldn't hold on up the climbs under the pressure from Dunleavy as she applied the pressure there. But it'll be a bronze medal for Laura Farke at Paris 2024 on the road race. This will be her best result in the road race for Laura Farke. Finally onto the podium, 4th in Rio, 5th in Tokyo, and now together with Corinne Hall, it'll be Laura Farke who will celebrate another medal, taking her tally to 7 at Paralympic Games in the paracycling discipline. Laura Farke, bronze medal to Great Britain. The men's B road race is evolving into a fascinating battle here.
Sorry, Gerald, there seems to be a mechanical problem now for the Frenchman. This is not good. Disaster.
Cavallo has had to stop within almost sight of the finish line.
No, this is not good. He's done such a wonderful job.
Well, that is a telling moment in this race as we see the men's racers head for the finish line. Tristan Bangma and Vincent Descoeur of the Netherlands. Well, now it is Alex Leveras, who's been perhaps a slightly weaker of the two French riders, having to try and chase down the Dutch pair up front. What a travesty it is for the rider from France, De Cavallo, who's done so much work and worked so well to remain in contention for the gold medal, and a mechanical which is sure to put him outside of the medals here. Tescure driving to the front here for the Netherlands. Bangma will do his fair share of work here as Alex Loveras tries to get on terms.
For the two Dutchmen now, it'll just be a time trial between the two of them to the finish line. They will not want Loveras in the mix. Oh, what an upset for De Cavallo.
Faultless throughout the race, the Frenchman, but with 3 kilometers to go, it's all in for Tristan Bangma, and the rider just ahead of him, Vincent Descure of the Netherlands, and Alexandre Loveras, the French rider, on his own now, having lost the assistance of Elie De Cavallo, who had been with this pair, the Dutch pair, for the last 2.5 laps, with Loveras yo-yoing back and forth off the group. And now he is way off it due to mechanical. So they'll swing through the chicane, and on the front, Vincent Descure. At the finish of the women's B road race, rolling into 4th place, it is Josephine Hellion of Ireland, 4 minutes and 39 seconds behind the gold medalists Sophie Unwin and her pilot Jenny Hall. Santis will finish in 5th place for France. She had been with Josephine Hellion for the best part of 2 laps, but ultimately running out of steam up the final climb, and Santis rolling in 5th place for France. Acknowledging the support of the fans, and plenty of support there has been around this course for not just the French riders, for all the riders. Women's B road race, and Sophie Santis in 5th place. The men's B road race is reaching its finale, and it is all about the Dutch pair up front, Tristan Bangma and Vincent Descure. Descure was out of the equation 1 minute and 4 seconds after a puncture saw him drop out of the lead group, but he worked for 2.5 laps to put himself back in the picture, pulled himself into the lead group, and he's done an enormous amount of the work. It's him on the front here, Vincent Descure, and his pilot Timo Fransen, and behind him it is Patrick Boss gritting his teeth with his stoker, the visually impaired rider Tristan Bangma behind on his bike, and they look as though it is going to be the Netherlands who will decide gold and silver.
Oh, what drama have we had in this men's B road race. It has been unbelievable. What disappointment for De Cavallo. He certainly did a magnificent job until the final few kilometres of this race. Well, they're back on the bike. Loveras is chasing. They're in the bronze medal position. And behind them, the teammate De Cavallo working on the bike to try and come home for at least a 4th place. These are the leaders on the road. It is Vincent Descure. He has done the majority of the work in this race, looking after his fellow teammate Tristan Bangma. Well,
Tristan Bangma and Patrick Boss sitting second wheel here. Bangma looking for a 3rd gold medal at the Paralympic Games here. It is Vincent Descure who's putting his head down here. This is a man who fought back from a minute down in this race. It's going to be a straight-out sprint with his teammate Bangma, who's going to take the gold medal. It's going to be Tristan Bangma, who's driving it all the way to the finish line here. He is going to collect himself a third gold medal in Paris. Arms up and celebration for Tristan Bangma and Patrick Boss as they take the gold medal just ahead of his teammate Vincent Descure and Timo Franzen, and it's bronze for the French pair of Alex Loveras and his partner Johan Pelot. What a sprint here, the power of Tristan Bangma.
Well, they didn't have to do too much work throughout the race because of the commitment from Vincent Descure, who comes in for the silver medal. This is the celebration from Tristan Bangma and his Patrick Boss, his pilot. Well, the race really did fall into their hands, and what a team effort.
Gold to Tristan Bangma of the Netherlands in the men's B road race. And this is Sweden's Jannering just making her way towards the finish in the women's road race. Louise Jannering and Catherine Nilsson. Well, they played a role early on in the race as they launched a few speculative attacks early in the piece, but ultimately not able to sustain the pace. And Louise Jannering, a former bronze medalist, and Catherine Nilsson will finish in 6th place. Well, deep disappointment for Elie de Cavallo of France. He was the man, you feel, who was going to be perhaps putting Bangma under pressure. You can see the frustration. They had a mechanical within 4 kilometers of the finish, which took them out of the equation. Loveras there, well, he took the bronze medal. Well, Clichy-sous-Bois has seen some dramatic racing today in the men's and women's B road races for visually impaired athletes with a sighted pilot. 127 kilometers in the men's race, 99 in the women's race, and both had plenty of excitement and drama, and ultimately gold medals for Great Britain, Sophie Unwin in the women's race, and for Tristan Bangma in the men's race. But they had the wrong rider. They had the virus in the picture. So the virus was riding, but they had the Cavallo's, yeah. No problem, I'll just drop that way, yeah. Well, he set his sights on 3 gold medals, and Tristan Bangma has now done just that by winning the men's B road race for the Netherlands.
Recevoir l'information de notre oreillette, mesdames et messieurs, la cérémonie de remise des médailles et des victoires aura lieu à 16h30 du côté de l'écran géant. Donc n'hésitez pas à venir nous rejoindre à partir de 16h20 pour vous faire patienter. Forcément quelque chose à vous proposer. En tous les cas, 16h30 pour les cérémonies de remise des médailles.
Lorenzo Bernard of Italy in his first Paralympics as a cyclist, and he's doing a grand job here together with his pilot Davide Plebani, and they will finish in 5th place in the men's B road race. They were in the mix. They were in a group of 4 initially before Vincent Descure brought himself back into that group. Once Descure arrived and applied the pressure, Lorenzo Bernard wasn't able to sustain it and dropped back, and he will finish in 5th place, 4 minutes and 28 seconds down on the winners. Well, it's been a tough day for this pair. It is Lizzie Jordan of Great Britain and Danny Kahn. They picked up a very early mechanical, and from that they were found it very difficult to recover to get into contention for a medal. A three-time track world champion is Lizzie Jordan, and she and Danny Kahn, well, they've hung at it tenaciously, and they will finish as they roll towards the line in the women's B road race in 7th place. Danny Kahn and her visually impaired rider Lizzie Jordan, 13 minutes and 15 seconds down. Back with the men's road race, the men's B race, and well, this is a courageous, tenacious ride from young Karol Kopic, the 17-year-old from Poland. And he's been in the company of Damien Vereka from Ireland for virtually the entire race. What an experience for the young man.
The two riders have been working well together. Their chase and trying to hold their positions out on the road.
Well, by our reckoning, there should be another rider still up the road ahead of them, lying in 6th place, Federico Andreoli of Italy. And Damien Vereka out of the saddle. They know it's just about done here. Well, they just can't match the little surge up this final climb. This is Federico Andreoli of Italy, also a rider affected by mechanical issues, a couple of them in this race, taking him out of the equation. A winner of a World Cup race this year on home turf in Italy. However, here in Paris at the 2024 Paralympic Games, Federico Andreoli is going to come home in 6th place. Well, as long as Karol Kopic doesn't chase him down, and look over his shoulder by Andreoli's pilot Paolo Toto, just to make sure. Don't take your foot off the gas just yet.
Yeah, there's a strong surge coming from the Polish rider Kopic.
Well, I think that'll tell this pair that they should be able to take 6th place. And that's much better than saying I finished 7th at the Paralympic Games. Federico Andreoli of Italy, one last left-hander. Glance over his shoulder by his pilot Paolo Toto, the sighted pilot, and he will know now that they will finish in 6th place, and 1 place behind the other Italian in this field, Lorenzo Bernard. A good ride under tough circumstances for Andreoli after their mechanical issues, and they finish 8 minutes and 39 back. And what a ride by Karol Kopic. And Marcin Białoboloki is pilot. They finish 8:45 down, just 6 seconds behind that pair. And Damien Vereka, well, just on the final climb, the Irishman not able to stay with young Karol Kopic. And, well, a brave ride, and he's finished 9 minutes and 8 seconds back in 8th place. I reckon still one rider out there, and that's Maxi Gomez of Argentina. However, going through lap 7, he was 27 minutes down and has yet to come through for his second last lap. So he might still have
it might only be
another half an hour out there.
Not really, a couple of minutes behind.
So we'll wait and see when he comes in. Well, Clichy-sous-Bois, on a beautiful day, perfect day for racing, has seen enthralling dicing for gold medals. The smile on the face of Jenny Hole and the celebrations, the sign that they and her visually impaired athlete Sophie Unwin are gold medalists here in Paris. A second gold to match the one they won in the velodrome in the individual pursuit for this fantastic rider, Sophie Unwin and Jenny Hole.
Well, I wouldn't have expected anything different with 3 laps to go when I saw Sophie Unwin so comfortably sitting on the wheel of Katie George Dunleavy that they would have the power. And that was such an exciting sprint when they came underneath in that final corner. I was a little bit nervous about the angle they had to take to come over underneath. Well, this is the bronze medalist coming in. Faki is just an unbelievable athlete. What a performance out there today. She is a rider that says, giving up is not in my blood.
Maxi Gomez and Sebastian Jose Tolosa swinging round towards the finish line. Well, by our reckoning, they still have a lap to do. The Argentine and his pilot, the 45-year-old who very nearly retired, or he said he was going to retire after Tokyo, but decided to come back and give it one more whirl, and he's had a busy time of it. That'll be them. A lap down, but he will finish in 9th place. Maxi Gomez and Sebastian Jose Tolosa complete the field in the men's B road race, with Kennedy Ogata did not finish, and Stephen Bate a non-starter from the original start list. Driving for the line in the men's B road race, Tristan Bangma, after the great work by Vincent Descure, taking the gold medal. Bangma, silver to Descure.
Well, what a setup by Descure. He did an amazing job to set up Tristan Bangma for this gold medal. What a celebration. Gold and silver to the 2 Dutch pair. Oh, Patrick Bos kisses the air. As Tristan Bangma takes another gold medal for the Netherlands.
And it was bronze for the tenacious Alex Loveras and Johan Pelot.
Well, despite the disappointment of their teammate, they certainly deserved the gold medal with the fighting and the yo-yoing on and off.
So the men's B road race, Tristan Bangma and Patrick Bos, his pilot, take the gold medal ahead of Vincent Descure's fellow Dutchman by 2 seconds, and Alex Loveras and Johan Pelot take the bronze medal for France ahead of their teammates, the unlucky Elie de Cavallo and Michael Gouchard. Italy 5th and 6th in the men's B road race. Kopic, the 17-year-old, a brave ride, a good learning curve for him. Gomez finishing a lap down, just rolling across the line short while after Vareka and McLaughlin. And Orgada not finishing, and Stephen Bate of Great Britain not starting in the men's B road race. An enthralling women's B road race. Katie George-Dunleavy, the defending champion, did most of the leading out, and it was Sophie Unwin of Great Britain in her pilot Jenny Hole who sprung out and outsprinted them to take the gold medal by 3 seconds and go one better than they did in Tokyo. Laura Faki, tenacious, and a fighting ride from Great Britain's Laura Faki and Corinne Hall to take the bronze medal, 1 minute and 35 down. Disappointment for Elizabeth Jordan and Danny Kahn. An early mechanical put them under pressure, and they would finish in 7th place. No finish for Zeiss and Bunmalat. They were a lap down. In fact, they did finish a lap down. Very poor luck for Patricia Kuta of Poland. A mechanical within 100 meters of the start line, putting her out of contention, and Quiroga did not start. Well, delight for the Dutch. Gold and silver. Tristan Bangma and Patrick Boss taking the gold medal. And they will be eternally grateful to the hard work done by Vincent Discoeur. We will have the victory ceremonies for the women's and men's B road races very shortly.
That was the medals from Sarah. She good. She jump up.
But as long as there are stars above, you'll never need to die. I'll make you so sure about it. God only knows what I need without you. 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 God only knows what I need without you.
crinkle. You've got a crinkle in your thing.
Big deal. That's just growing up.
I needed a short day.
Untouched. 16. Don't overthink it. White arrows will break. The black night.
Mesdames et messieurs, on peut vous annoncer que les cérémonies de remise de médailles auront lieu dans 5 minutes. Encore un petit peu de patience.
Well, thank you for your patience, everybody. Just a reminder that the victory ceremony will start at 4:30 in less than 5 minutes' time.
There is a place that exists. Mais qu'est-ce que tu veux? Mais qu'est-ce que tu veux?
Messieurs, la cérémonie des vainqueurs de la course sur route homme B.
Ladies and gentlemen, the victory ceremony for the men's B road race.
Veuillez accueillir les médaillés.
Please welcome the medalists.
Les médailles seront remises par...
The medals will be presented by...
Madame Evelyne Siriégi, présidente du comité régional olympique sportif de l'Île-de-France.
President of the Regional Olympic and Sports Committee of Île-de-France.
Accompagnée par...
Accompanied by...
Madame Marie-Florence de Prince, adjointe au maire de Clichy-sous-Bois.
Deputy Mayor Clichy-sous-Bois.
Médaillé de bronze représentant la France.
Bronze medalists representing France.
Alexandre Lioveras and pilote Johan Payo.
Alexandra Lioveras and Johan Payo, the bronze medalists in the men's B road race. Well, it was somewhat of a fortuitous bronze after their fellow countryman Elie de Cavallo picked up a mechanical within 2 kilometers of the finish, and they were sitting in bronze medal position. And Lioveras, well, only too happy to take the bronze medal. Steady improvement, fourth in the men's B 4,000 meter individual pursuit in the velodrome, and fifth, beg your pardon, and fourth in the time trial, and now third in the men's B road race. Alexandre Lioveras and Johan Payo, bronze medalists in the men's B road race.
Médaillé d'argent représentant les Pays-Bas.
Silver medalists representing Netherlands.
Vincent Terschour and pilot Timo Fransen.
Well, this pair have been the gold medalists in the last 2 Paralympic Games in Rio de Janeiro and Tokyo. And they put in the ride of their lives today, regardless of the fact that they didn't win the gold medal. Descure picked up a puncture and lost well over a minute. And halfway through the race, well, his hopes of a medal were gone, but he dug so deep and pulled themselves back into the lead group. And not only that, they didn't sit in that group, they worked incredibly hard for their and their teammates' cause, and have drawn a great reward, a silver medal for Descure. his total tally to 7 medals
Médaillé
in
d'or et
Paralympics.
champion paralympique représentant les Pays-Bas.
Gold medalists and Paralympic champions representing Netherlands.
Tristan Bangma and pilot Patrick Bos.
26-year-old Tristan Bangma set a goal on achieving 3 gold medals at the Paris 2024 Paralympic Games. The first goal was individual pursuit in the velodrome. He ticked that off on day 3 of the program. And the men's B individual time trial on the roads around Clichy-sous-Bois. It was another gold medal, and today he achieved his goal and his dream, a 3rd gold medal at a single games. Second in Tokyo in the Paralympic Games road race, and he has 2 other track gold medals, takes his tally to 5 golds and 1 silver. Tristan Bangma and pilot Patrick Bos.
Mesdames et messieurs, si vous le pouvez, veuillez vous lever pour l'hymne des Pays-Bas.
Ladies and gentlemen, please stand if you are able for the anthem of Netherlands.
Mesdames et messieurs, les médaillés paralympiques.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Paralympic medalists.
Medalists in the men's B road race, Tristan Bangma and Patrick Bos in the gold medal position ahead of fellow countrymen, twice a gold medalist in this discipline, Vincent Descure and Timo Franzen, and Alexandre Lloveras and Johan Theot of France take the bronze medal. Bangma joins Jetse Platt as a triple gold medalist at these games in the Dutch paracycling setup. Platt won his first one in the paratriathlon.
Never
Eighth Paralympic medal for Katie George Dunleavy. Gold in the individual time trial, silver in the road race, and silver in the individual pursuit in the velodrome. And the gold medalist from Tokyo, but ultimately lost out in a thrilling sprint for the line to Sophie Unwin. And a really tough year with a broken collarbone. Linda Kelly had a concussion as well earlier in the year. And now Katie George-Dunleavy and Linda Kelly, silver medalists at the road race in Paris 2024 Paralympic Games.
Médaillée d'or et championne paralympique représentant la Grande-Bretagne.
Gold medalists and Paralympic champions representing Great Britain, Sophie Unwin and pilot Jenny Hall.
It has been simply spectacular, the paracycling disciplines for this pair. Sophie Unwin, the 30-year-old from Great Britain, and her pilot Jenny Hall. This is their fourth medal in 4 disciplines. The 1,000-meter time trial, they took the bronze in the velodrome and then followed that up with gold in the individual pursuit. Finished second to Dunleavy in the individual time trial on the road, and now winning the sprint. She's simply in the form of her life, Sophie Unwin. And now has 6 Paralympic medals, 4 from this 1 Games. Gold medalist Sophie Unwin with Jenny Hall in the women's B road race.
Mesdames et messieurs, si vous le pouvez, veuillez vous lever pour l'hymne de la Grande-Bretagne.
Ladies and gentlemen, please stand if you are able for the anthem of Great Britain.
Mesdames et messieurs, les médaillés paralympiques.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Paralympic medalists.
Sophie Unwin, Katie George-Dunleavy and Laura Faki. Well, they are 3 legends of paracycling, all on the podium here in Paris, celebrating their wonderful achievements. Unwin, quite outstanding. 4 medals to take back to Great Britain with her at the conclusion of the Games. What a celebration.
C'est ainsi que se termine cette journée, mesdames et messieurs. Nous espérons que vous avez apprécié cette compétition. Nous vous remercions également pour votre participation aux Jeux paralympiques de Paris 2024. Rappelez-vous que nous vous souhaitons un bon retour et surtout, si vous avez besoin, les volontaires de Paris 2024 sont là et à votre écoute.
Well, we hope you enjoyed your competition with us today and thank you for your participation in the Paris 2024 Paralympic Games. Please take care as you leave this venue and remember, Paris 2024 staff are here to help you should you require any assistance.
More medals decided on the roads around Clichy-sous-Bois today in the para road cycling and in the men's and women's B road races. There was high drama with punctures and mechanical issues hampering those chasing medals, but ultimately 2 thrilling finishes resulting in deserving gold for Sophie Unwin and Tristan Bangma. Well, we've had incredible racing and wonderful achievements by the para road cyclists here, and we've got 5 more medals to decide on the final day of action at Clichy-sous-Bois. So the final event is the only team event. It is the relay. Preceding that, we'll have medals decided in the T1 to 2 road race and the T1 to 3 road races. It'll be great watching.